Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Low, low, man. Low, low,
You like contracts, right? You're a contract guy.
I read contracts instead of conventional pornography, yes.
Slippery little bastard! Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
What's up, guys? I'm Andrew Westcross, Legal Mindset, teacher to be own judge. Moderately late today. Legal scuff set. No, actually, no scuff. We're not muted today, which is all that matters. All that matters is that we're not muted. I mean, really, that's all I could do. You guys get one. But good to see you guys here today. Obviously, we're gonna jump right into it. You may have seen me pull up there the trial, which has started. So what we're gonna do is, because today I'm a little bit late, but actually the trial started late, so it's all good. We're gonna watch into the lunch period. So instead of like having 2-hour lunch break, we'll probably have only like an hour or even like 30 minutes of the lunch break, which will kind of make it more of a continuous watch. That'll synchronize once we get to the afternoon. But appreciate everybody coming here today. Doug Diaz, thank you for the memberships, the 5 Legal Mindset memberships. Yes. Based. Thank you for starting us out the right way. Also, Artemis says, it was my birthday yesterday. Can I get a shout out on 31 and everything hurts? Listen, it only gets more painful. It only goes downhill. So I appreciate that. Also, let's see. Also, I'm going to welcome Elpire Ava to the stream and welcome to the stream. I know you're going to respond 5 seconds later, but welcome.
Oh, I was just taking a sip of coffee, but hopefully it's a little bit less bad on the delay. I just realized too, I am not in properly dressed. Give me 1 second.
doing the transformation. There we go. I love it. That's exactly what we need. Okay, now we're ready for court.
There we go. That's a little bit better for the stream.
Yeah, now we're ready. So I'm going to jump in and pull this up right here, and I'll have other guests that are filtering over time, but we've already got this kind of hooked up here, so we're going to start in the beginning, and then we're going to go through. Obviously, we're a little bit back, but we'll catch up over the lunch break for sure. So, and I'm going to start when the court starts, which is right about here, so we don't miss anything. And as you come in, guys, make sure you like the stream. We're on day 2 of the Sarah Boone trial.
Jury entering.
Yeah, from what I saw, they have the deputy chief medical examiner for the county there, and they were just doing cross-examination on her.
Cool. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Very good one, because obviously medical examination is important.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse.
Injuries,
I hope that you all had a restful weekend and enjoyed your time with your loved ones, your friends, and your family. Just if you could, I gave you a long instruction on Friday before we broke. If you could please confirm that you complied with the court's instructions by raising your hand at this time. Record reflect that all members of our panel have raised their hands. Now, members of the jury, I know the line to get in this morning was quite long. So the lawyers have reminded me that on the right side of the entrance of the courthouse is a jury-only line. So if you can make your way all the way to the far right side of the entrance, there's a jury only line. Yes, sir. Juror number 2 in the back. Huh? It was still quite long. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention if you did not know. Obviously, if you're stuck, we're waiting on you. So don't feel anxiety or anything if you're stuck in that line. We can't start till you all get here. And I appreciate, again, your sacrifice and your attentiveness in this process. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Sarah Zadovich.
Dr. Sarasota. That's not her name. Dr. Sarasota. What's up, everybody in the chat? Good to see everybody here in the chat. As you come in, make sure you like the video. Kid Loco said, Kakashi, you late, lol, and today's my birthday. Oh, welcome. Hey, happy birthday. You know, supers are free on your birthday. Aka Supas are free on your birthday.
Yes.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sarah Zadovich, SARAZYDOWICZ.
Thank you. You may inquire.
She's so serious.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can you tell us what do you do for?
Dr. Terracotta.
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years and then 1 year in Tampa, so about 13 years.
And what type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1 year rotating clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin. I did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold this position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
And this is a part of them establishing her as an expert. So they're establishing her as an expert right now.
As a medical examiner.
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths. And that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths. And there's a Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that we'll be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural. So accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in.
Many times.
And the reason we're involved in that is our
most of
goal
these
is
people
to
have been
determine the cause
witnesses
of
many
death
times,
and
yes.
manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Could you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after death examination. And there are kind of 2 main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds. So that's making observations about an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs,
behavior,
and
especially
dissect all of the
something
organs.
as big as
Again,
murder.
as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that might help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests. So things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case, but we have options for other testing as well.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death? And is this something that you document?
So, cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. And so, it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So, there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So, those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information do you have at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided at the time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car. Right? That's very generic, and we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case, what can you tell us about how long George Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component, because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
I'll give an explanation on a break, okay?
Is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that George Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's that most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the postmortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual. And it also depends a lot the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long George Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. Well, when I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging in that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period, or somewhere around there.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
Your Honor, may approach the witness who has been previously marked for identification and shown to defense as states are.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states are. You recognize this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
Sorry,
Oh, it's a copy of my body diagram.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states are into evidence. No objection.
What was pre-marked as states R will be received into evidence without objection as states 12.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, on this body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there's a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing
Yeah, these medical charts are always very interesting.
Correct?
Yes.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches, and his weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs.
They could be, yes.
Very small dude. Yeah, this guy was
Can you
emaciated.
say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries
They're a little bit taller than Gargara.
with them occurring? while he
Oh,
was inside
God.
the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol. And some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level,
She had some tolerance.
there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words, something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
New poll in the chat. By the way, skin slippage only on Tuesdays, 1. Also, Potato King for 5 says, cute elf. Soper said for 5, stole this from Mira. Her shirt is buttoned. Defense is going to question her zipper expertise. And then Bologna Bonk says, how wasted do you think the defense lawyer got over the weekend after being shown how cooked their case was after Friday's trial? I don't think they realize it. I think they're just focusing on the rest of the trial. When you're in the trial, you don't look back and like that much. I mean, maybe people would message them and say, hey, you fucked up, but we got to look forward, not back.
Q has been shown to defense.
Man.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as stage Q. Did you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up once you're finished?
Yo, is that just nervousness or what? Because his fist is very hardly
recognize
clenched.
these photographs.
Yes,
Very
I think that's
clenched.
his nerves.
Are
That's
these
his nurse.
photographs a portion of the photographs that you took in your autopsy of George Torres in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries
P.
appeared
Morton,
to
calm
you,
down, bro.
at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states Q into evidence.
No objection. What was pre-marked as states Q will be received into evidence without objection as states 13.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Ma'am, I'm showing you photo 1 from State's Composite. Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is the identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is George Torres.
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here, or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
Turning to photo 2 from State's Composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here, you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually, it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was.
They're not going to show us
staying on
super
his,
graphic stuff,
elbow
but
in
will show
that
us
area.
this, which is all
And then
right.
after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
Man, that guy was thin, super thin.
Dude, this guy must have never ate.
From the composite.
He was just drinking and doing drugs or whatever, smoking, whatever he was doing. But
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area
we're going to get
is
demonetized for this,
edema.
by the way. I know
It's a little bit discolored,
not
so ecchymosis.
in
and
bad
then
taste,
again,
but
really at the
if you guys
corner of
like the
eye
video, it'll
here,
help for the
you can see that
demonetization.
darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
States 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymoses, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
No, my bet would be the battered spouse defense is probably their best shot, and that's a long shot at best.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up,
Yeah,
so
I
you can
agree.
see this whole
But
area
it's
of
still a long
ecchymoses.
shot.
It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
States 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture, we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
That is shoulder.
States 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
States 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas, ecchymosis.
States 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
States 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
States 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity. And that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
Stage 12 on the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions just shown a little bit closer up.
Stage 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
Stage 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymosis, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
Stage 15 from the composite.
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
Stage 16 from the composite.
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
And it states 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area. So it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least, 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, as you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal.
Subgaleal. So kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sarah Boone here today. And I've got a few questions. Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
The alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been over that period of time?
12 years.
Okay. So when you first got down here from Tampa,
This won't go well if they
you
try
were
to
up in the Northeast,
criticize her as
came down here to Tampa,
unqualified.
that's when
She's
you
definitely
started?
qualified.
Yes.
And you would agree you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases.
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case. And you said he was a 0.38.
No, 0.138.
0.138. And you also ordered the
Oh, that was
vitreous
an
level
intentional
Yes.
of
misspeak.
alcohol
There's
as well,
no way that wasn't an
and the result
intentional
was a
misspeak.
0.213.
Yes.
And you would agree that's about 3 times the legal limit.
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that at those levels, there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that that level of
This is a
alcohol
trick
in the
trying to
body
get her
can
to say
impair
yes, and then
somebody's
she just naturally says
For most
yes
people,
to
yes.
and their
question she
decision-making
shouldn't say
ability.
yes to.
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions,
Yes.
and they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not.
Yes.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance.
Yes.
It would also impair coordination,
Yes.
and eye coordination, as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that George Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me. Yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase.
Yes.
We just don't know.
Correct.
Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
Metabolism.
he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as. But
Yes.
okay. All right, now I want to talk about time of death determination. It's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister
Yes.
that went to the scene,
Yes.
and she would have prepared a report.
Yes.
And you would have reviewed that report.
Yes.
Do you agree that fire and rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m. So nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out
Yes.
in front of the suitcase.
Yes.
Now you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy.
Yes.
And you said that the body was ambient temperature.
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in, yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler, but in the mornings when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an
This is just
hour
a
and
waste of
half.
time.
Long enough to thaw, I guess.
Now you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body is stored at the morgue on its back?
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss
The
Boone,
cause of death
your
is
client,
not
actually saw
at
her
issue
boyfriend
here in this
alive
case, and it doesn't change anything materially for the defense or the.
in the suitcase?
It's not like there's anybody else that would have murdered.
I think in the report
know,
it was around
it's only her.
12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around there.
Have you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 20-second video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those 2 periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is.
Yeah.
So it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional or asphyxia? What was your ruling
Objective
in terms
relevance.
of your diagnosis?
I'm going to object as to relevance.
Good call, Ava. Good call, even with the delay. Ace Elf. Very good call there. So they're approaching there. By the way, Derp21, member for 4 months, is perfect stream. Listen to it at work. Thank you, Law Man. Welcome. Mark Reality for 20 says that was a terrible way to go. This woman needs to go away forever after a fair trial, of course. Yeah. Look, even for guilty people, I very strongly believe in the due process. But you know what due process does, what a case does is it shows you how guilty a guilty person is. So there's no harm in putting them through a trial. So you see exactly how guilty she is. And so far,
The objection is sustained.
it's looking pretty guilty, right? Yeah. So relevance
Doctor,
and
you're familiar with Dr.
that was
DeMaio,
sustained. So
Vincent
he's got to
DeMaio's
move on.
textbook of forensic pathology.
Yes.
This doesn't
Agree that
matter.
That's authoritative.
I'm sorry.
Would you agree that's authoritative or well accepted book?
Yes.
Environmental suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Legal elf
Yes.
set.
Now, how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down,
yes.
or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body.
Yes.
Would you agree in those type situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends again on the situation.
Now you said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds.
Yes.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And you
She's
don't know
not
the
a
position
suitcase expert.
that
Come
Mr.
on.
Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
So trying to say that she doesn't know how he was
You
in
don't
the
know
suitcase
exactly what the positional component was.
doesn't really
that
matter.
caused.
It's not a question that he was in the
You to
suitcase.
believe caused his death.
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase.
No.
So you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream.
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well, you said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
To reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase.
It'd be limited by the
Affected by the alcohol
space.
that he had.
Jesus.
sure, that could be.
Obviously, he's not able to like do YMCA in there.
Now, the environmental suffocation deals with the lack of oxygen.
Yes.
Correct? And due to that insufficient oxygen that we breathe in the air, so you
Oh, that's
essentially
where
run out of
oxygen
the
comes from.
oxygen in
Thanks.
space.
Do we need an oxygen
Yes.
expert?
So I guess years ago.
Guys, we
how
need
this
yeah,
sometimes
we
would
need an
occur
hair
was a child would
expert over
somehow
here.
get into an old refrigerator and it
We
would
need
be
a breathing
enclosed,
expert.
so
Call in a
it was
breathing
airtight,
expert.
And eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20%
The breathing
oxygen.
expert comes in
Yes.
smoking cigarettes.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen. In the suitcase.
Yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well. So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe. So that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on average?
Depends on the person.
Well, would you agree that at rest, you take a normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute
Yes.
at rest? Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No.
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
No.
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
No.
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
Yes, I did know that.
Do you agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open, that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes.
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
No.
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained, do you know?
Okay, bro,
whether
we
or
don't
not,
need to get into gas
rain
exchange
or the
rates.
liquid would pierce the
This
interior?
should be objection
I don't
relevance
know.
too. Because what? Please explain where the fuck you're going with this.
So from what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
Seriously, this is like their
Okay,
Hail
objection
Mary.
asked and
I think you
answered. He asked the
said,
same question like 3 times.
There are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the norm.
Yes.
That's
At
called
8 to
dying.
10%, you become unconscious.
Yes.
And then a value of less than 8%, death occurs.
For most people.
Yeah,
Yes.
when you don't
For
get
most
oxygen,
people.
yeah,
The normal
it's kind of a
oxygen
bad thing.
saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%.
Yes.
So if it decreases, the oxygen decreases less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done shown that the oxygen
That's not the
content
case.
is anywhere from 4 to 6. Unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So, and I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, that's kind of why you gave the 2 different diagnoses, the environmental and the positional,
bro.
is because the environmental may have had an effect or the positional may have had an effect. You're not sure, so you listed them both.
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, and that's not unusual in deaths, is there can be multiple factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the percentages, 50% for one or 70% for one, 30 for the other. You don't know.
No.
But you would agree in concert, if these 2 causes, the positional as well as the environmental, if they were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know.
No.
Now, we talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones?
There were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death.
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report. That it
No.
did not,
I included it in my report. I did not include it on the death certificate.
as the reason or contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits? Doctor, are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the potential for baseball?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite
You know when your
remember.
deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
I'm going to show you this exhibit.
Trying to get her for a misstatement, especially a medical expert, this is really ticky tacky. And you're either going to try to make sure that she's not qualified, or you're going to try to kind of discredit one of her statements.
It's
But
about the lowest hanging fruit.
You see the, you said they were circular type injuries,
Yes.
and you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat.
Yes.
A wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit somebody's body, or it's a suitcase, and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person.
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury?
So linear injury is, if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Okay. Now, if you took
her eye roll.
the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that, yes.
Excuse me?
That's compatible.
And then here's close up. This is picture number 15. Again, close up. Same question. Would that be consistent with poking the suitcase, if he's in the suitcase at the time, thrusting the barrel of that bat, crown of that bat, with potentially
Sure. Thank you, Crimson
Yes,
Plaque.
it's compatible with that.
Professor Keen for the memberships. Appreciate you guys. All the shout outs will come soon. Crimson Spot said, a gift of membership, but I'd be convicted of cruelty. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the cardiovascular system. Do you have your report?
He's trying to reduce
Okay.
the oxygen intake
You
of the
described
jury
the
by boring them to sleep.
proximal
Nice.
third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid
Are you
atherosclerotic
kidding me
plaque.
right now?
Yes.
He can't
And
even
is that
say it.
Pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report.
Yes.
And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel, high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery
Bro.
disease.
Yes.
And in that location, it's kind of
Seriously.
a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker.
Yes.
The
That's a
Widowmaker.
location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle.
Yes.
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could cause a dysrhythmia.
If he
yes.
had a spasm,
a dysrhythmia
we need
or an
a spasm
abnormal
expert.
beating
Are
of the
you
heart.
kidding me right now?
That could kill him.
It could.
Why is he having spasms? He's in a fucking suitcase.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure.
Yes.
Of that, and so that was blocked over 75%.
Clearly,
It
this
was,
is a
but there
COVID
was no
death.
evidence
No.
of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask
You
you.
can tell it's a heart attack.
If he were to get out of the suitcase on his own and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came
What it
down,
coulda, shoulda.
and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy. Would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery osculosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant, right? So you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease.
How about
but we
the
look at
panic
as
from
the
being
injuries
locked in a
override the
suitcase
natural
gave him a heart
disease because
attack?
especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term, right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes
Nova,
natural
oh my
disease can
God.
contribute.
Nova in the chat is right.
But
It's
again,
Jan
it depends
Levison
on
from
the
The Office.
individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia,
Angela's the court reporter.
and he was dead, and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary
Michael's boss
heart
for sure.
disease. Would you
Yeah,
not?
Jan.
It would depend on the circumstances. And I can't speculate on this case because I know what I know about
If
it.
you had nothing else, the widowmaker would have caused his death, or you would have to assume.
He's giving a
having
hypo. They
nothing
should
else,
object to
that
this.
would have caused his death.
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
Yes.
Now,
They shouldn't be entertaining a
this
hypo.
ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, and there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that
I mean,
that
this is objection
George Torres,
speculation.
the decedent, was
Yes.
in the
Right.
elimination phase since the blood
And we're allowed to
ethanol
do
was
a
below the
degree of that.
vitreous
This is
value?
beyond.
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213,
Could be relevance too, because once again, hypos that go too far are irrelevant.
is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, a 0.015% per hour.
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed? No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not, metabolism after death of the alcohol.
All right. Well, let me. What I'm saying is, he could have been prior to that time of passing. He could have his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least the same level as the
At least the
vitreous.
two.
Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Judge, if I could approach.
Right.
This is defense composite.
Mercenary gifted a legal mindset membership. Thank you. Brandon Hunt says, how is this self-defense? They're going to have to explain that. They're going to have to explain that on defense. This is still prosecution witnesses. So this is a cross of a prosecution. So we're going to get to that. Also, Mercenary, I'll get to your question when we're on break.
The defense narrative makes no sense.
It was pre-marked.
Oh dear
as
God, Mucky
defense
Spank.
J.
I said
Will
if the
be
suitcase didn't
received
kill him,
in
it
evidence
had to be the
without objection at
defendant
that
giving
point.
the manlet CPR with a baseball bat.
Yeah, baseball bat CPR. That's like bullet massage therapy, you know?
Like he's trying to blame the alcohol, but then also claim self-defense.
Yeah, that's not. They're mixing too many defenses here. That's the problem. But I think this is why the lawyers didn't
Yeah,
want
at
to work
this
with her,
point we
because
have
she wants to use all these
misadventure.
defenses.
We have better.
So that's the
spouse
left
syndrome,
hand.
and we
So you're
have-
looking at the outer surface of the hand, the knuckles, and the three of the fingers.
Because the whole point is, if you're claiming self-defense, you're saying you
Yes.
did it, right? So trying to argue over cause of death
So
is
that's the
really
same,
not
just a little
relevant,
bit further
right? You're
away
saying that
without
it
a
happened
scale.
by you. You caused that, right? So Anthony says, sounds like to me the best situation is saying she forgot him in the
So now you're looking at the thumb and the index
Still,
finger?
that's not an excuse.
Yes.
Yeah, her in the best light is still illegal.
Yeah, her in the best light is still criminal.
So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators
can't see a
put brown
full dead
bags
body.
over the decedent's hands, and that's we collect evidence.
Too
at the time of
spicy
the
for TV.
autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence, and so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open and we take a picture to show exactly what the hands look like.
If it was
Yes.
like very innocuous, they might show it, but they're not going to show like,
Yes.
full corpse.
Yes.
And that's because of TV. You could request these files through a public
Yes.
records request, and they would give them to you, but they're not going to show it
Yes.
on TV or stream it. Right? YouTube wouldn't be friends with that.
Because they're on cable too, aren't they?
Yeah, this is on Fox and on stream. So, but they often share the same streams or the same equipment. In this courtroom, I believe they've got their own TVs, but
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, they'll
Any
simulcast
redirect
this
examination?
between
May
a lot of different networks.
yeah, they call it like a camera pool. So they're really like just sharing the feed.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case. And I believe there was a term, metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's two different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours, because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this rate decrease between these two levels?
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it, because the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time. We're collecting those specimens at the time of the autopsy, so that's only one point in time. It's possible, but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if, the the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate, because again, everyone's a little bit different. But I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And obviously a pretty obvious point, but we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death.
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase in this case.
Correct.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there, that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means that there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
Another variable that would also be present would be the opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but that's always the question is, would it be enough? Right? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough. Again, for kind of the factors that I talked about before.
And there would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I know, well, I disagree. This is a pretty good expert witness.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, she's a good she's a necessary witness for the state, because I know it's annoying, but you have to prove the death, the cause of death, etc. You have to get that on the record to talk about it. You remember at a trial, you have to present every fact, even the basic facts. You have to get somebody up there to testify to them, right? They had to get somebody up there to enter into the body cam evidence. So this is somebody they have to have. If there's a death, they need somebody that knows about the death, right? So that was something they needed to get through. Period. I'm going to pause it here real quick so I can get through a couple of comments, and then we're going to continue. Oh, sorry here. I'll just want to get through a couple of comments, and we're going to continue. First of all, Mercenary, thank you for the memberships. Also, Professor Keem, Crimson Splat, appreciate y'all very, very much. King Lugia, thank you so much. Let me get a couple of questions here, and then we'll go back into it. Mercenary says, so hypothetically, I got word from a local prosecutor, the guy who did $5,000 in damage to my car pleads guilty, and it was 2 defendants. I got my probable hate crime. What will be the civil lawsuit chances? Hate crimes are hard to prove. If you have really good proof, maybe, but I would need to know more about the facts. But hate crimes are pretty hard to prove versus just general damage to property. So, but, okay. I mean, if somebody pled guilty, then you've got that evidence. That's in your favor. Anthony said, sounds to me like the best case for her is to forget him in the suitcase and cause death by negligence. But I think she beat him and stuffed him in there. Either way, it's criminal. I think Aaron said that when we brought this up and mentioned it. All this behavior is criminal. So even gross negligence can be criminal. So that's what we would have here at the best. Also, how is this self-defense? Go ahead, Ava. She dropped off. She timed out. All right. Crimson Spot said a gift of membership, be convicted of cruelty. Got that one. Sigrun says, if she asks about farts in the suitcase, I'm going to lose it. It's a very good one. Let's see here. Why is Sean an elf around knife ears? Never relax. So apparently, elf pirate Ava is now Sean, from potentially criminal. That's the new theory. That's a good one. Bear Beard says, evening, Andrew. Can you give a short explanation of what we're watching, who this is, and how to get such a realistic model? This is Sarah Boone. She is accused of murdering her partner at the time, Mr. Torres, by stuffing him into a suitcase or allowing him to be in a suitcase and knowingly filming him. We watched the film, last time, and it's going to be played here. About him in a suitcase as she's laughing, drinking wine, goes out, passes out drunk, wakes up, and he's dead in the suitcase. So that is a criminal level of disregard for human life. Now, if she poked him with a baseball bat. She did other stuff that would also extenuate it, make it even worse. But that said, it doesn't need to be to get her at the level that they need to convict her. They don't need this to be premeditated. They simply need it to be a disregard for human life. That's a level of negligence, or high level of negligence. Criminal negligence, you might even say. She's taken apart more people than I have roast chickens. Game respects game about the medical examiner. Silbury says the strategy is bore her till she misspeaks, work 100%. I think it's kitchen sink defense. So I think they're throwing out everything, both because that can confuse the jury, but also because they want to see if anything might work. That's actually a mark of a very desperate defense rather than a focused defense that is giving you a very concise theory. So a more desperate defense will take anything.
Yeah, that 0.38 misspeak when they were talking about blood alcohol content level, that was totally intentional.
Yep. Silbury says doesn't know oxygen and nitrogen ratios unqualified. Yeah, see exactly. That's the type of kind of joke there that they're trying to get them on questions about zippers and oxygen levels, stuff that's really not relevant. I love having trials as bedtime ASMR. You're welcome, Licking Lugia. Mercenary says dash cam with weapon in hand and can be tied to the destruction of the Bible quote sticker, and he smiled the whole time on video. Oh, well, if that's what the facts are, then go for it. That's fucking, yeah, go for it. Then you've got pretty good odds for your hate crime. Go for it, brother. Silbury says he's trying to reduce the oxygen intake of the jury by boring them to sleep to obfuscate their objective recall. Environmental asphyxia. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. And I want to say real quick, thank you to my guests real quick. And I'll show their channels and then we'll get back to the regularly scheduled program. But real quick, if you guys have a chance to go check out Elfpire Ava or Errant Crates, he's here over here on Twitch. Their links are in the description and you can check them out and thank them both for hanging out with us today, because it's always good to have some companions on this journey of murder. So that's that. And let me get back to this right now. They're at the bar, right? They're the lawyers are talking right now, so they're gonna get back to it. 1 second. And Ava's got kind of slow internet, so she responds with like about a 5-second lag at best. It's actually more like a 10-second because it's like 5 seconds to hear and 5 seconds to respond. So yeah, that's what's up with her. But she's got a legal background.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
support her so she can get Starlink.
Yeah, she needs Starlink, guys. So.
Members of the jury, it's 11:01. We did get a bit of a later start this morning due to those security issues. Do any of y'all need to take a break at this point in time? Raise your hands if you do. All right, court seeing no hands. State, you may call your next witness. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit to the next witness gets on the stand here. Oh, I think what are they doing?
Judge,
jury stepped out for a second. This is outside jury presence.
Here with Sarah Boone. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit F for identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification, and it is signed by Sarah Boone and myself, October 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification. For identification, State's Exhibit N. It is a 2-page FDLE laboratory report generated June 3rd of 2020.
Can you approach with both of those documents, please? Thank you. State, anything else to add over and above what Mr. Owens identified? No, Your Honor. All right. Ms. Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn earlier today. I hold in my hand 2 stipulations. The first stipulation.
Yes, the people behind the judge are law students. They're actually, I think, moot court students. So this is an awesome time for them to be able to observe. So they're just students.
The defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer. We have a
So correct,
Scrivener's error there. James Sullivan. Okay. Sullivan Owens stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney? Yes. Do you understand what this stipulation means? Yes. Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation? I am. Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation? No. All right, the court accepts this stipulation. How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
I'm fine with the court making an edit to scratch out his and insert her if that's acceptable.
Acceptable?
Yes.
Is that acceptable?
Is that her pronoun?
All right.
Is her pronoun her?
We'll make that.
Are we switching genders now? What's going on?
Is and adding her.
Misgendering.
State you seek. We'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Case
All right,
dismissed.
thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked to state's end. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer.
They accidentally
James
wrote
Sullivan
his
Owens,
lawyer referring to Sarah
stipulate
Boone.
to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatore's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the 2-page FDLE report that will be attached to it?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you entering into this
Cat loves
stipulation
pronouns.
freely
Cat
and
is very
voluntarily?
pronoun friendly.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her state?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address? State, I will return these to you for the purposes of moving them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations.
My pronoun
So nothing
is
else.
innocent.
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Defense,
I like
anything else?
that.
All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. Thank you.
So some stuff that they had to handle outside the presence of the jury, kind of small stuff, so nothing too major.
I am not muted, no.
She's laggy, not muted. It's totally different.
But guys, you have no idea how much mana this takes to maintain a connection with a different dimension.
Hypothetically, what would happen if this was kink play gone horribly wrong? So that's actually a good question. I've actually covered that on my channel, talking about sex. So this is something you may or may not know. You cannot consent to very violent sex. So for example, like BDSM, stuff like that. So if rough sex results in death, you will still be charged with murder. Now, it may not be intentional murder, right? It won't be first degree murder, but it might be manslaughter. It might be a lower degree of homicide like this, for example, wanton disregard. But you cannot, no matter what you sign, you cannot sign a contract that allows you to have violent sex. There have been several court cases on this, and every time they try to bring it up, even when they consent on video, audio, whatever, even while they're doing it, it doesn't matter. You can't consent to it, right? So I'm talking about stuff where there's actual injuries, where there's injuries. You can't consent to it. So if a crime results from that, you can be charged by the state, right? It doesn't matter how the other party felt about it. Yes, that's for real in America, right? Maybe you do some weird shit in Europe. Who knows?
Yeah,
you know,
it's up
but-
to the district attorney to charge you. For instance, there was an altercation between my father and grandfather. Even though my grandfather didn't want to press charges, the district attorney still wanted to.
Members of the jury,
the
Ken,
state
if you could,
controls
just
the
confirm you
apparatus
complied
of
with the
criminal
court's
law,
instructions
not
during
the
that short
individual.
break by raising your hands.
Other countries work differently.
Reflect that all juror members
That's
have
how the
raised their
US
hands.
works.
State, you may proceed with your evidence and testimony presentation.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'd like to move what's been pre-marked for identification as states.
Good question though, Anthony. That's a good hypo.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right,
Or
what's
standard for
pre-marked
recess-
as states F will
to
be
ELF,
received
why
without
not use
objection.
nuclear
State
power to help?
15, what's been pre-marked as states N will be received into evidence without objection. It's state 15.
Your Honor, we would request that they be published.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to read to you some stipulations
So,
along with an
Mersu,
instruction.
a lesser would be manslaughter.
When the parties agree that
So
certain
lesser
facts
than
are true,
second degree would
that is
be
called a
manslaughter.
stipulation
Because you
of
don't need any
fact.
intent.
You must accept stipulated facts
negligence
as
is
having been
criminal
proven.
level of negligence.
However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
Meredith McCaskill.
Bullet acupuncture. Some of the chat asked a good question. Are all waivers bullshit? No, but a lot of them are not enforceable. So if there's criminal negligence or like gross negligence or rather malicious intent or whatever,
Good
that
example
can often,
is the Titan incident involving the Titanic.
yeah. So the Titan, the Ocean Gate Titan sub, right? Their
Ma'am,
waiver
good
is like
morning. Could you please take a
useless.
seat and state and
because
spell your
it's
name for the record?
so bad.
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled MEREDITMCCASKILL.
Thank you. Mr. J, you may inquire.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
I am employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
That's the crime
Do
lab.
for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? And we'll get into training and experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science from the Boston University School of Medicine.
Ooh, Clemson. Okay.
And when did you first start working for FDLE?
I started at FDLE in April of 2011.
Did you have any prior work experience as a forensic examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes. So when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures and manuals reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst.
Your oral skills
And
need to
then
be on
every
point.
year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures. And then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth. And then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Have you ever given testimony in court about your opinion about serology analysis or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place, particularly within FDLE? Tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA analysis.
Yes. So in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork. And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using. So scissors, markers to take notes, anything like that is cleaned with a detergent, both before I start and after I finish. And it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time, and this is to minimize any potential contamination. So DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item. I also wear what is called personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending on what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then the gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes, I change my gloves. If I have to touch another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
When DNA
These guys are extremely on top of it too. They don't fuck around.
Not like sled.
Yes, it's the fucking crime
Yes,
lab.
we
It's
have
not
an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in a efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes, it does.
Now, in this particular case, you are not the analyst who examined the items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you review the information that is generated by the instruments used by the analyst who did this work in coming to your own conclusions?
I was the technical reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, one of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a blood stain card, and that's just a card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cutting of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain to the jury how it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card and develop
new poll in the chat.
Yes. So it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually. Take a cutting of that stained area and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution, and then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
Do you use some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020 would have been tested on this DNA card?
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
All right. And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes. So we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
And do you know what a short tandem repeat is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Short tandem repeat, we also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis. There are small, short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times. And then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might get 16 at one spot and 17. Let's just be clear on what we're talking about. On one particular location, well, all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Can you explain that?
Yes. So you get DNA from your parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom
gonna need a DNA
and half
expert.
from your dad.
We're gonna
So when
need
I'm
that.
talking about the
gonna-
short tandem
What
repeats
does mom and dad
and the
mean? Let's
example
define
of a
that.
16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent and a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from each.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right. And so the chemicals end up copying about, you said 21 areas in 2020?
Yes, so there's 21, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker. So it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations will come up with some sort of number like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able, in reviewing the instrumentation data in this case,
Get fucking 23 and me
was
on the stand.
DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at this
Thank you.
21
I'm here for the
locations?
scuff, for the membership.
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Didn't their whole blood
Now,
quote?
can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab? Sometimes people call it each. Which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right. What is that?
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that cotton tip end and rub it on the interior of your mouth to
Just a
get a
cotton
good
tip.
DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
I like
And
buccal.
these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Buccal is.
Yes, I've seen it in
a
boxes
more
like
fun
that, but
way.
I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes,
Get that long pinky fingernail.
Do these
Mhm.
DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings. So taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process as you previously described for the buccal swabs.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres's fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs, they come in as a Q-tip and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Miss Boone on those samples that were represented as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either set of fingernail swabs.
Now, with this amplification process that you've described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
How sensitive is it when
does it cry when it watches Titanic?
Unknown areas such as fingernails.
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
If they're
But in
fucking.
this particular case, after
Skin cells under their
reviewing all
fingernails
the
'cause they get
instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippers, both clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the old nails across the back. We all know that move.
Any cross-examination?
Also, professional gentleman requests for $2. Ava, could you please state today's date?
October the 21st of our year.
Good morning.
To Lord Jesus,
you develop a
2024.
profile,
I did
are
not
you
have a
able
stroke.
to
I
take
don't
that
smell burnt
profile
toast, I promise.
and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
The zoom on this.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a bloodstain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No redirection can be excused as far as the state is concerned.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You know, they're
Take
kind
your
of
employer
blazing
switch.
through this trial.
You know a lot of it?
You muted. Andrew, you muted.
God damn it. Yeah, I mute when I'm typing loudly. I can see this. It's going very fast. I agree. I could see the defense starting as early as Thursday, maybe even Wednesday. Who knows? But we'll see what the prosecution has to say. I mean, they're really going through their witnesses fast. It could even be tomorrow. Could even be later today. Fuck, if they really want to get through it, if they really burning through it. But they're being efficient, which is good, despite the fact that a lot of this
Now,
stuff could have
here's
been
a real
proven.
question. How long do you think it will take the jury to deliberate?
I don't know. Usually, if the jury knows, they know, right? And if it's quick, it's usually more prone to be guilty.
Ma'am, good morning. If you could take a seat.
However long
state
it
your name and
takes
spell
to
it for the
finish one of
record,
those big
please.
bottles of wine.
But also remember, they have to fill out the jury instructions, and sometimes they're kind of long, so
First
that
name
can
is
take a while just to go through.
Junella. Last name is Wadden. UAD is in Delta AN.
Delta.
May it please the court?
May proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
What does Sheriff Mina currently having you do?
I'm currently,
not
my
speedy
current
trial.
position is a
This
digital
is-
forensic examiner.
This is a 5-year trial. This took 5 years
I
to
just
go.
hit 6 years.
And can you tell us about, and we're going to break it down, education, training, and experience. Let's just talk about your education. What's your educational background prior to
Yeah,
becoming a
Sarah
law
Boone went through
enforcement
8
officer? In
attorneys. This is
particular,
a 5
is relevant to being
long
a digital
years.
forensic examiner.
And before we start, real quick, I know Aaron's got to go. 5-minute warning. So, hey guys, if you don't know him already, his information's in the description. Thanks for joining, Aaron. Any last things you want to say before you go? Just give you a little chance here while this person's witness is starting.
Just to remind chat that the neighbors heard one big thump that night.
Yes.
if you're considering if he fell on the stairs, there was only one thump, and she's quite small. But anyway, thanks for having me on here. I
Yep.
appreciate it, and have fun watching the rest of the trial. I'll try to catch up tonight on my own.
Sounds good. All right. See you, Aaron.
Bye.
Thank you.
You have a good one here.
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the sheriff's office. So I have a bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
IACIS?
ISIS, yes.
Can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
How do you say it?
IASIS.
IASIS. All right.
ISIS. She's a member of ISIS.
IASIS.
Guys,
Tell us about
let's
that
drone
program that you
striker.
went through with IASIS to become a digital forensics examiner.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in classroom training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one normally being somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded a 3rd location over in Australia.
Ooh la la.
So
Oh,
again,
sorry.
the first
Crikey,
2
Mike.
weeks are in classroom training, normally with over 300 other students. And then the next 5 to 6 months are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos. You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're essentially what kind of questions you're going to get.
All right. We'll take a break from the education training experience for 1 second. On February 23rd, 2020, were you called out to a scene?
Yes.
And does that happen from time to time as a digital forensic examiner as opposed to your previous duties like a CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with E for identification?
You may.
Showing you E for identification, you recognize states E for identification?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize the front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And the information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information you just answered?
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone Model XS with a pink case.
All right, and if I am not incorrect, I believe there's 2 sets of evidence tape on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
The first set, which is the red tape here, initially when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed just because the phone might have to be kept charged on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office. And then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again, with my initials and dates. And if there's a later on an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
All right.
Something Mark of Riotti said I completely agree with. This could be
in the same condition when you were done examining what
done
is said to be contained inside.
relatively quickly.
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you would.
Sorry. They may not want to hold them till 7 p.m. They don't like that. Going past 5 is pushing it, right? Like, and unless they're really going to finish, right? Like, they don't want to do that. So I think it's more likely that if they're going to go past 5, they just do it tomorrow morning and then finish up tomorrow morning and start. So, but that's possible. I mean, once again, they are going fast. So I'm not writing that off.
Yes, there's a phone with a pink case inside.
But yeah, good
Recognize
comment.
that as the
Good
item
comment. That they are going through
from the
quickly.
Scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020.
Thank you,
and
Mark.
then later examined.
Yes.
And also thank you. I'm here for the scuff once
All
again.
right. So this scene, February 23rd, 2020. Where is this scene?
Orsa Platts,
I believe it's 4740. Can I refer to my report for the address or to the numerical?
If it would refresh your memory.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
If you received a gift, please say thank you to Orsa Platts. Thank you for supporting the channel. Very based.
Your memory refreshed.
Yes.
Thank you.
What is your answer?
4748 Franz. Not sure if I'm saying that correct. Court, apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the sheriff's office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collected that item. May I move E for identification and evidence at this time?
We do
Yeah, that's
still
a fair
need.
question. I've been in Orange County,
pre-marked as
California,
E, will be
and I
received into
keep
evidence without
stopping
objection.
short when they
State
mention
16.
our receipt.
Well, which is the opposite for me because I lived in Orange County, Florida. So whenever it's California, I'm like, oh yeah, there's
Did you
one
do
in
anything with
California.
that item while you were on scene?
Yes.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
There, we got lawyers.
I
from
was
both
requested
sides
to
of the
come out.
country.
I was informed from the
we covered the whole
detectives that
country.
the
A legal
user of the
GP, if
device
you will.
gave consent for us to download her phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you use to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software back in the time of February 2020?
Yes. One of the main tools that we use for data extraction is called Cellbrite. I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate, knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more
Andrew's
readable
VTubing
for us
right now
humans,
is
which
just
we
so
can then
scuffed that
generate
you don't
a
see his
report in
model.
different formats for review. So in this case, we used
True.
Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into
So here's
a
my
brick and
model,
mortar
guys.
store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract data off of digital devices.
And is there any hardware involved to use this software?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had 2 options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer, and they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call out laptop with the extraction software installed on it. And just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them, we're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed from the outside world?
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to the scene or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone, we for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode. And then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always, once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled before we extract the data.
All right, take us through this extraction process. I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction you were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data. Again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos. And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially with having a password or passcode.
All right, so I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think Mac has its own special iOS operating system as well. Can you tell us about the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone device?
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course, even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device, and then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software, and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph.
And how are you at
or
operating
document or some
zippers?
sort of file has been deleted from the
Do you
operating
qualify
system,
as a
may it still
zipper
remain
expert?
on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be.
I think we're gonna get that.
located
We're gonna get the
tools.
Snapchat photo here.
That
The
is the
Snapchat video.
hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trained to go in there and look for that the data behind
Yeah,
the
this
scenes
is
to see if we
definitely
can
building up to
recover,
that. I agree.
those artifacts. Yes.
Now, what I wonder is, are they going to
Later
show us
do
or not?
another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes, in this case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone, with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data, like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
And what level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating
I'll make a
system
poll in the
or
chat.
unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for a human such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken. Are there separate folders that are generated by this software tool that has all the
Only with the
such as that
warrant
still
is also a good.
photograph, generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
And is there identifying information such as an IMEI that is generated by the software tool? And can you tell us what these things are?
Yes, the IMEI is one identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network. It also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all those device identifiers from your phone, including an
I'll
IMEI.
play it later. I'll play it later.
Do you take actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction?
Yes, just like in crime scene, cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked, and if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode. So I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Prior to trial, were you asked to look at two different exhibits to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
What I'm showing you first is O for identification. Did you have an
Chat, did
opportunity
she
to
flop a
review
year
that
drive?
this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF and the images
Floppy.
in a separate folder there were
That's a
part of
throwback.
the extraction that you did on this device that we're talking about?
Yes.
I think chat is anything
Was
but
that
floppy.
accurate?
Yes.
P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
All right, this time the state will move O for identification to evidence reserve on P.
With regard to states O.
No objection.
States
All right,
O
what's
face.
pre-marked as
We're getting it
states
right
O
now,
Will
guys.
be received into evidence without objection as state 17.
Permission to publish?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah, yeah. Chat gets it. Chat gets it.
Some could say their drive is running on a solid state.
Oh yeah. So brief for 5 says defense. How familiar are you with ribosomes? Translation: are you a DNA zipper expert? Fifth grade biology time. Adenine, guanine, cytosine, thymine. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Opening up the file labeled extraction.
We're getting the video now. Degenerates better than lawyers? No, it's not true. Not true. By the way, 55%, 52% of you would only let her extract her files if she zips it. 20% would no matter what, and 29% wouldn't, which means you're 29% of liars in the chat. So, good poll. Solid poll. I've had some solid polls today. Some hard disk polls.
Excuse me, I might be the only straight VTuber, but not having her touch my files.
Talk about rare Pokemon.
Guess we don't get that monitor. All right, so sorry about your neck. looking at entry 31079, can we just go column through column and explain what we're looking at?
Oh God, no! Please don't let us go column.
Yes,
by
the first column
okay.
normally is just
Not
an
the whole thing,
assigned
please.
number, just like a line item number for the report. Because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted
Explain
for
the
our
blank
local
columns.
Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there is a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
And in this portion of the PDF timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture, again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
They're recording no matter what. Don't pay attention to that bullshit.
We just go column by column through the first.
It's always
entry,
listening.
16498. What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Oh God, we're really doing
Haven't
that.
you seen those Alexa
Indicate there's an outgoing
videos?
communication.
It's
Yeah,
always
so it'll reflect
listening.
outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
Juancho.
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the columns. That one I'm not unsure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing
even more.
listing both.
All right, and if, for instance,
Don't use an Apple for
the
murders.
outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Juancho?
Yes, our software will display your
Juancho.
contact name as how you save it.
And if there's
Juancho
no
prefers it
contact name,
Juan
does
on
it show his
Juan.
phone number?
Phone number or
Who is more
again,
intrusive,
Apple,
Google
your
or
iCloud
Apple when
account.
it comes to your data?
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device.
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Mo. Dirty
the content
Mo.
speak for itself. Going down to
Yo, my
always
daughter
Mo.
told me what you do.
16522 and
Mo money, mo problems.
at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Hide and seek, I shall.
So other than talking like a 12th century Englishman,
It's still fugly.
Turning down to 17167. It's an instant message that indicates
Please
it's outgoing
do
from this
something
device
with
on
yourself,
January
Sarah.
13th,
God bless you.
2020.
What the fuck? Right
5:01
here.
p.m. 41 seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
that was response of
content of
her
that text
phone call, I
message?
think, to her, to
Ooh,
the
So what was the
person.
line item number?
17167.
from her.
And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
Then the
Ooh.
next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll
Yeah,
be better.
this is
Followed
pretty
by
damning.
17169, UG, and 17170, Torres.
This is more than they need. This is like dunking right now. Caught in 4K. D Watt says, Sarah! Dio says, just binge the Edgecombe trial. Can't wait for the
Turning
defense
now
side.
to entry 31103,
Cool.
which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF.
59.
Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds. Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.mov begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
No, this trial is for what was it again? Andrew, you mentioned it earlier. It's
Sorry,
not going to be
this trial?
escalated to murder.
No, this is murder.
And
It's
then
second degree, but
there
you
does
don't
not
need
seem to be
you don't
any
need premeditation for
intervening
second
closing of the
degree,
camera
right?
application
So
before we
it just
get to
requires a
311.
wanton disregard or a
13.
In that portion, I don't
like
see
a
that.
wanton disregard or
information.
well, I'll read the criteria.
And then at 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113.
A depraved
second
mind and
Wanton
disregard
disregard
for
for
human
life,
life.
I believe,
Yes.
or for the sanctity of
Yeah,
life.
sorry. So depraved mind and disregard for human life. So all we need is depraved mind and disregard for human life. We do not need an like specific intent to kill, right?
I'm
Depraved
going to continue
is
publishing.
what she did depraved. Think about it that way.
Those text messages that we saw, by the way, happened after the
If
man
they
was in
can-
the suitcase.
By the way, if they prove premeditated, that's a higher level. So then they've definitely proved these elements. So if you can prove a higher level, then you definitely have whatever's under that, right? So getting more intent it's fine, right? So you just can't get less intent, right? If this was just a little bit negligent, that's not enough, right? You need to have, once again, that depraved mind. So that's a higher level of intention, or rather of motive, right? Intent motive.
Manslaughter and second degree murder are different charges because manslaughter is completely unintentional.
Yes. So a car accident, for example, or killing someone while you're drunk driving. Manslaughter often, right? Because you don't intend to do it, but somebody dies.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Here we go.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it on. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe.
I want everyone to take note right now in this first video, the suitcase is face down.
This was posted on
Real
Snapchat.
ransom. Might want to give it for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real ransom. Sarah. I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what I feel like when you jingle me. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was img_1062.mov, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
So this is a different file. And note that they're going to probably play the video where it's face up. VLC, baby. It's face up now. It's flipped. And her shoes moved too.
Yeah, now it's face up and it's moved to a different position. There are also flip-flops right next to it.
And the flip-flops were previously in the other video by her. So at some point they moved next to the
No
bag.
other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
LJ Works, they finally caught up after waking up an hour late and screaming, "The trial!" Thank you, LJ O'Rourke. It's all good, brother. Good to have you here. Now we're going to get cross-examination.
I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene.
This is the defense.
You were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported. But it can have the ability to download the phone even in a lock state and pull 85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have the code?
It's quicker, yes.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Copsel or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Miss Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
And did she give you the passcode?
Yeah, somebody did, yes.
She didn't make him crack
on
it.
The first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone, one of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you if the source was incoming or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. On the examples that you gave us, who was the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who was the identifying name for the outgoing text or calls on this phone?
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items, but in this, and again, in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see the name Brian Boone?
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was an associated email address.
Taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, in those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing, the iCloud account.
Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
Can we get that pulled up, please?
If they try to claim that someone else used your phone to record this, I mean, that's insane. That would be a fucking crazy. It's her voice. Like, how are you going to try to get out of that? And she's going to get on stand and talk and testify as a defense witness. So, I mean, yeah.
Are you able to see that?
And no, this monitor's.
And I will say too, what did it say? How does a lawyer defend somebody? It's your job as a defense lawyer to defend your client zealously, even if they're guilty.
Yes, and that's due process, and that goes back to our Constitution. It's a constitutional right. And I do believe in the ability of everyone to have a vigorous and zealous defense, right? But yes, it is a hard profession, and that's why a lot of people don't do it. I didn't do defense work, right? I couldn't do it, but other people can. This has been a Ricada defense? No. There's no Baldos involved here on a wall. Calm down.
No, nor have I seen any attempts to dismissal through a request for a Frank's hearing about the evidence. That was a rightfully warranted warrant.
Yeah, that was bad. The Frank's hearing thing was bad. And the fact that he bet everything on a Frank's hearing and then it got blown out, so he lost all his other abilities to make motions. It was hilarious. But that's another criminal
Everything's done. Yeah, everything. Yeah, that was quite a Hail Mary, my dude.
No, someone said Andrew's saying he's not naturally that scummy. No, I just represented corporations. The difference is corporations pay very well, right? That's the big difference. Criminal defense work is not the most financially lucrative. Those lawyers are not rolling in dough unless you're like top tier criminal defense attorney. You're not.
It really isn't. It really isn't. I was a minors advocate in family law for a little bit, and then I tried defense, and that's part of why I quit. Well, didn't quit, but stopped practicing.
So, fun fact: the public defenders in this circuit, and the state attorneys too, they get paid. They were paid at one point like $28,000, $27,000 starting salary. I'm not kidding. Attorneys. So you're going to have about $200,000, $100,000 in law school debt, and then you're going to get paid $27,000 a year, and you're expected to live on that. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. Yes. At the time that I started, they were paid under 30,000
Yeah, that would be a year for a state.
for a state
Yeah.
attorney. They've upped it since, but it's like it's don't let people who say I'm a lawyer let that make they make a lot of money. No, you ask them what they do, what niche.
It's still very little.
Mm-hmm. 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 Morse Apple said, loved y'all's work. This case gives me the willy. Thank you. Yes. And Professor King asked a very good question for 5. So does the text make this case go from 2 degree to 1st degree? No. So they have to choose, the prosecutor, the state chooses what they're going to charge them with before, and they choose, are we going to go 1st degree, 2nd degree? Are we going to go manslaughter? And they got to stick with that choice. They can't during the trial increase the charges. So that's part of the tactics on the state side, is what we're going to charge them with. Now, in one of the famous cases, the Casey Anthony case, they fucked up because they charged her with 1st degree murder, but they really didn't have enough premeditation to get that proven, right? At least to a jury convincingly, right? If they'd gone with 2nd degree or manslaughter, they probably would have gotten it. But it was hard for people to believe that a mother premeditated the murder of their child, right? So that's what they really fucked up tactically. So now they're kind of doing it smarter. They're going with 2nd degree, but if they get enough intent to prove 1st degree, you've naturally proved 2nd degree. Because if you're able to prove that higher level of intent, you've proven lower levels, right?
Wow. For the judge to say what Mark just, by the way, Mark of Reality with a 50, nice.
Thank you. Mark for 50 says, man, I was in a courtroom for sentencing of a particularly heinous case. I remember the judge told the guilty party that he or she could burn in hell if there was such a place. I don't know why memory came back after the video publishing. Yeah, I've seen that sort of shit too, where it's like vile, but the judge can't say that till it's wrapped.
There's an
usually
entry on 12/25.
So there's a conviction.
2019. Is that correct?
That's very based to that judge, though.
And are you referencing like the instant message row? Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the
No, they cannot lower the charges midway through the case.
owner in reference to we'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay, so it's showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
It was a former witness, and that's the ex-husband.
Did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
Not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the analysis of this,
good play there.
You
Good
would
play
look
there.
for the participants and get that information.
Meteor just brought up a
match
good
it
question.
up
Could
with
that
the
type of
phone
language, though, be used on
in
appeal
certain
that the
cases,
judge's
they will
action
show
had
you
biased
the
intentions?
owner
And
name,
yes,
because
that's
you
why
said
Andrew
Apple
mentioned
is very
judge
detailed
wouldn't
in
say
some
something like that
Yes.
until towards the end of the case.
So
It'd have to be at the
did you
absolute end of the
ever
case
see
because you
another
don't want to
name
get appealed
associated with this
like that.
account
If you say
other
that
than
during,
Brian Boone?
if you say burn in hell before in front of
There
the
was
jury,
another
it's a
iCloud
mistrial
account logged in
automatically.
on the physical phone.
Okay.
There was no
That's an
name
immediate motion
attached.
to
There was
recuse.
no name attached.
Yes.
Bless you.
In front of the jury?
Now,
Yeah.
when you're-
No way.
when you're
Even outside of the
identifying
jury.
these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and
Mark a reality.
Is
I know
that
you're a criminal defense
basically
attorney in Florida. I know you make a lot
telling
more than 40K, but I'm
what
talking about like
device is
when I was practicing law in
No,
Florida,
it's
like
not indicative of a specific
10
device
years
other than we
ago,
know
what the starting
outgoing.
salary is.
The
It's
source,
increased,
obviously, the
but-
source is the phone that we
And for
extracted
state
that data
attorneys,
from.
for state
In
attorneys.
incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
what identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to receiving a message, in this case or what's displayed there, it's
1K
going to give
in,
us the
like,
content
some
of
places
the
is
message.
okay,
It's going to
but
give
in
us the
Orlando,
date and
it's hard
time
to
that the
live on
message
that.
was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification,
No hide and seek
arrows
yet.
indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
And then from there,
Thanks, Cal Smash.
It's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last 4 digits is 8684. And then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Correct. Just that it's originating from a phone number.
So if 2 people or more people had access to a phone, you wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly on the wall and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Good snarky response. Yeah, so Anthony says that's low, a male carrier, no college, and a
Jesus,
base
that
base
is
picture.
kind of a reach. Yeah, because
Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well.
Based on sound and visuals, that it does help.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned, yes, sir.
So release means she won't be brought back.
All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So yeah, but by the way, that's very
Any
common
other
for starting lawyers
witnesses
to make under
reference call?
60K. So I mean, you can make more. I know lawyers that make 80, 90,
Members of the
whatever.
jury,
I'm not saying all
it is
lawyers are poor,
12:21.
but
At this point in time,
don't
we're going to
think
go
they're
ahead
all
and take our
rich.
lunch break. I'm going to ask
I think
you to
that's a
report back here at
that's
2
a
o'clock
misnomer.
at
All
12A at the
attorneys
Orange
are
County
rich, and it's
Courthouse.
also why
I'm going
college
to give you a
is
similar
useful.
instruction as
To be
the same
honest.
instruction I read to you last week. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own.
And don't let people
This includes
title
reading
fool you.
newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the
because
trial
that was a dumb
or use the
question.
internet to look at maps or pictures
That little
to see any
hiccup
place
was actually
discussed
entirely
during
my
the trial.
fault.
Jurors do not watch
Oh, good.
local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thank you for your time.
So because we started late, right? And I'm going to stop sharing this for a second. Because we started late, we're actually
At least they don't sequester people anymore. I heard that was pretty hard.
Yes, sequestering is when you're forced to go to like a hotel and they don't give you TV or internet or anything. You're like stuck inside. You can read like the Bible or a book. Like that's it. They don't do that anymore. They did that for some cases, but they don't like to do it because the logic is nowadays people are going to get information from everywhere. And if you've got a phone, like you're just going to get on your phone, right? So unless you're going to confiscate people's phones and lock them in a box, right? And if you do that, they're going to be pissed off at you and they're probably not going to vote your way, right? So if you're the one that they find out, oh yeah, they're the ones sequestering us, yeah, they're not going to like that. So they don't do that anymore. It's just too easy to get information. But welcome, Junie. Junie's at lunch.
Yo, I'm at
Yeah,
lunch.
you in Teacher's Lounge? Where are you at? Teacher's Lounge?
I'm in my
Right.
room with one of my colleagues, actually.
Oh,
Hello,
hey.
Junie.
Well,
How's it going?
hey, colleague of Junie. Does she like suitcase murder?
Oh, I was updating him, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, wait, I did hear about this."
Him? You have a
He said
male
that.
friend? And it's over. It's over. Chat. It's over, chat.
Oh no,
It's
it's over. It's over. Your whole
so
career,
drunk. Oh,
right
wait, I
here.
can't
This is
even
how
see this.
Mickey Neko went down, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a Mickey Neko moment. It's a Mickey Neko moment.
Being on my phone, trying to navigate.
You're gonna have to post. You're gonna have to post too many lewd cosplays to make up for that, like Mickey and Echo Junie.
Oh no, chat.
Chat is savaging you right now. Marco Reality said that was said after the trial was gone and jury gone. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And if the jury was gone, trial was over, then at that point the judge can say this court reporter turns off a reporter. He can be like, and I hope you burn in hell too. Then that's fine. That's fine. Chaos Smash says, who is the lovely elf VTuber? Also, hi Junie. That is Elfspire Ava. She's on YouTube here. I mean, she's just got her channel kind of booting up here. She started recently. You guys can follow her there. She's tagged in the description, right? As well as Aaron, and I'll put Junie in there too. You can follow them. They are lovely content creators, good friends of the channel. And yeah. Chaos Smash for 2 said, oh no, a male. Anyways, yes, we know we can't have males and females on the stream together. But you know, since Ava's the only straight VTuber, we're all right here. We're all right here.
So okay, so whenever I popped on stream, what did I walk in on? Was Sarah like 4K?
Yeah,
herself?
it's true. It's true.
Was Sarah what?
Like 4K herself in her text messages or something?
Yeah, she literally admitted. So Sarah in her text message said, I'm gonna get rid of him. Like, I'll get rid of him. Like,
yikes.
I mean,
yeah, straight up, like was
damning.
talking to the victim's family, I believe, in that context too.
Was talking to her ex husband. Yeah, here we go. Here it is. I'll pull it up real quick. I got a still. So here it is. Here's a still. So I'll read it verbatim. So I'm not and bless it's on the top here. And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him, then I'll be better. Ugh, Torres. Right? So clearly his name was Torres, right? His last name was Torres. So yeah. Clearly talking about him, right?
But believe in the oppressed, right?
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, believe in the oppressed. And then, by the way, this is from somebody to her, because right before she sends that, she gets this one, which I think is funny. Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. Whenever, especially in the South, when someone says bless you, you know what that means.
That is an amazing response. That is someone who's ran out of things to say.
Yes. And they know, they're like, this woman is just mentally fucked. Like,
can they just move to verdict at this point?
No, you can't. I know people have asked that. Can you just skip? Can the jury vote to skip the verdict? No, you can't do that. They're entitled to a full defense. In fact, we're not even to defense witnesses yet. So we're not even at the point where we've got defense witnesses. Yeah, we're at the point where I realized my collar was popped this entire time. I don't know how that happened, but okay.
No. And the trial has been moving quickly. We could have it on Wednesday. We might get to defense witnesses.
Maybe even tomorrow. Honestly, we could even be tomorrow. I mean, it depends on how quickly they rock it out this afternoon. If they're crank through their witnesses this afternoon and they finish before 5 p.m. or so, I don't think they're going to go we're Floridians. We're not going to work overtime. We got to put on our Crocs and, sip our mojitos by the beach with our gators. So we're not going to be going till 7. But that said,
I did think of a decent thing. So for the hide and seek expert witnesses. So, sir, it is my belief that the suitcase was home and thus there was no touchies and no takesy backies.
Yes, that is going to be the testimony of the hide and seek expert and the zipper expert they're going to bring too.
Bro,
are you eating a yogurt? Are you eating a yogurt, Junie?
I'm eating Boda carbonara. That's what I'm having.
Oh, okay. I'm hearing that scraping. I'm like, okay. I had Korean barbecue for dinner, so I'm all Koreaned out, ready for my trip. But it's preparatory.
Look,
it's like my lunch for the week.
If the murder victim fit, you must not acquit.
Yes. Let's see here. Oh, Houndeville Omen says, good to know higher education screws everyone equally. Also, with the way DNA taken apart and put back together, does that make them micro zippers? Okay. But on the higher education thing, though, there are certain areas that pay back. there's actually a chart of the return on your degree. And pretty much if you're in engineering or some of the data IT related, like the STEM, and I mean like real STEM, not like STEAM that includes art. I mean, like if you're in engineering or math or whatever, or something that's very specific technical, that has a return. But most degrees that people get nowadays don't have the same ROI, right? The ROI can even be negative based on the opportunity cost, right? Because you could have been working a job but for that. So when you factor all of that in, usually the ROI is negative. Markov became a new member. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Anthony for 5 says, at least she's a woman of her word, unlike a lot of people nowadays. Wait, oh, who's a woman of her word? Oh, Sarah, because she like finished him. I mean, she did get rid of him.
Sarah
Yeah,
Boone, when she
she did
said
get rid
she's
of
gonna
him,
get,
you know?
yeah, you know what? At least she completes projects. My God, that's a little gruesome.
She's a go-getter.
I mean, it only takes 1.5 it only takes 3 liters of wine, 3 liters of cheap Chardonnay. Bro, are you having a code red over there?
Huh?
You doing a PA test over there at
Oh
school?
no, that's the bell to go to lunch.
Well, are you already eating? What the fuck?
Yeah, well, who was a
So for context, I have like
Oh my God, that was a horrifying bell. I thought someone was coming.
No. So for context, teachers, we get, at least in the state that I teach in, you get a guaranteed 45-minute conference and a 45-minute planning period. So my planning is right before lunch.
Good. That's smooth.
So I get like, and because high school hours are like 75 minutes, I basically get like a 2-hour break in the middle of the day.
Did you choose high school, or were you like?
I did. Oh, I love my high school kids. I do.
Do you think it's harder because it's like closer in proximity and age, or no?
No. There's a very nice. Well, I say very nice. I mean, like, there's a decent disconnect because all my students are immigrant students. So the disconnect is less in the age and more in language.
Sure. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So just the level of respect is different because also they're coming from like different cultures and stuff.
Sure.
Where like power distance is higher.
Yeah, I feel like if you're a young teacher in like a normal public school or whatever, like you're just teaching regular students, or even if you're in private school, there could be some like, okay, it's the child teacher. You know?
I'm spoiled here. I'm like, oh, there's someone.
Sure. What circle of the Inferno does Sarah belong to? I forgot my Dante circles. Let's look at that. Dante's Inferno levels. Right. Okay. So let's pull this up. Let's pull up the circles of hell. I mean, listen, only during my streams you're going to get Dante's circles of hell. Okay. So here we go. Here's Dante's circles of hell, right? So the first is limbo, which is unbaptized and virtuous pagans like Virgil, Homer, Horace, Ovid, Socrates, Plato, Saladin. Then there's lust, gluttony, avarice, and prodigality.
I would say
No?
7th.
Wrath and sullenness.
7th level
Heresy,
of house belongs.
violence is a 7th. 8th is fraud, and 9th is treachery. So treachery is the worst. It's Satan, Judas, Brutus, and Cassius. So treachery is the worst. Fraud is Ulysses and Diomedes. Panderers, seducers, flatterers, sorcerers, false prophets. Violence, right? That's pretty clear. So definitely she'd make violence because you want to see how deep she can go. She might go to fraud for like lying too as well.
Why is the 9 circles of hell on the screen?
Betrayal is if you betray, that's the worst. That is the lowest level.
Well, that's a good question, but treachery is good as well because, I mean, think about treachery. She kind of like, he got in that suitcase and he did betray him and his right to life when she zipped up the zipper.
Yeah, I like some of these like punishments here. It's like lust. Souls are blown about in a violent storm without hope of rest. Gluttony. Gluttons are forced to lie in vile, freezing slush guarded by Cerberus. That's pretty bad.
Dante's Inferno. I remember reading this.
Yeah.
Good. Actually, good novel. Well, not novel. Good epic. I actually like it.
Very good stuff. I mean, it's classic. That's classic literature right there. Beer Bear Beard for 5 oidal said Ava can claim the title of only straight VTuber, but let's remember that Kirsha is the straightest VTuber. Is she though? Is she? I've seen her and Pippa.
Oh my god.
I know what they do. I know what they do. Chaos Smash says she took Slay Queen to literally.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she once had the claim of straightest VTuber. No longer.
She's lost the straight card.
You see, most normal women, when we get mad, we go play Roblox Dress to Impress. We don't go put people in suitcases.
I've never even heard that.
Oh my gosh, I love me some
Dress to Impress.
I love me some Dress to Impress.
And I think, by the way, guys, just real quick on the formatting. So tomorrow I'm probably going to do around the same schedule, just because I do like this. It gives me more time, so I can like have a little bit more time to get stuff done in the evening and like, do stuff before I just, other than sleeping and streaming, and then cut into the lunch a little bit, because they give a 2-hour lunch. And I think that's too long of a pause between segments. And I don't want to break this up into 2 separate streams. Some other people like to do that, make a morning stream and take a break into an evening stream. I don't want to do that. I like constant action. So what we'll do is we'll just start a little bit later. So we'll be a little bit quote unquote behind, but that'll cut into lunch, give us about, somewhere between an hour, 45 minutes, 30 minutes of gap, so we can talk, yap, catch up on supers, and then we'll go into the afternoon and just do the afternoon live. So right now we're going to get it as it's happening, but I think that works best. Now, I will be traveling to Korea on Wednesday, so I will be starting later. So I'm going to pick up around lunchtime. So we'll try to either jump right into the afternoon, or maybe we'll do a little like speed run in the morning until it starts in the afternoon and jump on that. So we'll be dealing with that one on Wednesday, on your guys' Wednesday. I think maybe my Thursday, or vice versa. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Maybe Thursday actually. Chaos Smash says Kirsha prefers a himbo to correct her. Kirsha has a lot of kinks. I'm not going to lie. Polonia Bonk says, I'm pretty sure he wrote Inferno because of his exile from Florence for political differences, which is why treachery is a lowest circle. Yeah, but also he tried to make that like reference to Satan and Judas, right? So like, what is their sin, right? It's like the betrayal of God and betrayal of Jesus, right? So like that betrayal of that relationship puts them
petty.
in the...
Dante is so petty.
I mean, listen. He's allowed to be, right? Let's see. Kirsha's got the one already. I'm here for the scuff. Gifted 5 legal mindset memberships, and for all those that gifted memberships, I must say, yes. Thank you so much. I'm here for the scuff. Thank you. Very based. Drew K said, do you think George was thrown down the stairs before or after he was put in the suitcase? Both of them. We'll see. I think it was after, but maybe it was before. Who knows? Her shoes were right there. So I don't know. Do you guys have an opinion? Do you think he was thrown down the stairs?
It's really odd that in one video it's face down, the shoes are in one place, and then the next suitcase has clearly been moved. It's face up, and the flip-flops are right and leaning up against the case.
I mean, maybe she's also slammed the suitcase. Who also knows, like, with what force she did drop that?
Who knows? I don't know. I think it's corroborated at least a little bit by that guy who was like, I heard like this massive thumping sound start from here and end here.
And look, to be serious, do I think that he's completely innocent? Like he did nothing wrong to her? No, but it's irrelevant of whether the fact that, and once again, this is my view. It's like, a guy yelling at you is bad and it's negative, and you should separate from that person, get distance. If you need a restraining order, you can call law enforcement, get a restraining order, whatever you need to get to protect yourself from that person. But you are not allowed to kill them, right? Even if he yelled at you, even if he's a piece of shit, even if he was at some points abusive, that doesn't justify death, right? Because imagine if that standard worked the other way, right? Oh, my wife yelled at me and therefore I killed her, right? That would be bad, right? Right. I mean, and I once again, as far as the law, I try to do equal equal placement here. So saying, okay, somebody gaslit me, yelled at me. Okay, that's bad. That's not good. But does it justify murdering them? No, it does not. That's not a defense for murder. Now that's where BWS comes in and that attempted defense. But once again, that involves a lot of elements which they're going to have big trouble proving. And yes, is the BWS battered wife, but it should be battered spouse syndrome. Is that a better defense than self-defense? Sure. Self-defense, they've got a 0% chance of working here. But BWS, maybe they have a 1% chance of it working at best, right? But
yeah, but battered spousal syndrome is like, yeah, I was gonna say 5 at top.
Yeah, 5% at most. I mean, that's like if there's it's more effective if there's somebody in the jury who has a history of abuse and is like very sensitive to those topics, then yes, that is like that's what you're kind of hoping is as a defense attorney, is that somebody, or if it isn't them, somebody in their family or somebody else had some history of abuse, so you're very sensitive to that
There
topic.
was also some people who mentioned like you were probably doing drugs, and it's possible, but remember the toxicology report did not show that. And honestly, as a defense, I would bring that up for the defense. I mean, so I don't think they were really under any active substances other than alcohol.
Yep. Let's see. Somebody in the local said, I just got to the part where George and the Juke is shown to the jury. How does a jury get out of shooting Dagger looks at Sarah? No, they're allowed to look at her. I mean, the jury can look wherever the fuck they want to look. If they want to be pissed off, if you're in the jury, you can do whatever you technically want to do. I mean, they might get mad if you're sleeping, like openly sleeping, but if you were just like zoned out, like you're staring at a corner and like blankly, they can't force you to look anywhere or do anything. In fact, I was there for one mock trial and I was like pretending to be a biased witness. And whenever the prosecution would come up, I would look at the corner, and when the defense was there, I would pay attention to them. And at one point they tried to, actually it was so hilarious, they tried to, and the judge is like, you can't. They actually asked the judge, like, Judge, can we ask them to pay attention? And it's like, we can't force the jury to look over at you or whatever else, right? It's your job to like warm up and make them like you, like be a likable side, right?
That makes
and
sense.
I did that because they were
You
making
have
too many
to
objections.
garner
and
their
they're being
interest.
annoying.
Yeah, that's why for a lot of attorneys, it's a good idea to take some behavioral science classes.
Yes. And also like public speaking and like what makes you likable, that sort of thing.
No, you know which lawyer I think is failing right now? The Boomer. That's representing Sarah Boone. I don't like him.
Well, and his other one is there's the Boomer, and then there's also the bald head, the bald head black guy, who he's just very like low energy. So he's very like I almost want to sleep when he gets up there and speaks.
Yeah.
It's very.
I like Millennial Beige from Friday. Mr. Millennial Beige. Is he not wearing the beige suit this time?
I think he's still wearing. I think he's wearing the beige today, right? The one of the prosecutors is wearing beige, right?
Yeah, I like Millennial Beige.
It works in Florida. Florida's hot. You don't want to wear like a black
He has
suit.
a little sass to him sometimes.
Yeah, you don't want to wear a black suit. It's too much. It's too much. Sigrun says Kirsha only sounds like a lesbian biker lady. She does kind of sound like a lesbian biker lady, not gonna lie. But that's what makes her endearing. That's why we love her. Chaos Smash 64 said, does Sarah qualify for receiving the devil's roast beef? No.
She's
No,
our
stop.
lesbian biker lady.
Yeah, she's no, she will not be receiving the devil's roast beef. Florida only has 2 seasons. Yes, hurricane season and non-hurricane season.
Hey, what on earth is a devil's roast beef? That
Chat can explain it. It's degenerate enough. Chat can explain that to you. Not today. I got to be Siso today. I'm a good boy. I'm gonna be clean. This is
degenerates.
Yes.
You guys are degenerates.
Oh, I forgot to play the clip. Chat.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
Well, I was
There
wondering
you go.
when
I
that was gonna show up.
owed that clip. Yeah. That says enough. Don Baca, Decinine for the 69th level of hell. Those are my mods, people. Shout out to my mods, by the way. Oh, look at there's a threesome of mods here posting. Don Baca with the degeneracy. Danielle doing her job posting links. And then Professional Gentleman making the comment that nobody explained canoe full of moose meat. Once again, these are the people that are my moderators. I do appreciate them. One of them is doing their job. It's great. It's great.
It's always Danielle.
It's always Danielle.
It's always
Danielle. Although Danielle has her moments. She'll have her moments. I'll be like, she'll drop something spicy in the chat. I'll be like, whoa.
I almost thought Danielle was a bot.
Yeah, she's my Danielle bot. She's so efficient that she's almost a bot.
I never thought Danielle was a bot.
All of them are very base and very helpful. And thank you, by the way, thank you for everybody who's shooting me some suggestions. I know that I know Professional Gentleman requested this one. I got somebody email me about the Smugglana video. So I'm gonna look at that one in the future, and I've got some VTuber stuff to cover in the future. I'm gonna talk about the small corpo disbanding. I was gonna do a one on Vector, but let me just say this, and I need to be very careful. I know some confidential stuff about Vector, or Wactor, whatever, Wactor, and out of an abundance of caution of protecting the person, I may not want to cover it yet. So I'm I may hold off on my coverage of that, but I am going to cover some of the smaller corpos shutting down and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm very big about if people are talking to me, keeping stuff confidential. So yeah. But they're pieces of shit, and they're trying to transition over to being called 910 Inc.
Oh yeah, and
so
they're
that's one where you should,
reusing models.
and reusing models, which is a really shitty thing to do.
Channels.
Yes, which is a really shitty thing to do.
Are they really? Wow.
Yes, they are transitioning over. In fact, they even have it on their somewhere posted where they're moving over. Here it is, right here. I'll show you guys. Here's Junie.
Yeah, sorry,
But-
I got lost. I don't know what happened.
No, you're good. Here it is right here. So for anybody who wants to know, Vector, who's a VTuber agency, that these people are pieces of shit. They've done stuff like doxing. They've done stuff like reusing models. They're really horrible. I mean, what they've done would be criminal if they were in the US, not Japan. But they're now transitioning to this other corporation, 910 Inc. So they're switching their names, but it's like different names, same near criminal bullshit.
Y'all know the company bad when even Mika Neko jumped ship.
Yeah, if Mika and Echo is out of base, you know it's fucked up. Beard says chat reflects streamer. Mods too. Yes. The mods and the chat definitely reflect the streamer. So the fact that I look at the chat and I'm like,
disgusting.
Says a lot. It says a lot. Chaos Smash 64 says, then how about historical item from Deutschland? Historical item from Deutschland is like how to talk about stuff that you shouldn't talk about on YouTube unless you'll get yeeted. Right? Like, yeah, yes, we're not talking about historical items from Deutschland. That may have
Then how
happened.
about an historical item from Deutschland?
Like I've seen so many recently I've seen so many like anime versions of Austrian painters that I'm like, this is getting kind of extreme on X. But yeah, the anime versions of Austrian painters are.
Andrew, I got something for you. That clip of me with my Elfpire internet.
Sure.
Somebody said it looks like the Imperial. It looks like I'm on the
saw
Imperial flag, and then someone just put me on the Japanese Imperial flag. So
That's hilarious.
now it's crazy.
That's hilarious. I'm here for the Scuff member for 7 months. Says they make Niji look great. Now that's fucked up, but it's actually accurate. That this is like one of the few places that makes Niji look like they're a walk in the park. Like you should sign with Niji over Wactor. Chaos Smash says, if not that, then possible.
Wait, is Wactor the one VTubing agency whose contract like leaked and it was really, really bad?
No, Niji. No, that was VNU. VNU is actually bad as well. So Niji's is
V
horrible.
and U was. I remember annotating V and U. That was
Niji's is horrible. V and U, it's not that their contract was as bad. Niji's is the worst, but V and U tried to make somebody pay for an insane amount of costs. And that was the bad part about it. They wanted them to pay almost $500,000 in USD in quote unquote damages, right? Because they decided
and that didn't hold up.
Yeah, no, that's never going to hold up. Like literally, I said it. The person, the streamer, went out and got a lawyer, and they said it, right? So like, no one's gonna. It's not possible to hold them up to those costs $500,000. Potato King says cute and speaks German. Yes. The now you're waifu, sprechen Sie Deutsch. Chaos Smash says if not
I do not
that,
speak German, but I do speak a wee bit of Irish Gaelic.
very cute. Chaos Smash says if not that, then possible trip to the Vox Tenga. We do not take communal trips to the Vox Tenga. That is definitely a situation that I would say
No. Wait.
Nikki P says if you like anime versions of why are we bringing this up now? Why is this chair today? Okay, all right, we've gone there. If you $5, who else brings up anime versions of the Austrian Painter on their criminal streams? Please smash a like button, guys, if you enjoy this coverage, if you're enjoying this. Also, make sure you fire Elspar, Ava, and Junie. If you think the anime versions of the Austrian Painter are bad, you should hear him dropping bars with some of the rap songs people have made using AI, bro. Because here's the problem. If you have audio of someone and you've got like even 10 minutes of audio, whatever, you can make their voice, like synthesize their voice. So we've got audio. So yeah. Crazy. Demonetized, by the way. Demonetized for sure. For sure. In fact,
You guys
let me
are
check behind the
demonetized.
scenes. Yeah. We're at least I'm gonna have to appeal this afterwards for sure. Also Jadash simping for the ears here. Junie,
Hi.
how are you? So what did you see? Did you see the you saw the video, right? The suitcase video?
You showed it whenever I was up there Friday, so I didn't.
Oh, but you didn't see when they
in
played it?
court, so I didn't see them. I wasn't here whenever they like played it in court. If they played it in court, but I've seen the video.
They played it. Yeah, that's the one that's the hardest to get around. And now that they've seen that, they've got to try to unwind that. So that's the one that's going to be really, really hard to unwind. Now, I know that the defense is going to may even ask them to play it again, right? And try to contextualize it, which will be a real gamble. But to try to say that a man is in a suitcase and then you suddenly had self-defense, that's going to be the one I really want to hear. And she's got to get on the stand and testify for that. Crazy.
Trust if I'm up there, I will be catching that VOD.
Yeah, no, for sure. And
they're
like
really
I said,
going to
guys,
need to narrow like their defense strategy. They keep going down all these different lanes, and they got to pick a lane and commit because
they couldn't make up their mind from the
train wreck
beginning.
right now.
they can't make up their mind for which way they want to go. Like, do they want to go like she did it or she didn't do it, or it was self-defense or it was trauma? I mean, these are different things to argue.
Well, she's kind of like she put herself in the corner by saying that she was not guilty. So she kind of did that to herself.
Well, she was offered the real putting herself in the corner was she was offered a settlement, so she could have pled to something like and spent less time in jail, and this could have been resolved. She turned down the plea deal.
Yeah.
So
huzzah, consequences of your actions, buddy.
Yes. Like 100% consequences of their action. How is Dante
Not only that, but like usually I feel for the lawyer, but this lawyer took an ad, a very ridiculous ad. I'm sure Andrew could put it up. And Dante Petty, I don't know that he's that petty.
Well, Junie called him petty. No, Junie has to dig herself out of that one because Junie's the one who called him petty.
I can't. I don't even have to dig myself out of that one. That one's so easily. So here's like the Gen Z rundown of Dante's Inferno for anyone curious.
Don't say skib. If you say skibbity, I'm booting you.
That's not Gen Z. That's whatever. That's not me. So
That's Gen Z
basically,
as
what
fuck.
happens is Dante is in Florence and he has some like criticisms of like the people in charge there. They go, nah, we don't actually like you, homie. You gotta go. And he's like, oh no, I'm exiled from Florence. So I'm gonna write this silly little hundreds of thousands of word comedy about what's it called? About hell. I'm gonna make 9 circles. And here's like the funny part. I'm going to put all of my enemies and all the people I don't like into my silly little comedy and put them in the circles of hell, including but not limited to people who
Yeah,
were
when you
alive
use
during
it like
this
that,
time.
it's really petty.
Yeah, so like including people who were alive during his time, but also this man is so petty. He hates the Greeks because he's from Italy and he was Roman. So he had Roman heritage. So he really hated the Greeks. So he also put all the Greeks down in hell as well. So like you'll see like Odysseus and stuff down there as well. And then if you read the rest of the Divine Comedy and you get to Paradiso, you'll see he put all of his homies in heaven. So yeah, the man is petty.
There you go. Tatsumi said, random thought. Someone should do a legal mindset AI cover of Pippa the Ripper.
Yeah.
Would
Dante's
would-
Divine Comedy is like self-insert historical biblical fan fiction.
You know what? I've already got enough recorded footage. It's time to do it.
Yeah, we can do a legal mindset AI cover Pippa the Ripper. But that said about Dante though, like, I mean, self-inserts, that's totally modern day writing. That's totally Gen Z. So it's all
Yeah.
self-insert, right?
Yeah.
So you guys should identify with that.
And with that, it's 12:50. Some of us
Ooh.
have to teach kids for a living, so I have to.
Oh, I'm
leave.
I'm sorry. Well, no, that said, thanks for joining Junie.
course.
Her information's in the description. I'll catch you another lunch.
Yeah, another
See
lunch
ya.
or maybe after school. I don't know. Toodaloo,
See ya.
chat. Have a great day.
All right, that's Junie. And real quick, we're still on break here, but we should be back in about 10 minutes, right? So we should be back very soon here with this. And supposedly somebody said, Danielle said actually on locals, that supposedly a juror was a domestic violence survivor. That is something that could be very, very important. Because
Okay, that's a big. That should have been taken out in Voideur.
maybe they
Sorry,
tried to, and
I had
they
a
used
stroke.
all their strikes. Maybe they used all their strikes, so they couldn't remove her for cause. So that's one that's a big problem, because if you've got one person, remember, one person can hold up a verdict. So if one person is a DV survivor and it's like, yeah, I'm just, whenever I hear DV, I'm activated. Because there's people like that one way or another, for example, on topics like guns, on topics like abortion, on topics that are heated, right? Where you hear something, and the second you hear that, it doesn't matter what else you hear, what the evidence is, you're just going to go one way because you hear it and you're activated. And during voir dire, which is jury selection, you're supposed to remove people like that. But the problem is you only get so many strikes, which are people that you can remove without any question. You can just say, okay, I don't like this person, blah, blah, blah. There's only so many of those you get. Now, you are allowed to remove people for cause, which is they have a direct conflict, right? Or there's some other very good reason, right? You can't remove somebody if they're protected. So it's harder. You have to go through a Babson challenge, a separate layer, if they're part of a quote unquote protected class. So if they're a woman, if they're a minority, then you might have to prove that you're not removing them for that purpose. So it's very difficult sometimes once you've used up all your strikes to remove people, right? So for example, if you have a Native American woman, right, who's disabled, right, you have to, and you want to remove her, you have to show, okay, I'm removing her for a good reason, for cause. That's not her being a Native American woman, right, disabled woman. So it becomes more difficult. Right. I'm a legal mindset survivor. I have so much Stockholm syndrome. I keep coming back for more. Listen, that's why we love you here. That's what we're trying to cultivate, legal Stockholm syndrome. Ryanizer said, I was taught that Dante that he respected the Greeks to the point that he viewed it as idolatry. They were heretical and had to be in hell despite this. Ooh. Well, I think in the West, it's always been like a respect for the Greeks because there's the
I'm sure
Greek.
St. Patrick thought the same thing when he was driving the stakes for Ireland. He was destroying pagans, Ebenezer Scrooge.
That's true. It's true. It's factual. Also, guys, we only have 511 likes and 519 likes. So you know what? I am going to manually insert an ad until you guys like this stream and we get up to 600 likes. So here you go. You're getting a manual ad. Yeah, I did that. I did that to you guys. That one was me. That ad was straight from me. Cool. Good to see everybody there. Let's see. Get those likes up. Premium here. How dare you have premium YouTube to get around my forced ad?
Alex MTZ
Laughs at
says, how
YouTube
many jurors
Premium.
are needed to agree for a case like this? And it needs to be unanimous. All of them or none of them.
Premium goes burr. Yeah, so the jury needs to be unanimous. That's why one person who gets in there and fucks it up is going to screw it up for everybody. Right? It's going to screw it up for everybody. It's another political ad. Well, let's do roll up. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to do another one. Tell me if it's political again. We'll do a second one here. Double ad. Right? Laughs and ad block. Sparky's Tech Corner said, have some money. Hi, I'm Ava. What's up, Sparky? Sparky, I sent you a link, brother, on Twitter. So if you want to come in on X, you are allowed to come in. Mr. Man says premium plus member plus L. Oh man, I can't force my ad on you. Who got a suitcase ad? No. That's not right. That's fucked up.
Did anybody get a suitcase?
Chaos Specialist Ava, are you streaming now? Or are you just visiting? Ava's internet could not handle streaming, like streaming two streams and no, you could not handle that, I imagine. Like she's got about a 5 to 10 second
I can
delay.
handle streaming, so I'm just here. I'll stream later on my platform and everything later. But yeah.
Yeah, guys, she's got a delay. Like she's got to get upgraded. We're trying to help her out so she can get Starlink because that's Xfinity ain't working for her. It's not working for her. So yeah, but do appreciate that. You can follow her over there on
I was
YouTube.
still able to call that objection. That was pretty good. I saw it coming.
You were on that. You called that objection, and even with your delay, you called it exactly when it happened. So, good job. Chaos Smash 64 said my ad blocker goes brrr. It's working overtime. Working hard for your money. All right. Patrick Elza says, leave it to an Irish woman to drop some base facts about my patron saint and namesake. Shout out, Patrick. Shout out to St. Patrick and all our Irish ladies and gentlemen out there. Although I'm like 25% or whatever Irish, like every other Caucasian in America, but I never call myself Irish. I'm never like, I identify as Irish. I'm not doing that. Like, I identify as Cherry.
My 23andMe, I'm 50% Irish, 50% Norwegian. I didn't think that was possible.
No, that actually makes sense. And, because a lot of, and even with Ireland too, a lot of Northern Ireland and Northern England has a lot of Norwegian and Scandinavian blood because the Vikings up there, right? So that can be a thing. Get a little raiding and pillaging. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I was expecting some like English or German, other Celtic, I just didn't expect it to be a 50-50 split.
Sometimes that's how it works. I've got a little bit of a lot in me, if you know what I'm saying. I'm here for the scuff, says premium plus member equal take my lunch money. I'm gonna beat you up and take your lunch money. Hold on, we'll do that. We'll do the clip here. We'll do the clip.
Slippery little bastard! Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
I'm not gonna lie, that is still my favorite clip so far.
It's such a good one. I fucking love that clip. Ivanson Nightfall, and thank you for people who send me clips, because I always, if you guys have reaction clips you want me to use, you email me. If it's like, I'll download it. If it's a YouTube video, I can download it and put it up, whatever. If you've already clipped it, I love you. I can just download it and download it and play it. But appreciate everybody who sends me clips. Ivanson Nightfall said, did I hear oil money? Oil money? What oil? Oh, Norwegian oil money. It's true. Now, but do Norwegians, don't they give that to everybody who's a Norwegian citizen? Isn't that true? My Norwegians in the chat. Doesn't everybody in Norway get like some oil money? Don't you guys all get like, sure, like Alaskans
They
get?
much do, I'm pretty sure. Norwegians are extremely based.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're taking oil money, so, Chaos Smash says, get a Baldo ad from Legal Mindset. It's like getting crabs. Well, there's shampoos to get rid of that. You should look into that. Look into that, Chaos Smash. Stop Chaos Smashing so much. Yeah, like Alaska. Is that the new duo? Mindset find the best co-host? No, I mean, I'm really happy because actually Junie introduced me to Ava because she has a legal background. She's passed the bar in California, so she's a California attorney, right? So it's a good to have another attorney. And I was looking for VTubers and small content creators to kind of pay it forward, because when I was starting out, I got my start as a small attorney, small channel, doing
Fun
trial
fact,
streams.
I actually started VTubing because of Andrew.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. The smug look. Yes. I love, you guys know I love VTubers. I love the VTubing community. You guys are fucking great and super based. And I want to help people out to pump up their channels and grow. But I mean, it's kind of boring if it's a bunch of lawyers, because we get into kind of legal speak and we get away from just having entertaining conversation. And I think these trials are often a little dry. So you need more entertaining commentary than you need legal stuff. And one lawyer is enough to give you all you need for that. You really don't need 6 lawyers to tell you the same shit, to yell object, right? 1 or 2 is enough. Right. And yeah, so it's great. Not as dry as that suitcase body. Actually, it'd be kind of moist. My Nick coverage was epic. Oh, it's not over yet. We're still gonna have more. Don't you worry. And in fact, right now, I believe Nick and Aaron are like spurging at each other, and they're kind of like two dumb kids in a slap fight. So it wouldn't be surprised if you get more.
Or there are updates to the docket. I am monitoring that, and I didn't see if there were.
To Nick's docket? I'll have to look at Nick's docket, but I'll check that out. But I imagine there may be. But he's also like at this point either got to settle or he's got to take it to trial. So we're at that point. Yeah, 2 retards in a suitcase. Yes. And by the way, just so you guys know, I am watching this. So whenever it comes back,
he needs to settle.
He needs to settle, but he's so invested in that he didn't do nothing wrong, and he's so innocent, and he needs to prove all his haters. He needs to prove me and Sean wrong, and needs to own Josh Moon of the farms, and he needs to be right that he won't settle, right? Even though everyone tells him to settle, that would be the best thing for him, is to settle. I think he should. He's not going to, I don't think, but who knows, right? Because he wants to say he's completely innocent.
No, I mean, when all this started, I did kind of like, okay, well, what about the validity of the warrant? Then we saw that was valid. Now, I thought he was going to go pro se for a second. I didn't, thank God.
Someone said, what are you using for this broadcast? Reminds me of WebEx. So I don't know what they're using, because remember, I'm streaming Court TV. There's a lot of channels that are playing this. Court TV, Law and Crime, Fox, the local Fox affiliate. This is all fair use and public domain, stuff like that. So it's no problem of me restreaming this. Very much established, to be fine. I use StreamYard. I do need to get more comfortable with OBS, The thing is, I have all my presets, like my reactions, my banners, everything loaded up in StreamYard. So I need to like set all that up in OBS and get everything set up.
Out my PNG stuff with OBS.
Mm. You're using OBS, right, Ava?
Yeah, I'm using only OBS for everything. There are programs like PNG Tuber Maker and stuff for like animated PNGs like I have, but I converted all my PNGs into animated GIFs, and then I put them all on hotkey modes in the actual program instead of relying on another game.
Oh, that's cool. That makes it a lot easier. Sigrun Eterna said, you say Norwegians are base, but they made him funded Dustborn. Yeah, not all of them, right? It's not like 100%, but you know, they have some good, there's some good elements, right? There's pros and cons to a lot of different countries. Let's see what else here. Lenmar for €5 says, hey, Andrew. So I learned today that from a feminist that women who don't hit men are being sexist. Thoughts? Wait, what? That men who don't hit women are being sexist. I mean, I believe, Lenmar, that equal rights mean equal lefts. Wildly off topic. But it's kind of, it is always, in general, though, it is always funny when those laws come back to like bite people in the ass, because those laws that are meant for, you know, they're meant to favor one way or another, they're actually circling around, particularly now that we're having a lot of questions of like, what is gender? And like, you know, are you allowed to just declare your gender and then be accommodated in a prison or in a domestic abuse facility? For example, if you say you're a woman, right, are you allowed into a domestic shelter that only allows women, right? Which is, by the way, underlying a crisis where we have actually not enough domestic violence shelters for men, right? There's in fact some places where there's no domestic violence shelter for men, zero. So a man who's in a bad situation has nowhere to go, right, at all whatsoever. So there's a lot of things that points out. I mean, both, you know, me making jokes, but me also being deadly serious about some of those problems. So yeah, it's a very interesting world we live in. And I just love to bring some levity and kind of laugh about it as we get into ridiculousness, especially legal ridiculousness. Patrick Elza says, am I the only one who remembers Nick advocating for cameras in every courtroom, at least until his own case? Yes. In fact, Alyssa Clips has that clip whereby she talks about, you know, Nick literally went into this whole speech, a monologue about the importance of streaming trials. He's tried to back down on that, but I mean, he didn't make a caveat like it's important to be transparent, except for when it's me, right? So he tried to make a comment about the children thing, but no one was asking for his child custody case to be streamed. And in any case, in a normal court proceeding, you know, his children wouldn't be on the stand in his criminal case. I mean, unless he's putting his child on the stand himself. And that wouldn't be shown regardless. So if it was a child testifying, they're not going to show that testimony. The screen would go blank, right? They're not going to show that. So Nick's arguments against televising are garbage, right? And just once again, cope because he doesn't want his own stuff shown. Ivanson Nightfall, member for 5 months, says oil money in Norway is used as a substitute for higher taxes mostly, which is why we get that 47.5 peak income instead of 50%. This number is only vaguely accurate. Jesus Christ, you guys are paying that much. And I know that's like better than other countries, but like when you're bragging about 47% income tax, like, bro, 47%. I'm barely happy with the 7% VAT. Barely. Let's see here. Shadow imagery for 10%. This is off topic. Can someone please explain why the fuck there are visas, credit cards, and visas, green cards? This shit is unnecessarily confusing for my pea brain. Well, no. Okay, so first of all, a visa to live in a country far predates the company named Visa, right? Visa just called itself that. Visas are permission to be in a country, right? It is a form of temporary residency, not permanent residency, temporary residency. So there's kind of 3 levels of living abroad or living in another country. You can have a temporary residency through a visa. You can have permanent residency, which is actually a status, i.e. a green card, right? You have permanent residency in that country. You can stay there as long as you want, come and go, but you can't vote, and you might be excluded from other obligations such as mandatory conscription. And then you're a citizen, which means you have a passport, you can vote, but you also may have some other obligations like mandatory conscription, etc. Right? Beer Bear Beard says Ava is a cute little ping tuber. Oh, how sweet. Also, Ava, you said someone clipped your objection already. Is this true? While they're waiting to start here, let's watch this clip. Hold on.
Yeah, I just linked it to you. I was like, what in the world? I was surprised at the speed.
My chat is autistic. So, I mean, in addition to degenerate, they're also like kind of on the spectrum, which is why I love them.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling
Objective relevance.
Your diagnosis?
I'm going to object this to relevance.
Good call, Ava. Good call. Even with that was right on the money. She was so on the money with that one. Good stuff. All right.
Wow,
So-
Jesus. I didn't know that was that close. I caught it really when he was talking, he's like, let's move on to this, before he'd even mentioned what the ruling was in the other 5 cases, which was even less relevant.
Yeah. She was legally minded there. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. I think they're still waiting here. Let's double check. Yeah, Sarah's still scribbling here. Just talking amongst the lawyers here. Guys, do not make Danielle hunt you down and put you in a pie. She's very good at baking pies. Okay. Please smash a like button instead. We are at 591. I'm just saying, let's get to 650. Come on, let's get to 650. Otherwise, I'm going to run another ad. Don't make me run those ads. Don't make me run those ads. Don't make me do it, guys. I don't like doing it. I don't like making your ad block do work. Right? Bye. Let's see.
If we get to 650, I will do a cover of Coping and Seething.
Ooh, nice. That'd be good. Let's see here from the chat. If you count all the taxes, the U.S. does $7 trillion a year. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the U.S. we have both income and state sales tax. We have which is the kind of an equivalent to or similar to VAT, right? But I like the countries that just have VAT. I think that's more than enough to fund the government. I think, in my personal opinion, they should just work off VAT, and that's totally fine, right? Which is just added to goods. So when people buy and sell, and that's enough, right? Why do you care if we make money? Why are you punishing me for making money and having a job? Like, why? Let's see. Is this not caught up? Okay, there you go. They just print money anyways. Bye. Nikki P says, wait, a cover from a cute elf? Smash that like button. We're at 615. We're almost there. She's almost got us there. And just so you guys know, I'll play the main song that she said she's going to cover.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
That's a good one to do a cover of. I'm here for the scuff for 2. Ask for an ad. Okay, listen, you masochists. There you go. You got it. I gave you an ad. Enjoy that ad. I hope it's for a suitcase company for you, Scuff. I hope it's a Samsonite commercial. Okay. Oh, do we wait? When I play Coping and Seething, someone in the chat said, "Did you summon Nick?" Oh, no. He's hate watching. Don't worry. He's always hate watching.
Nick Ricketts has been summoned. Ricketts, you know what? That reminds me of Riggedy Cricket. Niggity riggity crickety.
that your connection almost made that sound really bad. Your lag almost made that sound bad. Oh man.
It did. But I'm ginger. That's just that word rearranged. Don't come at me.
Yep. Let's see here. So yeah, no, we're all caught up there. Oh yeah, got you. Already added you. Let's see. Killed the man with a suitcase. Yeah, well, that's the accusation. Another political ad? Man, they're not stopping, really, are they? So yeah, like I said, we'll be on the same schedule tomorrow. Are we red yet? No, we're gonna be we're yellow for sure. So yeah, we're yellow. So I'm gonna have to like appeal this. It's gonna take, and it's crazy because what happens is I'll appeal it and they'll take like days to get back. But usually I will win the appeal because when they actually watch it, if they do, they realize, oh yeah, it's a lawyer doing court coverage. So kind of quintessential fair use. Also, we are 3 hours in, so they tend to care less after 2 hours.
I
So
know Court
under 2
TV
hours-
has a tendency to flag videos as well.
Yeah, but you know, Court TV can eat a dick. I'm just laying. I would say with Law and Crime. I mean, Court TV is less assholes. Actually, I think they've never struck me or anything, but Law and Crime has tried with multiple channels to fuck them over. So you know, fuck them. But Court TV actually hasn't ever done that to me. So I
Law
don't
and
want to
Crime
say
is really bad. I know they were getting at Emily D. Baker pretty bad too.
Emily D. Baker, they gave it to Nick back in the day. They even gave it to like Legal Bites. Like they were going after a lot of people, right? And even back then, I would have defended those people's right to not be demonetized, right? Even for people that called me a communist, right? That was kind of hilarious. That's my legal mindset. Like post Johnny Depp arc was being called a communist. That was great. Mechanos Golden Gear says, who gets ads when you have Firefox? Wait, does Firefox have a built-in ad blocker? I did not know that. I know Brave does, but Terra Stargaze for 5 says, a foreigner asked me if he knew where.
I think it does, and it doesn't use Google's stuff, so I don't think they can get around it very easily.
Okay. Oh, cool. It's cool about Firefox. Tara says, a foreigner asked me if I knew where his pizza was. I told him I'd buy him one, but was disappointed when it arrived. Maybe he didn't like pepperoni. I'm trying to get the joke. Is that like a sausage joke? But I mean, I like pizza. Thanks, Tara. Appreciate that. Sigrid Eterna says,
thank you all for letting me know the lay of the land with regard to those specific
I'll give them a
issues.
second.
We're going to bring our jury in momentarily and inquire to staying after 5 o'clock.
Ooh, they may be trying
Members
to
of
wrap
the gallery, good afternoon.
They may
The
be
state
trying
is
to
going to
wrap.
continue with their evidence presentation. I know this morning some cell phones were going off, or there was chattering in some cell phones this morning. I'm going to please respectfully request that you turn off your cell phones and not have any correspondence or communications orally amongst yourselves or anyone else in the gallery. I'm not going to allow
I'm very
any
impressed with this judge, by the
If
way.
you
He's
cannot
very
contain yourself,
astute.
I'm going to ask you now to remove
doing a good
yourself.
job.
This is your one and only opportunity. If you cannot control yourself or there are outbursts, I will ask the courtroom deputy to remove you. Does anyone have any questions?
There must have
with
been an
with
incident.
regard to the court's instructions? If you're wearing sunglasses, I need you to remove them. Thank you. All right, with that, state anything
Oh,
you
they're
need to address
looking
before
too.
we
Look
bring
at
in
the
our
defense
panel.
attorney. They're looking around.
Yes,
there
sir.
must have been people that were being
Yes.
weird. There must have been weirdos in the chat. There must have been weirdos there. Also, welcome Raiders. Right. Appreciate everybody who's coming over and rating. Appreciate that. Cheers to everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Heyo. Thanks for the rate, Ultra Derek. Appreciate that. Also, Sigrun says, do you think they'll be able to get Pippa on a stream and really rub it in Nikki the Nose face? I don't know. I mean, once again, I wouldn't look, listen. I know that Nick likes to think everything is about him, but if I was talking to Pippa, I'd honestly want to talk to her for VTuber purposes. I wouldn't talk about Nick at all. I'd be like talking about what it takes to be a VTuber and like, honestly, because Pippa knows a lot about VTubing, I would really talk to her like, do you think a small VTuber agency could even make it nowadays? Because she knows about that. And I think like FaZe aside, because FaZe is now not really a small agency. They're kind of a medium-sized agency. They've leveled up, right? They've got enough kind of market presence. They're no longer a tiny agency. They're kind of medium. They're not HoloLive or a Niji level, but they're established and they've got a certain amount of working capital. But I would just talk about VTubing
hey, they're a coffee company.
Sure, they're a coffee company. They're an established coffee company. So I would really just want to talk to her about that. I don't want to talk to her about internet drama, right? I wouldn't even talk to her about internet drama. She's like the subject matter expert. I'd talk to her about that. If I want to talk about Nick, I'd talk with Sean, or even Kirsha would be more willing to talk about Nick, right? Because there's more crossover there. Bologna Bong for 10 Legal Mindset memberships. Speaking of Pippa, since you guys are Pippa stans.
That's what I like to see. Oh, yeah.
That's chat when the court reporter's feet are on screen. That's an accurate representation. But thank you, Bologna Bong. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. And thanks for reaching out to me as well. Appreciate that. Valand Deal says, Konas Atatu. I'm doing good. Cadber says, I almost thought you were going to say there were weirdos in the chat. No, there are weirdos in the chat, but there's also weirdos in this courtroom, right? But the difference is...
I promise you there are definitely weirdos in the chat.
The difference is you guys in the chat, you're my weirdos. You guys match my energy. And that's because,
here's the thing. Fine. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
And chat matches the streamer. So we're same here, guys. We're same energy, right? Same energy. Tonwin says Pippa love and FaZe based. Yeah, I do. I appreciate all those girls, and I raid them when I can, or send my people over there.
So someone's drunk in court at Stephen Abyssal. A woman in the court yelled out, "Is this the Sarah Boone trial?" When the deputy brought her in after lunch, the woman said, "Deputy, you should be fired."
Oh yeah, I see it right. Onawal said someone's drunk in court. Okay, well, to be honest, that's inappropriate. That's fucking wildly inappropriate, right? So yeah, they're not going to tolerate that shit. And the judge is good to call it out. He's very good to call it out and set a boundary and say, hey, you fuck around, I'm throwing you out. Right. And he can even hold people in contempt. There's other, punishments he can have. I mean, they can also have people arrested depending on how rowdy they get. Right. Lenmar said, Andrew, you said Ava was a lawyer. Can I ask her specialty? Do you want to disclose that? It's up to you, Ava. Up to you if you want to talk about your specialty.
Yeah, I did in the chat, but I did family law, and I defended somebody in court in a trial once. I also filled in as a minors advocate for a friend for a little bit.
Cool. So family law, minors advocate. So knows a lot of those areas.
Patience.
Cadber said, I almost thought you were
back left,
in the chat.
row.
Sorry, I read that one already.
Good afternoon. After conversing with the state and the defense, they've agreed and asked me to excuse you from this room. I understand that there may have been an outburst by you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon.
Here we go.
If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone, call my judicial assistant, Anita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually. Okay?
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
They kicked the drunk person out.
Okay, I bless you guys. I'm still a boss of the city, so we gotta work together and try to figure it out.
Oh, she's absolutely sloshed. Listen to her.
It's on your side. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Drunk.
To restate the court's prior positions, if there's anyone going to have any outbursts or cannot control themselves, again, I'm going to ask you to remove yourselves at this time.
They muted the audio a little bit. Well, probably before she
State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Okay.
Defense,
They don't
are we ready to
want
bring
to
in our
taint.
jury?
They don't want to
All right,
taint the
let's go ahead and bring
jury.
in our panel.
They don't want to taint the jury with that crazy bullshit. Monster Rancher for 3 says, Senor, me gusta un pizza de piña. No, I will fucking boot you from the chat for talking about pineapple pizza. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You think I don't understand enough Spanish to know you're talking about pineapple pizza? Get the fuck out of here. Danielle, ban him.
No que
All right.
sería no pizza de piña, tu puto.
Sigrun, exactly. Sigrun Eternia says, oh no, I was suggesting that you just having Pippa on would be a metaphorical slap against Nick, even if you never talk about him with Pippa. Exactly. Yeah, no, he'd be salty about it. So would Camel Toe, but you know, that is what it is. I don't give a fuck what other people think or how mad they are. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. I do stuff because I want to do it regardless. And I don't cover stuff or don't respond when I don't want to. See, we're almost at 650. We're 6 away from 650, I believe, in likes. So you're gonna have to do that cover, Ava. I'm gonna want it pre-recorded in my office by tomorrow morning.
Here's the funny thing. I might have already done that cover, so this was a ruse the whole
Thank you. You all
time.
can be seated.
I'll record though.
Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope that you enjoyed
Oh yeah, we're at
your lunch break.
157. We hit
Welcome
it.
back.
We hit it. We hit the goal. God bless.
We're going to
the
pick up with the
goal.
evidence and testimony presentation by the state this afternoon. We may have to work after 5 o'clock, possibly between 5:30 and 6. As I recall, with
We're going
speaking with
long
some of
today,
you,
guys.
you have minor children and may need childcare to pick them up. Is there anyone here who has any concerns with regard to childcare staying till between 5:30 and 6? If you have those concerns, okay, juror in first row, third seat from the
Guys,
right.
we
Yes,
just
ma'am.
went into trial overtime. I'm kidding.
I would absolutely give you that opportunity right now to do that. Is there anyone else who has concerns about childcare? If you're able to have childcare, ma'am, is that going to affect your ability to listen to the evidence this afternoon? Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Yeah, so they're going. I think they may be trying to power through today for prosecution, trying to wrap prosecution case today. That may be why they're doing that timing.
I think they're trying to wrap up persecution right now. Yeah.
All right, ma'am.
Yeah, I
just
say-
you,
I
not
say that's the
everybody.
same
If you
exact
could
thing.
step
They're
out
pushing
back
it
to the
just a little
deliberation room
beyond
and make
so
those
they can
phone
do it.
calls, take
Yeah.
your time, and once you come back in, we'll pick up from
Because
there.
you don't
Just
want
let me know if you're able to
break
get
up a
coverage,
witness,
okay?
so you don't
Thank you
want
so
to
much, ma'am.
you don't want to stop a witness midway through their testimony and then pick it up the next day. You can do that, but it's really bad. It doesn't look good,
Y'all can
and
be
they
seated.
forget
Thank
that. They forget that shit. Mark Reality said, I'm kind of retarded too. Just remember, Florida criminal defense attorneys do make pretty good money. Yeah, no, it's possible, right? If you're good. What I mentioned is the people that work for the state. So public defenders and state attorneys that work for the state, right? They make much lower than you would think because most people think all attorneys make 6 figures. That is incorrect. That is a hugely incorrect assumption that everybody who's an attorney makes 6 figures.
Yeah. Ask a California public defense attorney. Or tell them that, and I promise you, they'll laugh at you in starvation.
Especially when you look at how much they net. So, like after they pay for rent, everything else, what they're netting. There's people who are plumbers that are netting, 10 to 100x what they're netting as a lawyer, right? They'll break even. They'll end up making like $100 or $200 after they pay back their loans. Saving no money. It's crazy. Mark Reality said, so they are going to stay until about 7-ish to finish up the state's case. My prediction comes true. Wahahaha. Well, it's actually 6.
Yeah,
They
Mark
said
of Reality
5:30 or
definitely called it 100%.
They said 5:30 or 6. So you were off by an hour. You were wrong, Mark of Reality, by an hour. You were wrong. Joking. You're right, man. You're right. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. If you can, members of our panel, show me by a show of hands you complied with the court's instructions prior to the lunch hour. All right, record reflect, all hands have been raised. With
Coding
that,
Light said, I'm
state,
sorry,
call your next
pineapple
witness.
pizza is the best. I cannot lie. Bring the band hammer. You heard him, Danielle, a professional gentleman. It's time. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. They're done. The pineapple pizza heretics shall be purged. Their heresy shall not be tolerated. Throw them back into the eye of chaos. The emperor wills it. Drisbin says IMHO 1 in 20 pineapple pizzas are good. It can be really good. The other 19 or 20 are plain cheese would be better. Should I tolerate this minor heretical statement? I'll allow it for now, but the blood may flow.
I have
The
had a
pineapple juice
single
may flow.
pineapple pizza that was
Good afternoon.
decent,
Could you
but
state and spell your
I've
name
tried
for
them
the
several
record,
times. They've never been good.
Chelsea Capsule.
Oh, I know.
CHELSEY
I know her.
KOEPSELL.
Thank you. You may inquire.
I know this girl.
Hello.
Whom do you work for?
The Orange County
Oh,
Sheriff's
damn!
Office.
Face legal mindset cameo appearance.
I am currently a homicide cold case detective.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2013.
And what positions?
Not my
have you
girlfriend.
held at the
Not my
Orange County
girlfriend, but I'm not saying whether or not she's somebody I know's girlfriend.
So I began my career in uniform patrol, and then I
no
moved
comment,
on
no
to
comment.
sex
Plead
crimes
the
unit
fifth.
as a detective, and then I moved on to the homicide
Plead the
unit.
fifth. Not my ex. No, my ex was a state
In the
attorney,
homicide
not a
unit,
detective.
Tell us, what are your duties as a homicide detective?
To respond to obviously homicides and any death related.
I'm not giving you my friend's IG,
incidents.
bro. Get out of here.
And
You fucking
What
stalkers.
type of
Get outta
training
here.
do you need to
Get outta here.
hold that position?
So I went to the police academy, and then after going to the police academy, I became a deputy, and then basically just having experience from other units and taking like homicide courses and like investigative courses to help.
Okay, I'll do the chat. I know what chat
Continuing
wants. Like,
training, a condition of not only your employment, but also holding your position in the homicide unit.
Yes.
You know, you just
How is it
you
that
brewed
you
some
became
tea,
involved
and now they want sips of the tea.
So on February 24th of 2020, my partner at the time, Detective Scott Lowen, received a call. Our
right,
team,
Chad, I got it.
in the homicide unit, there's three
Chad, I got what you
teams
want.
that
It's in.
have,
Pulls up. Pulls up.
4 detectives on each team with a supervisor, and then we have 1 sergeant. And so on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for that day, and we were at the office, and he told me about the call.
Are all homicide investigations worked in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah, we normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes if I weren't to be able to be in court. But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the
Professional gentleman just maybe spit.
Once you received
Wrong.
a call on
Wrong.
this case,
Wrong.
where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And when you responded to the scene, who did you make contact with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yeah, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walk the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small, short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, George Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection.
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
Linmar, they're often used interchangeably. State attorney and DA or ADA, those are often used interchangeably for local attorneys, right? So it could be ASA, assistant state attorney. So the DA is usually the head, and everybody who's not the head is an ADA, or the state attorney is the number one, the head, and everybody else is an assistant state attorney, an ASA, right? Bear Beard for €2 says the best pizza is pineapple and curry. Yo, he needs a permanent ban, like to the exile zone, like the shadow realm.
May I approach the witness, what's been marked for identification as states T and states U and been shown to defense?
You may.
Also, 61% of people are ready to be arrested if there's cuffs.
I guarantee you
21%
that
are just
box in front of the clerk's desk is definitely the suitcase.
Can you tell me?
no, it is. Yeah, we've already seen it. It's the suitcase.
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is that item?
This is the first part of the interview that I conducted with Sarah Boone on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the first part.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states T into evidence.
Any
No
objection? All right, what was pre-marked as states T will be
Yeah, this is the one
received
Junior
without
was saying
objection
had
as states
millennial
Exhibit 18.
beige. Now it's like this is not gray. It's like green or something. Maybe a brown.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what color you'd call it, but it's not beige, but it's not black either.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states U. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sarah Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately
The interview is
represent
damning.
the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states U into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states U will be received without objection as states 19.
In your honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
So they're going to show the interview with her after her arrest. So she went out and said this
Don't think
stuff.
I ever heard.
You haven't seen this, the interview?
No, I don't think I've seen the interview yet.
It's bad. It is not good. Chaos Smash for $2 said I'd let her put me in a suitcase. Hey, listen, I know what you guys are out there. You degenerates. You degenerates. The interview is it doesn't make it better. Only 910 people.
February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:57 hours. This
Is
is
there no
in
video?
reference to Orange County case
Yeah,
number
there's video, though.
20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked
Oh, this is
vehicle out in front of 4748 Grants Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park, at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner. Sorry, stop low. And in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am? Sarah Boone. Okay, and your birthday? 10/10/77. Okay. So, Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation, just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and asking more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things. Okay.
A little bit. Okay,
So
I'm going
you
to
do-
pause this for a second real quick. So everyone who said Miranda warning, this is where you get off of it because you're reading her the rights. Now, is the cop downplaying the importance of this, right? And this is, it's not about Sarah, right? This is about in general. This is why you need to be careful because they're going to frame it that way. Is that a little bit deceptive? Yeah, it's not just because how they do things. That's because this can and will be used against you, right? Because you see it's used against you. This is why you don't talk and you go get a lawyer, right? So in general, that no matter how they frame it, even if they like, oh, it's just to protect you. No. Like you need to at that point listen and or rather at that point shut up, right? And go get a lawyer, right? This is why it's so important, right? Why do you just be quiet and you go get a lawyer and you don't talk?
Yeah, your
That's
only
right,
word
attorney
should be, I
side.
need an attorney. As soon as they start reading those rights.
Yep, you need an attorney. Yeah, hey, I need to I need to talk to my attorney. I'll talk to you when I get my attorney. Bye.
Okay, do you understand that? Yes. Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the
No.
right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. Do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes. Yes. What time was that around? If you recall, was it light out still, dark out? Yes, it was light out still. It's still light out, okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back? Yes. I'm assuming? Okay. It's right down the street. It's down the street, okay. And, tell me what you guys were doing next, like what was happening? We had a bottle of wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking? It's Woodbridge Chardonnay. Okay.
Woodbridge Chardonnay.
In the trash. Okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles? I'm gonna say 4-ish.
These bottles
Okay.
were
And was this
1.5
before
liters.
he went to the store or after? I'm sorry? Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes? Yes. Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.-ish that you realized, and you guys were doing puzzles and art. Okay. Listening to music, enjoying each other's company. And all downstairs, upstairs? Were you guys downstairs?
She makes it
Okay.
sound much more peaceful than I'm sure it was.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke, you're not allowed to smoke inside, so. Okay. And.
I'm sure they
who was here
hotboxed that
last
place.
night? Was it just the two of you? Yep, okay. No one ever came over at any point? No. No, okay. We called his daughters on FaceTime. Okay. We were just literally just enjoying one another's company. Okay, and you guys share the phone that you have, correct? Okay, and the phone's located in there, I think in the engineering.
Love how enjoying each other's company is saying that fuck you for everything
All
you
right,
did to me.
honestly,
Tell me what happens next.
your
You're
ignorance is
meeting, you're guys are doing this
that
puzzle
you
together,
listen to if you
you
talk to
obviously
them.
finished a bottle of wine. Yes. Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine? Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full. Okay. But then, so you finished that one and then you had the full one? Yes. Okay. And sorry, what was the question? What did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine? We had the bottle of wine while we were having, doing our arts and crafts. Mm-hmm. And from there, just waiting, we were puzzled out, we were painted out. Mm-hmm. So being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like he and I have hidden in there before, like just having fun and enjoying each other's company. Okay. So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to donations. Mm-hmm. And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry. You were just explaining to me that
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean, enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So
Yeah, she's not reacting at all.
opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out.
No, not even like in her voice. Like, it's freakier with the actual footage, I imagine.
But, and then like,
Yeah, seeing the
whatever
video.
verbal. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been putting it off. So again, so I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone.
Once again,
and I
this is
called
not
you
a
guys.
death penalty case. I repeat, the death
From there-
penalty is not on the table for this case.
the first time you woke
This
up
is
this
not
morning,
on the table, yes.
did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
Also, Hilfred, thank you for the very generous 50 euro super. I'm going to read this in a second, but welcome to a new German fan. I'll read yours in a second, though.
I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house
Thank
is
you for
clean.
that.
There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's on the laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have.
I'm gonna say 11 something, 11 something,
Okay.
maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay.
So
So you
they're
think you got out of bed
kind of losers. but
after
yeah.
11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to get him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called like maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's like.
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them.
Because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. and had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. And
couldn't find him. Looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I'm thinking maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then you called Brian.
Yes. He
Told
came
him
over.
to come over.
Yes, he came over.
That's down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out, you called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Great. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like, I still, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, the whole thing is, the whole, like, teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
Now
And the
that
thing with him, though, is...
I'm gonna pause this. So she says in her interview they were having a great time, no arguments. Remember, she's gonna start arguing self-defense, abuse, battered wife syndrome, that they were fighting, etc. So her own testimony here, this is very important. Now this is gonna come back to bite her.
Which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing out about a job, of course, which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
It's a very small apartment.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe the third time? Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately.
Lately.
Because again, like, we were puzzled out. We painted already, so why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around?
I swear to God, Sarah Boone's gone with the Nightcrawler defense.
I mean, it's
Honestly, I don't.
You remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark.
thank you for the 10, anonymous nobody. Thank
My
you.
thing is like when I spend
Thank you,
time with
thank
him and I tried to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But I ended up,
Would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas, he's my son.
Okay.
I always call him.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, like, remember something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame. Because that's important for, us to know. I want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime, his daughters, before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I know I talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay.
And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the 2 daughters' names? Or just one? Just say one
He
daughter.
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres. Yes, she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't
Approximate.
really. I hid upstairs in the shower
Mm-hmm.
and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So because we both thought it was funny that, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna zip you up. You didn't come look for me.
There was remember the steam. Remember the video.
It's a broken suitcase, but
what do you mean by broken?
It's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the.
You mean it doesn't have like the pull part?
Correct.
Okay, but it
No, it's got. I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
Okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close.
To allow you to do it in the first place.
Paper clip was on it instead?
There's a paper. I believe there's a paper clip on it because I know that the last
That's
time.
what you used to like help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and.
Right, yeah.
Unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, two fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring.
98% zipped up.
He'll get it. But then
Yeah,
I went
almost
to
all
go
the way.
upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me, was warm, and then fell asleep.
So you guys are joking, he's in there. You said you could see two of his fingers?
Yes.
And then, like, you just decided, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now, or?
Because I figured he would get out.
Welcome
and then
Hot
go
Wheels. I
upstairs
remember.
and have intimate relations like we normally do.
Mm-hmm.
But I fell asleep.
Did you guys hear that? Hold on, let me rewind that real quick.
Have intimate relations like we normally do.
Mm-hmm.
But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop earlier today. And then remember.
Okay. So is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time and it's fun?
We were again puzzled out. Can't paint anymore. Even started to purge some of the art that's on the wall now. So
New poll in the chat. New poll in the chat.
Oh my god, the third option only with a suitcase. It's horrible.
That's why it's added.
Publish 19.
Also, welcome, Hiltfred. Let me read Hiltfred's 50. So for 50, said new German fan. Willkommen nach der Ligamanset. YouTube suggested your first Boone trial stream to me, and I'm fascinated since Friday. Really crazy court case. Also impressed so far at the streamlined and straightforward nature of the prosecution. Yeah, prosecution is going to be very straightforward. Defense is where it's going to get crazy. So strap in for the defense. That's going to be the insane part.
My first
Welcome
recording.
to. Thank you for that.
On a separate digital recorder, the memory became full and we could no longer record.
I clicked the first option.
But I am in my unmarked
Thank
agency
you very much.
vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside.
LJ O'Rourke, thank you for the 10 Legal Mindset
in my
memberships.
unmarked agency vehicle outside of
I can't believe she was like recording and like the memory was full. Oh man, what a boomer move there, detective.
collecting a statement from Sarah. Okay, Sarah, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop.
And remember,
I wasn't able to say the time.
I'll pause it here. Remember, we already have we already have testimony from the neighbors, and the neighbors said they were always arguing. So this this narrative, she said, this like peaceful narrative is already been exposed as a lie, right? So we already have testimony that completely contradicts this, like, oh, we're play puzzles and we're all about getting good positive headspace and helping each other, enjoying each other's company. That whole narrative is like been really outed.
That it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay. And you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I asked you, my
Hashtag
last
ban
question
assault
was,
cases.
and I'm not sure if you may
Thank
have
you,
answered or
Invader
not,
Todd,
but
for
my
sure.
last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing?
No.
Or it's just because
Just
you
us
were,
being silly.
okay.
It wasn't a kink, guys. It wasn't a kink.
But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay.
Getting into their sex life.
But I mean,
Did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just
No.
Can a
assumed, like,
hide
oh,
and
it's
seek
probably not?
expert
yes.
determine
Okay.
if
Which
it was
normally
done
after
as a
we
sexual
do
kink or
puzzles
not?
and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company.
Yeah.
And
Don Baca gets it.
Dancing with the dogs.
My mods understand the assignment.
At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
That did happen.
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, and I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well,
No.
now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes. The dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
It's, okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right-hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
okay, so you're
So towards
closer
the
to
wall.
the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed and then there were like 3 up against the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Are those his pillows and he brings them into bed or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll make the bed, excuse me, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix up upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You have 2.
Okay. Well, it's the 2 white ones and the king-size ones when we watch movies.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put behind the white one and then the
She only has only 2 pillows. That's poverty.
Okay. Do you
Poverty.
use one pillow to sleep or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Keep liking the stream. We're over 700.
Okay.
I like it. Let's get to 8. Thank you.
Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against the.
Let's
there's,
get
like,
to 8
3 pillows
hundo.
Up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off and then I'll shake out the bed and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like, I'm telling you.
Just
like,
anything that he said, like.
We were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it
She
all
needs to tell
gone
the
at this
truth. The truth
point?
is, she was just.
While
I
you
mean,
guys were
the
playing hide and
minimum
seek?
she should say, "Hey, I was just drunk and I went to my bed." Right.
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. Stefan2324
Is it,
said, I've been following you
at
since the
that-
12-hour
at that
Doki
point,
Bird stream.
I
Greetings
mean,
from Germany.
I don't
Oh.
know how often you
Vielen
drink, but would
Dank,
you both,
Stefan,
would you
for
say that
100 Euros
you
that
were
ich
under the
folge dir
influence
seit
he was
dem,
under the influence,
was
or
it
Well, I mean, we weren't
10
drunk.
und, wait,
weren't drunk? Okay.
We weren't
10,
drunk. I
12,
mean, we
12,
had
12 Stunden Doki Bird stream.
a
Grüß
handful
aus
of
Deutschland.
glasses
Yeah,
throughout
my
the
numbers
evening.
failed me for a second.
So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated where
I was about to say Sip Song, and I'm
Can I
like, no,
drive?
no tie right now.
you could still, I mean, we were compass mentis.
Thank you.
That's
Vielen
what I'll
Dank,
say.
vielen
We
Dank,
were-
Stefan.
Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay.
You have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were
That's the
playing.
thing, though.
I only know a little bit of German, and I can read German much better than I can understand it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you.
Yeah, no, I understand. I
Neither one of us
understand,
were
and
drunk.
my speaking is
We were just-
fucking scuffed as
just
fuck.
At the gate stage.
Okay.
That's what it was. Listening to music and dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us of the autopsy. as well,
German is
too,
really
so
scuffed English. That is
we have
true.
that as well.
Or maybe English
Um,
is scuffed German.
Okay, so
There was no ill will between the two of us last night.
Your text message says otherwise. She just said there's no ill will. She had a text message that said, I'm going to get rid of him. And that Snapchat, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good.
yeah.
I'm not,
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both are stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down. And he,
I'm sorry, I
Barely
can't help it.
enjoyed his
Ace is a
job
place
and
for the
everybody he
helpful
worked
hardware, folks.
but it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have a glass of wine and then
1.5 liters
and
is not a glass.
but then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles.
No, it's not, but it might be a mega pint.
Definitely a mega plane.
And it's a thing, tag, you're it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford, which is why we used to drink like liquor, but like months ago.
Right.
Which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese.
And once again, do you think the detectives are asking these things like innocuously? They're going to go and try to figure this out. And whether you're lying, whether you're not lying, they're going to use this to impeach your credibility. So even a pork sandwich question,
Sandwich, like a
if you
deli
lied
meat
about it, they're going to
sandwich,
use
like
it
deli
against
meat
you.
sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like a
He
ham?
I made a pork one the other day for me, him and Lucas,
Mhm.
and they were leftovers, so he
had that.
He made a pork loin sandwich
Yeah.
with cheese, and I had there's ham in
The
there.
German standard is 1
Yes,
liter.
there
All
is.
hail the Mass. Yeah, I love the Mass.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in the
Yes.
same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes, but because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night, when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me, myself, no, I'll go upstairs and maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
It's got alcohol in it.
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh,
obviously. Yes, he knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am,
Mm-hmm.
which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, not out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally, I dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him. Okay. I didn't even bother turning the TV on.
The jury verdict forms can actually be quite lengthy, so it could take longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
I would go upstairs because of how tired I am.
Yeah, so a lot of people want the jury to take 30 minutes, but like just reading the form can take 30 minutes.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser, or is he an early riser,
He
or
is.
he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30-ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe. Well, he did some odd job stuff up there, but I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does he?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45-ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys. Like lightheaded. Like I feel really weird right now.
You feel like you're sick?
No, I'm not sick. Just I don't know.
You need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't when you woke up this morning? it wasn't
Adam, wait,
ordinary
no, the jury
that he
room,
wasn't there?
the deliberations
You
are
didn't
not
wake up this morning and go, oh,
recorded.
where's George?
No, yeah, no,
Okay, George
jury
got up,
deliberations
like,
are
normally
not
that's before
recorded.
me.
No, we will
And he's
never get
downstairs
that.
on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like,
That's
he
your
just would break
boyfriend.
off, he lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how it's chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into
Yes.
a fist fight.
Oh my gosh, it was horrific. Yes.
Was it? I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother hit him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's.
It is possibly that's what's causing the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw or
Just his
anything?
eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they had been damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad.
Okay.
But to me, I've never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress. But again, I kept trying to encourage him, with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic.
Yeah.
You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we're in the process of eating dinner, and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me. And then a red flag.
There was allegedly a baseball bat involved at one point, according to the flat.
There is a baseball bat. They've already entered into evidence, so it's already in evidence.
His dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now, I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like, he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight for the amount of
might just
food
listed
that he
a
eats
bunch
throughout
of
the
pretty
day.
good
How he doesn't gain
like
any weight.
court
He and I and Lucas
case
going up to
type
Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses
stories. I would
Well, I
add
don't
the
even wanna step
Chicago
on the scale
7
anymore.
movie on that one.
Excuse me. Wait, what's that one more time?
Months.
So way before losing his job.
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not gonna even say months.
Oh,
I would say
your
at least
mod
a
mentioned a
year.
bunch of decent movies that
eats like
involve
a
the law.
horse.
I would add the Chicago
You said you don't
7
know anything about this.
movie
Oh.
to that one.
Since I've been
Oh,
him,
yeah.
with him,
Yeah,
and
Dawn.
knowing him, he's never done
These are all
drugs.
really good legal movies,
But I know him growing up in Philadelphia,
except for Legal Eagles because it
Yeah,
references a
bad
very
stint
cucked
with-
YouTube lawyer. But other than that,
marijuana and alcohol.
they're all good.
If and when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs around me.
Yes, it's implied the bat was used. It's implied the bat was used based on injuries on his body. Implied.
Your phone, is it
It's not
password
material,
protected
but it's
or,
implied.
touch screen?
It's
Does-
password protected.
Does, George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will be able to get on it?
And the only reason why I have that is because I have lost 2 phones previously where I can't. Before I had the passcode was.
This is going to contradict
somebody else
all of her
being able to get into
testimony.
my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Jadash, if you call me legally minded, I may time you out / ban you. That's all I'm saying. And yes, Frostbit, this is exactly my point for $2.
Okay, so
This is why you don't talk to cops.
you-
Yes.
Recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was,
Iowa lawman, same thing for 6 Malaysian ring. Cops your friends, trust me, I'm your friend. Yeah, no.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
And very true. Another, the friendlier the detective sounds, the more trouble you're in. That's why
Like, you
they
see
make
it as you're walking up
relatively
the stairwell?
attractive female detectives do it, because both men and people are generally more amiable towards
And you don't remember
attractive
when you went
people.
in the shower around what time it was? Looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. then? Was it between midnight and 1, or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay.
Fun fact, not just most people, even lawyers will.
Yes. Fun fact, even lawyers fuck up talking to the cops.
Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs,
Yeah,
thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now.
Think about how much she has given them
I dozed off.
by talking.
And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning.
She thinks she's smart, though. She thinks this is helping her.
Because he gets out of bed before I do most of the time.
Yeah, usually when you think you're in control, you're in the worst possible spot. This is why you need an attorney.
So the suitcase now,
That's why you need an attorney.
if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the, if we're looking
If
at it
it's
right?
like this, his head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where?
Yes.
Like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's one in the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't zip
Are
it
those
all the
phones
way.
going off in the stream or
That's the court.
on
No,
your
it's not
end,
my
Andrew?
phone. That is not my phone. That is literally their phones in the court. That's why they said, hey, you guys need to fucking mute your phones. It's probably the boomer
Is there
lawyer.
anything else that you think is
His
important
jitterbug
for us
phone.
to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like, he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
That's the first time I've
And
heard
no, I
the
don't walk around with my
term
phone
community phone, but I
okay,
guess
did you
that
bring it
could make
upstairs with
sense.
you when you went, when you were
A
going to
cup of
bed?
pink lemonade.
Okay, so it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, he was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing, and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian?
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. Until I finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Unless that's in the recording. Maybe that's in the recording.
Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your
I
knowledge?
think you're right about
Okay.
the
may I ask
recording
you though?
because I
Because
feel
I was
like
telling you guys
I
about
feel like
it
the
earlier.
judge would have
Hold on.
said something if it kept doing this.
Like, I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
Afraid for her life.
But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like.
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and
Are they gonna
I think it's
tell
the
me that
cops'
he's an
phones in the
alcoholic?
recording. Yeah, it's probably the cops' phones in the recording.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume.
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
Because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has, yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I've told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know you talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I just haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I can't have my son.
Well, your son's with Brian and is gonna stay with Brian. So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah,
you-
they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and being
collapse.
upset.
And then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay, well, who's gonna collapse? I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lives around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them. So when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Like,
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So
they don't come, I mean, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside. I know it's Baja Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod? There's a Twisty Treat ice cream place on the right hand side, and you turn down that road. And then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right. And their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
Okay. I'm gonna end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
While you were on the scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sarah Boone, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
Your band cast mesh.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but we have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it. And so I did start doing the paperwork for that.
You obtained consent from the defendant in this case?
Yes, on scene to search through her cell phone.
And what time did you become aware of the videos on her cell phone?
So a digital forensic investigator responded out to the scene, and she responded out a little after 7 p.m. And I would assume she probably started doing, whatever she needed to do. And then a short time later, she came over and got my attention and expressed to me that I needed to look at something in her phone.
And these were the suitcase videos, correct?
Yeah, they were two separate videos from the night prior.
When you observed these videos, what actions did you take?
When I observed the videos, I directed the digital investigator to stop processing and downloading her phone any further, and that I was going to write a search warrant for her cell phone.
Did you obtain that search warrant for her cell phone?
Yes, it was signed by a judge the next day.
And she was obviously able to finish the digital analysis, correct?
Yeah, she was able to get the full download as well. She had already gotten the videos downloaded the night prior, but she was able to do whatever she does to get the full download.
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct?
In the interview?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm sorry. In the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes, I was under the impression that that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes, I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
Where shopping is a
Were
pleasure.
you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish states too.
You may.
I mean, there's so much evidence here that just points in a direction that not just leads to guilt, but it contradicts her entire defense. Also, thanks you so much. Hopefully with the 125 euro. No, Grüße aus Deutschland. Purely competitive donut, not necessarily read. I'm still going to read it. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So much. Thank you. Market Reality for 10 says, remember, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right not to testify against myself, and I invoke my Sixth Amendment right to have my lawyer present during questioning, then have a big cup of shut up. Yeah, and you don't even have to tell them it's a Fifth Amendment if you don't want to, but fine. Fifth Amendment, invoke the Fifth, and I'm like a lawyer. You know, that's good enough, right? You don't have to memorize every amendment, but it still helps, right? And make sure you say it, request one, and stop talking, right? Because this woman hung herself based on her testimony. Now, she had a lot of other stuff out there that would prove her guilt, like the Snapchat video, but how much different would this be if she didn't contradict her own defense, which she entirely did?
So I heard from a chatter that apparently this attorney is defending her pro bono. Is that true?
23rd,
Might be. That might be true.
Approximately
Just for
12
clout,
15,
maybe, yeah.
PM.
That's possible. Like could be a clout.
She was indeed offered a deal. She declined it, and the deal would have been for a much less harsh sentence.
Much lower. Yeah, she declined the plea deal.
Yeah, I believe they offered manslaughter. Koopa N9 says, wasn't there a case where they found someone being silent was consent to a search because of a reasonable person would object? I'm not familiar with that.
No, that's not. No. There's never a case that silence is the reason why they searched. That's not. They would have searched because it's a search incident to arrest, or they'll say for officer safety. But then what happens is you have a good lawyer, the lawyer will challenge that search and the reasonableness of that search. But there's never a point at which your silence is the reason for a search.
You identified Mr. Torres for us.
You are required to provide identification. So that's one thing. Hey, look, give them your ID and then shut up, right? So give them your ID and then tell them, hey, look, I'm not talking. I'm going to talk to a lawyer. But yeah, no, silence alone is not justification for a search. That's ridiculous.
Don't pull a sovereign citizen.
No, yeah, don't post it. You do have to give them your ID. You do have to tell them your identity. You do have to do that. But beyond that, you don't have to do anything. And you don't have to verbally tell them everything they're asking. So if they're asking where you're going, you don't have to say shit. It's none of their fucking business. It's none. Right? Now, I would not recommend getting sassy with them, right? Like when they ask you where you're going and you say Nunya, or like, what do you do? What's your job? And it's Sugma. Well, it's Sugma nuts. No, you can't do that to the cops. Like, don't piss them off.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Your Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes.
Okay, so they're pausing right here. Let me get some of these questions here in the chat. Are juries allowed to ask questions? Towards the end, or if they really have a question, they can submit it, but really, no, they're not allowed to, juries cannot cross-examine a witness. They can ask to see evidence, because they can't see it well enough, or, they can ask some clarifications on the law. Hey, what does the law mean here? What does this jury instruction mean? They can do that, ask the judge, but the judge can only tell them the law. The judge can't tell them how to think.
The jury, it is 3:34. My understanding based on the state is the next part of their presentation is going to be kind of long in length. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Please don't have any discussions among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved. Do not conduct any independent
this sounds like the last
We'll give you
big
a
thing
15-minute
here.
recess. We will see you at 3:50. Thank you so much for your service.
So we've got a small break here, a small break, like a bathroom break. I will put this over here, and I'll get some of these questions.
Now it's break time. You get out of the monkey soup.
Yep. The oldest known mention of pizza is dated to 997 AD. Tomatoes are native to South America, so there's 400 years of tomatoless pizza. That is so not true. No, I'm joking, but yeah, tomatoes are native to South America. That's Columbian exchange, along with the potato as well. KT Shadow VT says, bruh, no way I'm watching this and get an ad from a sushi place saying pack your bags. Dude. It's like you get a Samsonite commercial. Doug Hagan said her lawyer already said she lied during opening, which once again, now they've got to tell the jury, why is she lying? And if you call her a liar, then why should they believe anything she says, including what she says in the stand? Right? If she's just lying, including lying under oath, then she could be lying in court. If she's willing to lie to a detective, then you can say, well, what else is she lying about? Right? Sigrun says, I always like 12 Angry Men. I do like that one. That's a good movie, very classic movie. Market Reality said, waiting to see how the defense shuts down the state's objection machine when the defense starts getting jiggy with their own evidence. I think it's going to be a fucking mess on defense. There's going to be a ton of objections. There's going to be a ton of, relevancy. There's going to be a ton of questioning the experts, right? So there's going to be a lot of that. And I think they're going to go for some stuff that they're not going to allow. So it's very, very interesting. I think the defense is going to be the craziest part of this trial. Prosecution is very simple and straightforward.
Yeah, they're definitely going to do that. And it's going to be, you're going to see a stark difference. It's been going very fast so far. It's going to grind to a halt next.
Yes, that's why the prosecution, I think, is going to finish today. And we may have a week of defense. I'm not even joking. We may have a week of defense because they may be just grinding every little detail out with their witnesses. Let's see here. Anthony for 5 says, the only things I am saying is in an interrogation room is name, date of birth. I plead the 5th. I want a lawyer. Yep. It's pretty much all you got to do. Here's my name. And you can even just give me your ID. Here's my information. That's accurate. Plead the 5th. Want a lawyer. And then wait till you speak with a lawyer. Bad News Badger for 50 Danish krona. Is it just me, or does it make you seem more guilty the more detailed testimony you give on the fly? Yes. Because when you're giving that information on the fly, even if you want to tell the truth, you're probably anxious and stressed and you're not thinking about things logically. So it's a horrible time to relate stuff to people that are going to prosecute you and people that are going to look for every single reason to convict you. So yes, that's the worst time to do it. But unfortunately, people who think, oh no, I did nothing wrong, or I'm smart, they'll also go down and just tell this story and spin this yarn. And, in her case, it really is hunger here in a literal sense. Market Reality said she probably doesn't have any money, but the attorney probably could get her disqualified as indigent so they could at least bill $75 an hour. Yeah, that's true. They could probably write that off. It's probably write it off as indigent. It's very true because she's broke, doesn't really have a job, doesn't have money. So very true. Very true. So Chaos Smash says, you have my condolences since you live in Cali, Ava. Yeah, I know. I think you're aware of Cali's badness. Right, Ava?
Yeah, no, I completely. Yeah, I'm not intent on being here for an extended period of time. I was actually in Mexico before this. I'd rather Mexico.
Mexico's fine. I mean, like a lot of people are afraid of Mexico, like, oh, cartels. Mexico is by large fine, very safe, and it's good cost of living down there. So shout out to my based Mexicans. I know we got some Mexicans in the chat. And speaking of which, I actually crave some Mexican food, but I'm going to be in Korea in 2 days or so, and I'm going to go to my favorite Mexican restaurant there. It's by a guy who lived in LA. So he actually he's a Korean guy, but he lived in LA. So his tacos are actually pretty good. Pretty good. Mexican pizza, hard to keep the beans from falling off. Oh, no. Let's see. Smart people don't live in California. Well, a lot of people are, you may have a situation that keeps you there.
That might be a joke, but I did order a pizza once where there were beans as a topping as well as slices of hot dog.
Oh, man. That's weird. No, I live in Asia, so of course there's weird pizzas here too. Like I can't really shit talk that much, but yeah. It's yeah, it can get weird with pizzas. Taco pizza, I think that wouldn't be horrible, but like you'd have to make it like taco influence pizza, right? So it's got like elements there. Corn cob pizza, no. Is it pizza at that point? Depends. Japan has crazy good. Now Japan has got some weird pizzas. I'm not gonna lie. Japan's got some weird pizzas.
What about pizza on the cob?
What is this? Rick and Morty? Everything's on the cob. Back when it was good. Fallon says, I like the co-host. Just follow your YouTube. So
you got it. Okay, 5. You're
yes,
extraordinarily based, mega based.
Yes. It's sad that like the later episodes of Rick and Morty aren't as good because I think the writers fell off a little bit. Follow Ava here. She's up to 225. Let's actually see what she's got here. Let's see. Maybe she's got a little bit more. But I know you'll be posting more in the future. Oh, 259. So she's on the road to 1,000 here. So subscribe to her over here. I know she just started out her YouTube journey, so you guys can help out once again.
Yeah, I will be opening. I've been streaming daily for a long while now in a much smaller platform. So I'm going to be starting making content relatively soon here.
Very good. Also, I want to thank everybody because I'm almost to my goal, and I'm gonna go ahead and probably probably purchase 50% of this. But thank you for everybody who funded my Ko-Fi. I'm gonna be traveling, so I'm getting a new webcam. Somebody suggested the Insta360 Link 2, which is really good. It's like a gimbaled webcam that kind of face tracks you and follows you. It's also apparently got really good sound. So I'm going to try that out, even though I'm going to bring my microphone. So thank you to everybody who funded me there. And I wanted to give a quick shout out to Doug Diaz, Blurry Baymax, JP Ravenfire, Veronica, Ted, and Hobbs, who all supported me over there on Ko-Fi. And the capture card is the second part of this, which is part of my VTubing transition as I do dual PC streams. So I mixed one for streaming, one for, showing stuff, videos, gaming. So that's part of my slow VTuber transition. So, and really not transition, but addition. But thank you guys for that. Thank you guys for the support. Appreciate that. And for everybody who supported the channel today, I deeply appreciate you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. And the best base chat out there on the internet. Chaos Smashes, thanks for the band, sir. Can I please have another? Still love you, no homo. I have to leave. I have to send my my mod discipliner out there. But it's some people, when you get timed out, are like, time out me harder. You enjoy it too much. He's slowly evolving like a Pokemon, like a law Pokemon. Let's see. And over here on the Degenerates on Locals, let's see. Did you watch VTuber Legend Anime? Lots of inside jokes about rigs and collabs. I have not seen that. Yeah, somebody says cable companies.
I can't say that I've seen it as well. Wow,
So
subscriber number 282. It's rapidly.
yeah, she's jumping up. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome. I want to say real quick on my locals, they said, do you have bad internet in California? And California cable companies don't care about quality internet. They have your money, and that's what's important. So that's what they're talking about on locals. I think it's like a mix of location and company, I think, right, in California. Like that makes it bad. In terms
So
of
yeah, I'm in far northern California right now. So I have Xfinity satellite internet as a result.
So yeah, need that Starlink. All right, let's see. I think that's it. By the way, I just posted this on X. I know this is like off topic, but if you guys want to get I cover a lot of corporate stuff, in my other time. If you guys want to get a good example, because I'm always talking about how corporations will get political and get crazy. If you guys want to give a good example of how to be non-political, the McDonald's response, I retweeted it. You can see it on my X. This response to people that were criticizing them about, Trump, visiting that. This is one of the best apolitical responses you could possibly have. So if you guys will take a look at this, I think this is a great example of how you should do PR and how you should respond to people that criticize you for what you may or may not do, to stay kind of apolitical and say, hey, look, we're equal opportunity. This is a really good corporate statement. So I want to say I throw that out there. I cover a lot of different topics on my channel, not just suitcase murders, but whether it's corporate statements, whether it's corporate corruption, etc. Also, probably going to need to check in and do a little Disney update, because I know they shuffled their board chair. So I'll probably stop in and look at that and see how that may change certain litigation or certain other things as well. So
is Disney continuing to fall? Because that's amazing. I love those updates.
They're continuing to fall, but apparently they just changed their chairman of the board. Now, some people are saying it's a good thing, some people are saying it's bad. I'm going to do my research into this person, but also talk about how legally, at least some of the stuff that's coming, it's not going to stop, right? So like the Gina Carano lawsuit, that will not stop because they changed their board chairman, right? Even if they have a better board chairman, they're not going to stop that unless they settle. Unless that chairman says, we need to settle, Bob, and tells Bob, gives them a directive to settle the lawsuit. That might be a thing, but does Gina want to take that? And the question is, they've fought her so hard and been such an asshole that I don't know whether she'd want to take it and whether she's convinced that they're going in a different direction if they still have the same CEO, right? If your board chair changes, that's one thing, but the CEO really is the one driving the ship. So a lot of good coverage there, though, and a lot of shady corporate issues when it comes to the Walt Disney Corporation. So always love covering those. Big corpos don't fall; they tend to melt and disintegrate. Yes, or get broken up into component parts, right? So yeah, even in the VTuber world, there was a breakup of a corporation, and now there's this new break off, the Iriam team. And that's just a break off or like a splinter of what was a corporation which dissolved. So it's very interesting how these things evolve over time. And oftentimes they don't go away. Even the little corporations like Factor that become 910, right? They transition over and become something different. All righty. So let me pull this up, make sure this is good to go. Perfect. Will Google break up? So Google, with their antitrust case, that's a very good question. Oyamata asked that in the chat. Google may have to take some of their functions and split them off or spin them off. That would be the best case scenario for Google. Is Google may have to say, okay, this part like search, we're going to break out, or we're going to take these contracts and break that entity that does the contractual part and break that out. So Google may have to break off pieces of it, but they're not going to have to completely dissolve and sell all their assets, right? So in doing these antitrust matters and in remedying antitrust issues, they take the least intrusive option. So a complete breakup of the company is very extreme and not normally called for as a remedy. That would be an overreach to say, okay, we're going to completely break up Google, right? Just portions maybe, but not the whole thing. So the Alphabet company will still largely be the AlphaNet company, probably minus one or two components. And mind you, they're going to appeal it. So they're going to fight that as long as they can fight that. As long as they can try to push back against that, they're going to push back against that, without a doubt. Without a doubt. YouTube needs to leave Google. Well, that would be interesting. If Elon bought YouTube,
Yeah,
it'd be
YouTube
over.
can't just leave Google. YouTube is a part of Google.
Yeah, they would have to break that off, or they would have to sell it, right? And like, I doubt they would want to sell that. I mean, that would be crazy if they'd want to sell that. And they don't need to. They don't need the cash in the same way. So, yeah, very, very, very interesting there. What if Google is forced to break up mentality? It won't. There's nothing about that. So let me pull up this real quick because you guys are. There's nothing about that ruling that says it's got to break up in totality, right? So the case was over online searches. Let me use this in Brave browser because I need to ad block the shit out of this. There's like so many fucking ads in Chrome. Chrome. Et2. Okay, so I'll pull up this article here. Here's a good article on it real quick. So I can give you guys some legal education.
Yeah, all that was ruled in the case was that it was a monopoly. What happens to it has yet to be litigated.
And not over everything. Once again, the U.S. District Court judge ruled that Google holds a monopoly over internet search. So not over YouTube, not over anything else. Internet search. So there's nothing about this that would impact YouTube. So at no point would they be required to get rid of YouTube or break off YouTube. It's just an internet search. So maybe they break off search. That's about it. And then you've got two entities.
Anyone who's familiar with web design here would be familiar with having to index your website with Google in order to even show up on that. And the fact is, if you don't do that, you basically don't exist on the internet. That's what this is about.
Yep. So here you go. Because search is so dominant and tied to Chrome, Ad Network, Ad Hub, Analytics, Tag Manager, they're demonstrating monopoly power, right? So, okay, search gets broken off, but they're still going to have Ad Network, Ad Hub, Analytics, Tag Manager, YouTube, etc. Right? That would be really interesting. Lemar said, any plans on forming a VTuber lawyer group with Ava and other lots of VTubers? Oh, no, it's cool. There's always, I like to collaborate, right? I think, one thing people run to so far is like, let's make an agency, or let's make a legal partnership, or let's do XYZ. I think that's actually detrimental, especially having worked in corporate law and having dealt with a lot of partnerships and businesses. I think it's better to collaborate and to collaborate in mutually beneficial ways, but maintain independence.
I was basically going to say the same thing, simply because you end up picking sides if you dedicate to a group like that. And my job is to educate, not pick a side,
Right. So the second you're part of a partnership, you are legally obligated to defend that person and like back them up, so that's why and I've talked about this with certain content creators when they enter into these agreements. They are legally bound. They cannot say anything bad about their business partner or whatever else, or they can't even contradict them. Right. So for example, if they say, oh, they're wrong, that could actually be in breach of their agreements, and it could, be tortious even. So you have to be very careful with that. Now, collaborating, awesome. Yeah, I'm going to collaborate with everybody. I want to collaborate with everybody. I don't want there to be anybody I can't collaborate with. So that would be like one of my goals is like the freedom to collaborate with whoever I want to collaborate with, which is why I wouldn't imagine myself ever being under a restrictive corporation. I would never agree to that anyways. The contract that I would make them sign is a contract they wouldn't want to sign. Right. So we're about to go back here. We're not back yet. We're still dirtling around. We still got old man here walking around, boomer in it. By the way, I know a lot of people take issue with that term boomer. It's a term of love, right? I am a boomer, right? I embrace my spirit of boomer. And it's a meme, it's a joke, you know. Some people
Boomer is a
don't-
derivative of baby boomer, which is the name of the generation that came directly after the victory in World War II.
Yes, correct. So yeah, got that one. Nissanic. There you go. A ton of tech stuff isn't searchable. It's hidden on sites like Reddit or Discord or specialized sites. That's true. That's true. You got to find it. You got to dig because it's not going to come up in Google search, especially not in Google search. Actually, you know, honestly, I think right nowadays, the best way for me, and this is just my personal preference, a lot of times I skip Google and I go right to Perplexity, right? So I'd like literally skip over to Perplexity AI because Perplexity will give me links and will give me sources and will give me a lot more information than Google. So I just go to Perplexity and I'm like, tell me the answer to this, Perplexity. And it's way more helpful because I can just follow the link and get the original source.
That's funny.
than
I
some
use
bullshit.
Perplexity as well. It's been pretty good so far. Mark of Reality mentioned something about the state's case before the start of the defense case, and the defense has a chance for a motion of judgment of acquittal that could get interesting or be a nothing burger.
Yes, they will make an motion for judgment of acquittal. It's not going to work, but they can try. I mean, I give that a less than 1% chance of working.
Depositions that we're going to be taking this afternoon of the defense witnesses that were recently noticed. I do have some concerns about the court having indicated to defense that if we had reports, things of that nature, we should share those with the state to the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator there, potentially work product privilege. And so we're happy to work with the state, cooperate with the state, give them what we can, but I want to expressly state that we are not waiving the work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not seeking to have you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work product privilege. My takeaway was there's something that could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the court's ruling from previously still remains. Since we have an opportunity to revisit our list during the lunch break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion for any evidence to be provided or sought to be introduced by the defense?
My understanding is that Mr. Billy Lane was going to go to Staples or somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs, CDs, or whatever it is that makes the conversion. So we anticipate it will be done.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state defense? All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel.
Real quick, I'll get these. Mark of Reality says at the close of the state's case and before the start of the defense case, defense has the chance to motion for judgment acquittal. This could get interesting or be nothing burger. Oh yeah, thank you for that. I know you read that before, but that's a good comment. It's a very good comment. So that would be after today because we're not done yet. Also, for Fred says, so I'll direct you to Pirate Software's Discord. He has a lot of tech and other stuff to help people in his Discord. Yeah, it's true. True. Linmar for 2 says, you make Grok sad. Sorry, Grok. Sorry, Grok. I'm cheating on you with Perplexity. We're going to be in a world where AI gets jealous when you cheat on it. And it sends you jealous girlfriend comments, right? Because it misses you. Mark of Reality said, I've won at trial in JOA. It's possible, Mark. I'm just saying.
I remember, what was it? That one Duolingo was doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. But Mark of Reality, it's very possible to win on JOA. You can win on JOA. It's very possible. I was commenting on the probability at this specific trial, in the Sarah Boone trial. I think it's very unlikely this one gets JOA, right? You can definitely win because there's a lot of cases where the prosecution has a shit case, right? It's definitely possible, but I don't think this is one of them. Judgment of acquittal. It's a special motion you make when the prosecution finishes their case in chief.
Did you set up a follow-up interview with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that
I've won at
was
trial without
after
presenting
you
a
had
defense.
attended
Damn,
the
Adam White, that's
autopsy
nice.
That morning, correct?
That's based, Adam.
The interview, the follow-up interview was to be conducted after the autopsy. Not necessarily set up, but it was to be conducted after the autopsy.
I apologize if I misspoke on that. Was that interview recorded?
Yes, it was, audio and video.
And where did that interview take place?
Central operations at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as states S and shown to the defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states S. Tell me, do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is this disc?
This is the follow-up interview conducted on February 25th, 2020 at Orange County Central Operations with the defendant, Sarah Boone.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the interview that took place between yourself and the defendant?
Yes,
And is that your initials on this disc?
it is, yes.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states S into evidence.
The only objection is from the previous pretrial issues.
The state will, or court will receive an evidence that was pre-marked as states S over objection as states Exhibit 20.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Momentarily. Members of the jury, I have an instruction to read to you before the Exhibit 20 is published to you. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and thus must not impact the way you view, listen to, and consider this evidence.
That's a very good instruction. Yeah, good, solid jury instruction.
Sure. So obviously.
This is at the police station now.
You received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it. Just like we did yesterday.
She's getting Miranda again.
Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. This is the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to.
And let me just say one thing. The cops are trained to read that in a way that it sounds innocuous, and it's not a mistake that the young girl attorney is the one that reads that and not the guy, right? Who's like listening and backing this up and cooperating and acting as a secondary witness, right? You can see how they make it sound really innocuous. They don't pause and they're not like, you have the right to get to an attorney. Do you want an attorney? Wait for you to respond, right? They don't do that. They just blaze right past that part. And once again, I'm not trying to defend Sarah Boone. I'm trying to say this is what, as when you're on the other end of this, you need to be very cognizant of that.
And we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it, you'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that, it's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his like lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I haven't swollen.
Yeah, these cameras, this is the government, guys. This is the government in 2022.
Okay, so I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the halter.
They're filming on literally a brick.
Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex. Yes. Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across. I have no idea what that's from. And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, like, the only thing I thought you guys were gonna ask me about, which I was gonna be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have
Can you
no idea
pull in
what
the
it is.
chat?
No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
But your son was there when? When was he last there?
My
Scratches.
understanding is there was last Tuesday. I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday, and then
That's why I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine, and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head, his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
consider
not
force
touched him.
trauma.
She
I
didn't
have
touch
not
him.
touched him.
She
I have
didn't
not
touch
touched
him
him.
at all.
Tell me, we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swab, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay, are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where.
It was a good day. It was the best of times. It was the worst of
Physical
times.
was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was
Okay,
a few weeks.
give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? A month ago, you hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
Remember, they're defining that everything was good. So she's saying everything's good. This is going to kill her battered wife
I don't
syndrome.
think you all understand.
Kill that
He comes
defense.
at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So.
Right,
Now
you're
she's
saying you guys
adding
will
these.
be good, and when I asked you yesterday, there has
Things
the
are
last
good,
incident
but
that
I
you
have to
remember
flee
was
from him.
current running.
Things are good, but I got to flee. Yeah. So now she's changing her story.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
He gets belligerently drunk.
mhm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken.
And at one point, I started documenting everything. Okay. So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this. Right. I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then poking me in the back of the leg. Right. So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him.
That's done. You could.
Here we
I
go.
feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state, I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is gonna go, so I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book, or I'm gonna go for a bike ride, or I'm gonna do something else, or I don't wanna drink. I don't wanna drink. The occasional wine.
Occasional
whatever, or
wine.
weekend.
She drank
That's
3
when
liters.
You have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do
3 liters
50
just
things
shy
at
of
once
full
and still
belly.
know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke come out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank.
I believe it was a little over twice the legal limit.
He doesn't have a drink. So when you all
Yeah,
see my phone,
over twice, yes.
you can see
I think
all
almost 3
the
times or
damage he has done to
maybe
me,
more.
and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be him. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking
Yes,
like
Bowser
a glass or
inferred she
two.
found
Like,
some
yeah,
blood
you
in her alcohol
obviously had
stream.
the bottle, but you told me on the recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do.
She can't physically get. Sorry, I have to stop because this is so ridiculous. She's now. Do you guys see how her? We'll catch up quick, but do you see how her testimony is immediately contradicting what not only she just said the other day, but now what she's saying now? So she's now contradicting herself, not just day to day, but also with her own defense. It's a complete undermining of her side.
Not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented. Having my witness.
Yeah, it really
I don't
is.
like feeling out of
Johnny
control.
Cash isn't impressed.
So
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics, we are not, but you guys are both sober. on Sunday, to your knowledge? Because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog.
There's
He
other
loves
pictures too.
The dog. And dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing.
Yeah, the female detectives are the most fierce sometimes.
I mean, I can get
They're the
like,
most savage.
maybe 2-3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you? Like, how many
Yeah, because they
glasses
can
of
get through
wine did you have? How
all
many bottles of
the
wine did you
tricks
have?
that
The bottle was
we
gone.
girls have
Here we go.
up our sleeves to get out of stuff.
So let's listen to this. So we know legally how drunk she was. So now she's asked, how many glasses of wine do you have? Let's see what she says.
I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yeah.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left
Yeah,
over. And then, that you had wine, well, I don't even know how the wine, how'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause I
Sometimes
know.
I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to
No.
Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
Is that what you did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with bottles.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry, and he'll go run out and do whatever.
So where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? I told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk. I was not drunk.
So, okay. Okay. So now we have a statement. I was not drunk, and you can objectively evaluate based on just the legal limit of BAC what you were at, right?
So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep.
She's giving so much irrelevant stuff, but it's also contradicting,
And
right?
he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay. So in your laptop you're talking about?
Okay. And I mean, and then it was.
So you said it was a good day, like you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship? You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys start getting.
No, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it.
Our approach to explain it is the approach of any panicked freaking person. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Because
I'm talking about the money, jobs, stress.
Yes.
Nothing
No.
relationship wise though, like no issues, like did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about
just
like
what's
the stress?
going on right now.
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship,
Right.
where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you. But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting, listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together.
You know, I think she's got a feeling that
And then start
today's
talking
going to be a
because
good
I think he's
day.
comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day.
Oh man.
Let me go
By the
and
way,
finish my
76% of
So
you
I know.
say meow
Nobody else
with
knows,
scratches.
but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form, as everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and?
I never stopped. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped.
Now, how is someone who can't dress themselves getting somebody else dressed?
We just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable.
It's two
how we
drunk
got these
people
injuries.
helping each other. That's
I
not,
had no
no.
idea.
You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody.
Nobody touched anybody.
Touched anybody.
So he got in there with no help.
You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out, I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion.
Here's the thing. Things were good, but she wanted them to be better.
You have to go see your probation officer. You have
You
to go
can't
to
have
the
it both
top
ways. It can't be a good day and also
where it took them a
he yells
while
at
to
you and
get
flips
used
out
to
the
it
back
and
door.
understand. They're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to him to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of it. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Better Intervention Program. And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Well, it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry.
A polygraph is not admissible in court. It's
Yeah, no,
been pretty much universally debunked.
Make him feel that way,
Polygraphs are
where it's
trash.
like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
Professional gentleman says this entire interview is like asking a woman for directions.
Everybody tells me
Yeah, I
that. Oh,
agree.
my neighbors don't tell me that. The office property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, take him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed
I know.
the next day.
I know.
what's on your laptop?
What did I tell you? Oh.
Uh-oh, Johnny Cash is grilling him, guys. He showed a man in
I
Reno.
actually looked
He
up
knows his
how to file
stuff.
a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out
This
to
guy.
parents because of
Ted Cruz looking guy.
constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he's throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back.
Oh
over
yeah,
there
the
anymore.
investigators are eating
So
this
what
up.
happened
This is
is,
all
he pursued
just
me.
great for them.
So I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and tilt his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette.
Remember,
cup of
Sarah's
coffee.
going to get on the stand
And I
at
would
some
also
point.
know too what time he would get off of work.
She's
where
going to
I
get
would
grilled on
know,
all of this.
come getting off of work, you can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him where I told you all yesterday or whenever it was. I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop,
And look, and I'm just going to pause real quick. Look how she's adding elements here that are continually hurting her case. Now she's starting to talk about relationship issues and friction. And beyond that, even now she's talking about the size of her apartment being small. Well, why would you be playing hide and seek in a apartment that is just upstairs and downstairs? So everything she's layering in here is creating just a field day for the prosecution, especially when she gets on stand.
you're more than welcome to. I'm just gonna be upstairs and watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you sure about this is like recent? Aren't you kind of like blossoming? Like when, what are you?
It was a little while ago.
I know you're talking about.
Her testimony on stand is going to be wild, I'm sure, as well as
Has that been going
cross.
that way lately, or?
No.
Yeah, her cross-examination is going to be long.
Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I
They muted out some information.
a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and she's like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. Mind you, this is not like a recent, but which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's gonna answer and he's gonna have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday?
No, I'm just saying previously, why the incidents would happen is she plays a big part of it.
Okay.
On top of job, and money and friction and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday.
That
you
little
were
nod
any,
was a nod to
time
try and
timelines
reassure
better,
herself
what
of that.
time, you guys were playing, what time he was zipped up in the luggage, what time you got upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had to come inside. So we
About the time, you remember what time that was, is what she's asking.
Yeah, and she also confirmed there's no one else, exactly, so.
Midnight, fell asleep around 12:30-ish, but those were the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight, so there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
Like when we started to play, hide and seek.
yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about half a day. We weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then.
You're talking about from hanging out outside and like, okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there and
Right.
just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint.
So just because she's kind of rambling here and she seems not fit doesn't make her mentally unfit. That's an entire legal standard.
Yeah, so she's not qualifying as insane just because she's rambling. That blip was on their end, by the way.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's all flash.
Oh.
She's showing them the video. now.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that, I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
No, I was just simply asking because, you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and,
No,
okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am.
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything.
Okay, okay. If you're going to psychologically profile people, that statement she just made is one of the most, like, saying you excel at everything when you clearly are, that is probably one of the most telling statements. I excel at everything.
That is narcissism, narcissistic personality disorder. Yeah, big time cluster B personality trait there.
She is not drunk. She's okay. She's totally sober, right? No problems with her. That's a huge fucking red flag. That's a Tiananmen Square right there. Someone who just says it that way. Straight up. I excel at everything. Let me tell you real quick. Nobody excels at everything. Nobody. Anthony for 2 said, after Miranda is when you call for LMs, people. Yeah, get your local legal mindset there, because always call a local attorney, someone who's familiar with your jurisdiction. Mark of Reality said, it's amazing how some people eat a big piece of stupid right after going down to the station just to answer a few questions. Yeah, look at how far this has gotten her and look at what trouble this has gotten her in. If she just shut up, she'd be in it wouldn't be in a good position, but it wouldn't be this bad.
I would not do
This
that.
is like this is the persecution's longest piece of evidence too, which means that she didn't shut up for a very long time.
Yeah, so that's why they're keeping us late. They're keeping us late to show this. That's how long it is.
Well, I didn't completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for us to get out. And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
We just want you to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take. I don't know how much I can take.
She doesn't know how much she can take. Well, you kind of filmed it, so You kind of fucked up already.
Do I have to watch this?
Yes.
I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. That's okay. Well, it's on your phone.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, she
you can either
remembers.
explain it or we take
She
it for what
remembers.
it
Do I have to watch this?
We're just
Yes,
trying to
you
give you an
do.
opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long? 2 minutes.
No, it's-
For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
And he's watching him. Look, he's
That's
watching
you.
him.
Stupid.
See, real quick. See this? So these two, this is a very interesting tactic. It's why they do tag team, right? He's watching her. See? He's observing her. And she's the one who's kind of leading him in there. That's why they do this tag team.
That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do it. Show me. I don't want to watch that, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, you had two fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
So now she's contradicted herself because she said she never touched him. So now she just said she flipped him over. But remember, before in both her other interview and this one, she said never touched him.
There's two different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping in the different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it, it was flipped up. Right, it was flipped up normal. Yeah. Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down. Guys, they're just killing me right now. So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table. Okay. Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front? I flipped it. Okay.
Okay, so now she's admitting it. So now she's saying she touched him, she flipped it. So now she's been caught. She's changing her story, right? So notice how this is really fucking her.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
And this is, yeah, she's trying to walk it back
that's
really
what you
fast,
did. No.
but she waited until the video
No, you
before
told me
she
you
did
went
that.
upstairs because you were getting ready for bed. Stop here. Okay, but show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end. And his head's right here. Mm-hmm. So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this. But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
It doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole, there's no fingers, I don't see his fingers, there's no hole.
Oh,
I
it's
don't
gonna
know what
get
you want
bad
me to
right
tell you,
here.
and I
This is
don't
where
know
everything
what
falls
you want me
apart.
to tell you. I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video. I understand. He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like no, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you.
It's not malicious.
Then what is it?
Saying fuck you is not malicious. Real quick question for the chat. Is fuck you malicious? Yeah, I just want a yes or no in the chat. Is fuck you malicious?
Yeah, no, I always greet all my friends with a fuck you.
Yeah, I just walk around the street. I'm like, oh, good morning. Hey, fuck you. Hey, fuck you. Fuck you too. Yeah, Yahtzee. Yeah.
Well, like if I were to tell my she does. Like, I get told everything by a white woman, so
Okay, hold on. I gotta update the poll. Sorry, you degen. Okay, I gotta add a degen option. All right, but hold on.
My intention was not to leave him in there.
Hold on.
Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there. But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself out, but the video shows. That's why I see his fingers. He'll be up here any minute.
Oh, there it is.
And
My
then 30
intention
minutes
was
later,
not
you
to
can
leave him in
show-
there. So now we're
And
going
I
into
can't do that.
unintentional.
Do you think he's joking? You told me he was laughing, and we were, but the video, there's no.
When we first got in there,
I got you guys.
both of us were.
So how
Hold is
long was
fixed.
he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to recording it?
No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
but
I
you're the
didn't,
only one laughing.
but I didn't think that he was like panicky. Like
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like, he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in a suitcase, but now he couldn't get up, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you
boy
know the oxygen.
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory
He might,
comments.
she
Like
might
you're
be
mad.
insane,
No.
but she is
Please
lucid.
I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what,
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you
Oh,
weren't
so
drunk.
now she's remember, she just no less than like 15 minutes ago, she testified that she was sober. And now she's saying she doesn't remember the video because she was drinking. Like, let's understand how bad this is. She's sober here, right? So she's
Also, another
sober.
little body language thing. Notice how her hands are in the surrender position and down in front of her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Real quick here. Sober says, this is why I believe insane people can be held responsible for their actions. We agree she's insane. No, we don't. That's a legal standard. So like colloquially calling, like me and you saying somebody's insane. I know we say that, like we throw the word insane around, but there's a legal definition of insanity and there's a legal standard for that. She does not meet in Florida the test for insanity. She would not pass the test in Florida for insanity. LJ O'Rourke says, I'm from New York. Fuck you is how I greet my friends, all of other things. She's not a New Yorker. We're not in New York anymore. Coding Light says, Pop Brothers at Law remind you that Monday is Shut the Bleep Up Monday. Oh, I like that. Very nice one for 5. Pirate Tomsky said, Andrew, F you in stream.
Also,
Thanks, man.
remember, pleading insanity isn't a win for you. You become a ward of the state. It often ends up worse than prison.
Yes, and in Florida, you have to stay in that. You have to stay in that, and as a ward of the state, as long as they want, as pretty much indefinitely, because as soon as you stop, they can put you back in and they can charge you for the crime. So as soon as you are rehabilitated, they can now charge you. So if you at some point become not insane, you can be charged now, right? So like they can go back and use that against you. So if you go the insanity route, you have to fully commit to that for life, right? It's not a good thing. And by the way, some of the standard says if they can make you fit for trial with medication, that's good enough. So if they can give you drugs or do something to make you fit for trial, that's good enough. To make you not insane, to fix you, that's good enough. And yes, this is
I
law.
went upstairs and just because you're drunk doesn't mean that
you were not drunk. You said that.
I'm pausing it, but it's live.
You said he had his list about you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't like not having your list. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay, I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get it.
trying to make sense of it. We're trying to figure out.
We're trying to figure out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and.
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is gonna happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when you did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him, maybe I shouldn't?
No.
When you, that didn't cross your mind, because
That's
it
like,
didn't happen.
that's like an
Yeah,
assumption.
someone wouldn't
Like, that's what's called a
comprehend
thinking.
what they did is wrong and why it's wrong. There would be no rationalization.
So sorry, the test for insanity in Florida is under the McNaughton rule, which the literal language is you have to prove you had a mental disease or defect at the time of the crime that both prevented you from understanding your actions and understanding right and wrong. So that is an extreme standard which she does not meet, right?
The drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like I didn't,
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter, you put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right?
Guys, she actually has superpowers. She can call upon drunkenness and soberness at will.
Well, so I'm like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, that was not my intention. I don't have any idea what I said.
But by your action, that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally several times said to him, just fuck you.
When you
Well,
said it
you said
and
it in the
you
video.
won't let us play the rest of it. You don't want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating though, so I mean, that's what the word cheating.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe.
Hey, Sylvia the Squirrel, good to see you. And yeah, this has been a long time coming, 5 years in the making.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here you go. Mark of reality is exactly right there. If you're incompetent to go to trial, they send you the state hospital to make you competent. It's a legal finding based on a doctor's report. I've seen some really alternative reality people go to trial. Exactly. So don't think just because you're a little weird or wacky or like you seem like got a couple screw looses, that's going to get you out. They'll send you that state hospital and they'll make you competent, right? And send you back. Yeah, Mark is on point here. Mark says if she can make stuff up, she's competent to go to trial. Exactly. If she can spin these tales, she's competent to go to trial. This is not a truly insane person. Nin6489 says, so this is where I Can Fix Her comes from. Yeah, this is the type of girl that spawns, or woman that spawns the I Can Fix Her, right? Her, Mika, and Echo, same.
And you told
I don't know, Jewel. This is.
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
Someone.
You said somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to
the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So.
And that's why we wanna know.
And I don't remember doing this.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video
explains itself. It really truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that, like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video, yeah, I mean,
But I'm not gonna say
Yeah, the videos are damning.
you thought he could
No,
get out on his
yes.
own, but the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger,
From the outside.
but it had the hole in it.
The hole.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
That's what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's
Are you
got-
claiming, ma'am, that you used your hole
Yeah,
to
well,
close the
why we were
zipper?
gonna zip it. I just,
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily. That's the way they're designed.
but you could on the inside too. I don't know how.
So why wouldn't he have gotten chose out if he could? He was
I don't
asking
know, like, I don't know
if
if you saw, like, where the hole was. I don't know.
We're gonna call a hole expert.
That's what I'm saying, like, he's in one
My mod
position,
Don Baca
and
is a hole
where
expert,
this
but he
guy would
stepped out
be,
right now.
we should be able to see fingers. And then when I flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm just gonna go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase, and then
I think your
and then how
intention
they
is
like,
irrelevant right now. There's a
That's
dead
what
man here.
But you let him out before, I mean, you put him
Yeah.
in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you got upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. I mean, you obviously remember going to bed because you're giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you
I
went
don't-
upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different, and it actually shows you upset, and again, using, derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So, but my thing is,
Say we're assuming, we're not assuming.
but the thing is, so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, had just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole.
There's no
he's
hole.
pushing on it, begging you to
Yeah,
get
we
out.
can't say that there's a
We can probably
like
see
a
that-
first time offenders
that hole.
for
He
murders
would've been able to get
where
out.
it's lenient there.
Based
Alcohol,
on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video
It's
shows him
double
attempting to
zip.
get out, begging
It's
to
got
get
two
out, and
fucking
he can't.
zippers.
So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
So, okay, there you
I
go.
did not.
Okay, hold on. She just made a statement. I did not drink a bottle of wine. So now once again, she keeps defending herself. And the real fuck up is she's defending herself on something that can be objectively proven to be wrong based on her BAC. Objectively.
All the way.
Yeah, now we're back to sober.
Yeah, now she's going back. Exactly. She's going back to I'm sober. I was sober. Well, if you're sober, that actually makes that worse. Right. And by the way, in their defense, remember in their defense opening statement, the attorney said she was drunk. So now the attorney has contradicted this. So this looks all sorts of bad for Sarah.
This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
It is terrible.
Horrific.
She didn't
I
drink a
don't
bottle. She
think
drank
I'll
3/4
ever
of
be
two
right
separate
because of
bottles.
this.
Yeah.
Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally, and then this, whom I love,
It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone
We already
else.
talked about circles of hell for that one.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed. If I'm saying it okay, then
Hold
get
on.
out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's
normally do when you
whatever
go
you
to bed?
do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is the bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously,
do
you
what?
can tell you that, like, I
You
think
go to
it's
bed to do
also.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated, I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, then you can tell that I've been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in.
The Bible
I'm asleep.
itself would burst into flames.
Yeah.
Is that what you all are
Sweating like a whore in church.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't know how it's
Everything
fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy.
It does not look fun and
We all
dandy.
know, okay.
When you have a dead body, it's not fine and fucking dandy.
For me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now. I don't,
She played the video again. She
No.
played the video.
I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just
I
left
didn't kill him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson.
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How was that nice?
Now look at the girl. So they're having the conversation and she's just playing it. She's just playing the video in the background.
Intentionally leaving.
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there.
She's playing it and pausing it though. That's the funnier thing.
But you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And
I
don't
mean,
stop.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so.
Roll it.
You roll it out, like, it's not like,
I said, when does it be like that? Don't.
you didn't want him to be upside down, how do you even get upside down?
Right. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to,
That's how you talk to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Chat is
what
the
you
best here.
expect
This is
to
the
happen
craziest
with
chat out there. No other trial stream is
didn't
this
mean
crazy.
to
I love
keep
it.
him in
I
there.
love it.
what's your reasoning for, not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and like, what, 5 minutes later, I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to like I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out. And try
Mind you, she did not do this. Is actually a lie. They actually saw she did not want to do
Man, she's
CPR.
way more animated after that video played.
And remember, she didn't want to do CPR. She's like, he's purple. She wasn't even doing it. So she had to be forced to do CPR. And even then, who knows if she was actually doing it.
do CPR, and then called you guys. And they was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
Thank you, LJ O'Rourke, for 20. Thank you so much. Very based. Thank you,
I don't
Scott.
know how,
And if you receive a gift membership, please say thank you to LJ O'Rourke.
you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was gonna get himself out, but he didn't.
Welcome to the
And
base
nobody
department.
cares.
and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell
Charlie
asleep.
Spurfer too says, for everything you did to me,
Technically,
Andrew.
I chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk
Thanks,
back
Charlie.
around and check on him. No, wait 1 second, because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually.
And good little comment here. Sorry, I'm going to get this one. So Briefer too said, I don't know how you want me to say it. How about you try the truth? How about try the truth? And real quick, I'll get these other two. Mercenary for two said, only thing that can fix her, feet first chippers. And then Chaos Smash says, there was no hole, therefore no goal. Thank you guys all for supporting the channel.
Asked me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reason?
Welcome, Sparky. Watching Sarah's
No, when he was
station
asking
video.
on the video, we asked multiple times.
Yeah, I've been listening.
I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out? Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one. Okay.
Oh, hey,
Number
welcome,
two,
Sparky.
You know what? I'll give you 5 minutes to show in there. They'll give you 5 minutes to show.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23. So you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times. I mean, why? Why did we not let him out? It's just a simple question. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't
Were you
know.
punishing him?
No, just.
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got. This is what you make me feel like. See, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of it. I just.
You did.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful.
So I gotta do this one. I got this one. Nikki for 5 says, why the you lying? Why you always lying? I'm God to stop fucking lying. Just for her. Yeah, no, in the point is, you know, at no point in this does she think, hey, I should shut up and call my lawyer, right? Or get a lawyer in the first place. She doesn't even have a lawyer at this point, right? So this is all why they can use it, why she dug in, and she's contradicting her statements, contradicting even her own testimony in this same interview. It's insane.
And I will tell you both this right now too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Oh, well, that's real nice. Okay. That's a real nice promise from a drunk, right?
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, yeah,
But
she never get. Yeah, that's nice. Lovely.
You know what this reminds me of? Like a little girl
You're
who
gonna be
got caught.
drinking toilet wine.
It reminds me of like somebody, like a child who got caught by their parents, right? And they're using every lie in the book to try to get out of punishment when their parents caught them, because you kind of got like dad and mom here, even though of course this girl's way younger than Sarah. But it reminds me of like a girl, like a child who's trying to get out of trouble.
What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You both.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame.
So,
He's in the bag saying,
my
and
God.
you say, fuck you.
For like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like
Getting mad is not a good thing.
yes. Just you. 11.
For one video.
Well, in between those two videos.
Oh, if you allow it to happen, they will grill you for hours in there. They will leave you in there as long as you don't ask for an attorney.
I think you muted.
Sorry, she's not free to leave at this point. And Ava's right; they'll keep you there as long as they can. And she's not free to leave because she's given them enough to hang on. Yeah, I'm a boomer. Yeah, I get it. Boomer, scuff, boomer, muted, boomer, muted, muted, boomer. I get. Yeah, wow, fuck it, wow. Real original chat. Real original chat. Okay, yeah, okay, all right, yeah, sure, chat. Hey, chat. Hey, chat. I got something for you here, real quick.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I say that in the suitcase manner, chat. That's specifically for you. By the way, shout out to Sparky who just joined. You can find his channel. He's now pinned in the description. And I want to give a little quick shout out to you guys. We'll go back to this. It's paused, but real quick, Ava's over 300. So thank you for getting Ava over 300 subs.
Congrats.
And here's Sparky's channel. He's on YouTube. Sparky's Tech Corner. So giving him a little quick shout out here. Thanks for joining again. I know he was busy working, and so
yeah, I'm sorry. Better late than never, right?
Yeah, no, but thanks for joining us. Appreciate that, and appreciate all your support, guys. It really, really makes a big difference. So thank you, and we'll continue with this once again. Live coverage here. We're pretty much on point.
Begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe. Let me out, and you say, "Fuck you." Why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to do to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You were like,
Again,
no.
it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where's
She just called him the boy crying wolf.
Really?
Yes, you just said that.
game in? I don't. You say this is a game. You got
Obviously, like the wrong way.
So what was your intentions for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It's not fair. You guys are trying to, again, oh, he's in there. Night, night.
I don't think your boyfriend thought it was very fair either.
No.
That's absolutely what happened. How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't. And you still didn't go down
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. It's like, for all I know, it's 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen. But you did tell us.
That's not, remember, so here's the thing. A lot of people think murder and they think criminal means you have to intend for it to happen, right? So the thing is here is that she misunderstands the law. This is why you need a lawyer. She thinks, oh, well, I didn't intend it to happen, therefore I'm not a criminal. You don't need to have specific intent. Criminal negligence is enough, right? Like in its case, it's the depraved mind. It's a lack of concern for human life, a disregard for human life. So this is where she, as a non-lawyer, doesn't know that what she is saying is literally the definition of second-degree murder. She's describing second-degree murder is in terms of what she did, or at least manslaughter, right? At a minimum.
You left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Sorry, hold on one real quick. Chat says, Ursuplas, and this is the scuff we wanted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anthony also said, how hard would you be face palming as your lawyer if you were her lawyer? This goes to the entire panel. I would, no, I wouldn't take her on as a client. That's how bad it is. I mean, Ava, I don't know about you. What would you say if you were her lawyer at this point? Remember, Ava has a delay, so she's going to respond in a second. Or 10 seconds. Or maybe 20.
She might have walked away.
Yeah, you walked away. I'm scared to ask Sparky to do it. I'll read a super chat while Ava, see if Ava responds on how she would do it. Ramen the Hood for 199 said, all backfired on me. Ma'am, you deleted a man. Yes, you hard deleted a man. Chaos Smash says she's 100% full bred Super Saiyan Karen. That's right. Frostbit for 5 says, hope she was a butcher because she's going to be trimming a lot of beef curtains in prison. Frostbit. And then Mark says, never assume the juries are as dumb as your cellmates, even if your cellmates have criminal law experience. Yeah, they're all jailhouse lawyers, right? They're all jailhouse lawyers. Oh, you're muted, Ava. You're muted. So unmute yourself.
Who's the boomer now?
Yeah, she boomered herself. She boomered herself. It's okay.
Dear
it's okay.
God, I did not walk away. I did respond. I boomered myself. Everything is terrible. What was the question?
The question was, what would you, at this point when you saw this tape, what would you do as her lawyer, right? Like if you're her lawyer, right? Because you're a lawyer, right? What would you say at this point when you saw this tape? Blah.
I have two fingers on my temple and I'm staring ahead into the void. And I'm speechless for a time, honestly. I don't know what the heck. How am I okay? She's railroading all of her own defenses with contradictions she made.
Yeah, exactly. She's destroyed herself. So, and you literally have to tell her as your lawyer, you're like, you're fucked here. Take the goddamn plea deal because you're fucked.
I have a migraine just trying to think of a defense right now.
But do you guys understand why she went through 9 lawyers? Because she believes she's narcissistic. Remember, she excels at everything she does. She does nothing wrong. She cannot accept that she's guilty. She's a classic narcissist. This is classic narcissism, like textbook DSM. This is not.
I guarantee you, her lawyers were trying to push her to go after only one defense tactic, and she wanted all of them presented.
Yep. I kept saying, I'm not a medical professional or psychological professional, but I mean, from what I understand, this looks pretty textbook. Baltieri says your deeds make you what you are, not your intentions. Yes, I agree. Sparky, what would you do if you were her lawyer, to answer the previous question?
I think I'd leave and get a bottle of alcohol.
You would get a 1.5 liter bottle of wine.
I mean, honestly, sitting here watching it, it's like there's like several moments in this whole thing. I'm like, this is the point where you just shut up and say, I want a lawyer. And just like, should have done that at first, but it's like just several points in here she could have done that. And like, it would have saved her at least a little bit.
Especially if when they start pushing her, right? The second that she felt defensive, she should call for a lawyer, right?
Yeah. If anything at all, as soon as they showed that Snapchat video, that's at least right then, any kind of sane person, you would have been like, yeah, I want a lawyer, because there's no way around that.
Bad news, Badger, you're probably right. Watching this video is where the others quit. Yeah, this is probably why they quit, is this video and how bad this is and how fucked she is because of this.
Yeah, and I mean, literally, it's like you probably give her a polygraph test or any other kind of truth-seeking test, and she'll probably straight up tell you, it's like, I did not kill him. She probably legitimately
polygraphs can be faked, right? Especially if you're a sociopath.
Well, again, a polygraph test is crap. It's not admissible as evidence.
What I'm trying to say is she fully 100 believes she did not do this.
Yes,
that's what I'm trying to get
the point. That's why polygraphs don't work, is because if you genuinely believe that you didn't do it, right, you can actually pass a polygraph, even if what you're saying is complete bullshit, because you convince yourself of the lie. Sigrun says
that personality.
She has that personality. Sigrun says for 5, the real question is, would you rather be locked in a room with Boone or Shabusiness? No, you can't pick Minecraft. I mean, technically Boone, because Shabusiness would like try to do some weird kinky stuff and like kill you and shit. Like she used more knives and weapons and saws and stuff. Boone isn't powerful. She weighs nothing. She weighs nothing. She couldn't overpower you, right? So like Boone's not going to overpower you. She was only able to
was an opportunist. That's the only reason this happened.
Yeah. Shabusiness like straight chopped somebody up. I mean, that's different situation. Chaos Smash for $2 says, if I was her lawyer, enjoy death row and then leave. Maybe that's what some of them did. But let's continue here.
So my thing is, so it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing.
Yep, this is true.
But,
Polygraph
again,
methods are stress, not truth or lie. Yes.
I'll get up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. This,
Right,
you said,
I know.
this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing.
You can tell the Melvin Texas had
He went
enough.
upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like,
We're just trying to figure out
Why?
why? What?
why.
What was the motivation for leaving them in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why did
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around, being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and going, hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, and I'm going to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got, a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a
Oh my gosh. I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all,
Yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out.
Remember, she said that nobody else was there. So that's literally the logical assumption. Like, well, he's in a suitcase. So who the fuck else would have done? Like, how else do you get that but from you? You literally said you're the only person there. So she just has this comprehension issue here.
Would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of the suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually, I'm guessing, I'm blaming it on the wine. So you guys are like.
Well, she's
assuming
not.
that-
She's not exiting this room of free woman. She's in custody
But
now.
you guys are assuming.
Yeah, she's 100% in custody.
That's what I did.
So, by what,
Like, this is-
the facts of what happened, we got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that, these are the facts that you're telling us.
But
Now
my
it's-
head is like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your way out. What's your favorite word to use?
Compensated.
You used it today too, to say that you guys were within your way. There's two empty bottles of wine.
I just Captain Spire. She's being interrogated by one of the Sopranos.
So now she's trying to say she didn't drink both bottles. First she said she didn't drink a bottle. Now she didn't drink both bottles. Oh, I just drank 1.5. Not, I didn't drink one bottle. I drank 1.5. Right? It wasn't one and it wasn't two. It was 1.5. So what I said is true. Right?
And now we're back to inebriated.
And okay, so he caught another lie. She said that only one bottle was purchased the other day, but actually it was both because they found a receipt for both. So that's a lie.
Because they weren't there the day before.
So what was?
Two public receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, two of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Well,
I mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the.
so this is, so I don't know what you guys are, I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Wow.
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice.
After everything you've done.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You got up, walked out,
It doesn't matter what we say.
or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
Detectives getting heated.
They're the law. They can make their assumptions.
That's
They're
not fair,
jacking the
Captain.
gun.
We only had 3 bottles in the back.
There was a hole in the suitcase. I insisted from the hole with
one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
Dude, this guy is not having it. The damn hole
So
didn't do
they're
anything
pushing right
for
now
him.
because they're becoming more
Bro.
animated. He's
Bro,
rocking it.
hold on. Does the hole do a damn thing for you? Yeah, that's a yes, no, or only in the suitcase, right? Okay, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, that's
All
what I
right.
mean. It's like you can see he's getting really agitated, and he's starting to, use damn and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah.
There you go. Nice poll.
No, he's not getting agitated. He's matching her agitation. This is an interrogation tactic.
Gotcha.
And they're good cop, bad cop. So now I know that she's kind of getting a little bit more emotional, but this is definitely good cop. He's always been bad cop. He was silent in the beginning. Now he's activated. So now it's his turn, right? This is literally the almost textbook good cop, bad cop, right? Almost textbook.
The video has been pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Because you can't read.
Okay. If someone can do something for themselves, they're gonna do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance. So why would he start doing it? Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped. Okay. It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
Well, you didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I, nor. That's why this.
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like, well,
What about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really? Like, really?
Exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries.
Objection.
Like, what does
That is
mean?
entirely fair.
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably gone to jail all those times that he went to jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did.
See, this is actually going to Florida law. Florida law is one of the states, like many other states, that has mandatory arrest. When you call somebody for a domestic dispute or any sort of domestic type charge, they've got to take somebody away. So what they're saying is here is that a lot of the time they were hauling away this other guy when she was calling and getting him thrown in jail. But she's literally admitting that she was the one who should have been put in jail these other times. There's another admission, right? Also, welcome back, Jenny. Class is out of session, yeah?
Yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Our
Welcome,
humble ferret.
welcome, Junie. And yeah, my dad actually suffered from this as well. My mom pulled an Amber Heard on him and he got him arrested a number of times.
Yep.
So we're
Yep,
watching the interrogation.
This is the video. She's already contradicted herself. They played the video for her, and now she's gone 360 as soon as she saw the actual video of the suitcase. She's totally changed her story now.
He completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this.
By the way, all of our guests are in the description. Ava, Sparky, Junior, they're all in the
He
description.
doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the Because I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know like what's going on or like.
I will say this is a strong stance for the persecution to end on for the day too, because this video is going to be in everybody's minds the entire night.
This
I don't even remember
is why they're going long. They're going long to show all of this.
You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what
understand.
you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
It was aliens.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's the one?
I like that. Vlogger.
So,
You guys are scaring me, so like I don't know like what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like I don't.
You left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up.
She's speaking to him like he's a fucking dog. Like, this is like, to me, honestly, it would be hard to be in that room. Like, even either you think he's being bad cop, if I was in there dealing with somebody that's that narcissistic, like, it's
He's doing
yeah.
an excellent job of controlling himself
Yeah.
because he's only matching her energy. He's not going over.
Yeah,
Dude,
and
if that
even
was
though
one of my students, no.
you'd be ready to smack the shit out of him, although you can't do that anymore in school. But you're like, yo, I miss the days when there was paddles. You don't remember those, but your boy remembers that. Your boy remembers that.
I remember one.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
The reason that you know
you all.
Please sit down.
Guys, if you're doing alcohol, stop
You
it.
all
Get some help.
listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
Okay. Well, once again, she doesn't realize that her statement here is actually incriminating her more than it's letting her off the hook. Right. And yes, alcohol is bad. Okay.
So your attention.
I don't know what it is I need to do or how to do it or what to say or how to
You
say
think
it.
doing an alcohol is cool?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows everything that I've done for George and loved him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me.
Yeah.
And made him a happier, better person.
Everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what while we're in a good place right now?
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You said
The video was from last night.
Clearly,
So it was revenge.
Yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened and you did.
But that's after being playful
But no one's
and having
laughing.
a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
That was playful.
Everybody's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad
See,
day.
chat. When I get drunk,
Y'all are making me
I play Cards Against Humanity.
person that I'm not.
Yeah, you don't lock your boyfriend in a suitcase.
Or will I ever be? Or are you a different person?
You ramble, Junie.
Drunk.
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. It's like well,
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice.
What about you?
not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's, again, it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
You literally said they were sex marks. She said they were sex marks earlier. Well, at least some of them, not the one behind the head, but she said other scratches were sex marks. So now the story's changing.
Nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him,
You just zipped them in the back.
nor he.
You just zipped them in the back. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
But what about doing this to protect
No,
yourself?
why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told me
question,
you
you
did it.
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
But you had to put them
You
outside.
can't get in a suitcase upside down because the.
Oh my
When
gosh.
you put the
See,
stuff
that's
in
the
where
unfortunate.
the body
That's unfortunately, if nobody else was there. That's
We
the
have a
unfortunate.
video showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, you just zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again, so you had to.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would say this does help you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I
No
maybe got an
malicious
hour.
intent or ever was towards it. This is the sentence of a normal person.
And the jury's going to remember that because like they're going to be told the legal instruction that this does not require indicted level of premeditation. It doesn't require malicious intent. It requires just a depraved mind, which is a lower standard, and a disregard for human life.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey, Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that. Okay, so we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is. There's no.
I don't know, I'd be
maliciousness
expecting a lot more
toward that.
remorse and regret
I would probably be calling
rather
you
than
my
focusing
intent-
on culpability. Right now, if she was
not
innocent.
for that to happen. But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know. Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, it's not really fair, regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs, you can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs. Okay. You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes, who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life, he's begging to get out. You go upstairs. It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. This whole thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever. You're lying and like you're now changing your story. Lying about what? Now you were drunk. Oh, I never said that I was drunk. Exactly what you did here today. That's okay. Everything was alcohol.
Oh, now she's back to sober. She's back to sober, guys.
And they're even telling her how she's fucked. She's like, don't worry, it's all recorded. Right? They're even telling her you're getting fucked by talking to us. Right? They just said, like, the woman just let out the secret. She doesn't even need to hide anymore. She's like, we have you on tape from today. We're going to play back the tape. You know, Mercenary X21 for $5 says the best lawyer for her will be a law firm of chip and shred. Just walk in the building, feed first, and guarantee to take care of you and fix your Mercenary. You're horrible, bro. Natasha for 10. What's up, Natasha? Said when she's on the stand and by some miracle she mentions her prior lawyer withdrawing and bitching about it, does it open the door to her past lawyers being able to testify? If it's bad enough, but they would probably be exempted because of attorney-client privilege. You still have a duty to your past clients, to your former clients. So they probably wouldn't do that. They probably wouldn't put him back on the stand. But does it open a door? Sure, but they wouldn't do it. And I guarantee that attorneys would fight back against it because that would hurt their
It's probably gonna be in motions and limiting that they're not allowed to talk about the previous lawyers in testimony or during cross. If
Unless
she
she
talks
brings
about it,
it
though,
up.
that would probably open the door for them to be able to talk about those previous lawyers.
Yep, if they bring it up. Yep.
Never said I was drunk.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking. Right?
Yeah, so she doesn't want to say she's drunk. She just wants to say we're drinking. She doesn't want to say we're drunk, but now she's backing off from we're sober. Right. So the duality there. The duality. Mercenary says for 2, you have no clue how bad I can get. For God. Oh, I know. I know how bad it gets. You guys are degenerate.
You want to admit that you were drunk? I'm telling you all those. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know. Yeah, that's a true statement.
Absolutely.
It's going to change your life into the
Well,
prison.
whether she realizes or not, that was the one true statement she said in this interview.
You left them in there.
Yep. It has changed your life.
This is not, it's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
He's dead.
But you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You essentially left them in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes. Because I'm thinking he's gonna get
I love
out.
how he doesn't answer. He just shrugs every
Obviously
time
not.
she says the thing that he's implying.
But when you say that, though, like, you have to, no, torso. Like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what? Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open, or is he 9, so he's not, really, it's not a big deal? I'm just asking a question.
Boy, crying wolf.
Oh, you said you were never.
True.
This woman. This woman.
No, storage strategy page.
And you looked it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
That's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotape him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like.
So what? She doesn't understand the consequences of her actions, right? She doesn't even understand. Einhander said, at what point is it reasonable for the defense attorney to apply liberal amounts of duct tape to the client's mouth? Well, no, I mean, she didn't have an attorney at this point. She literally, this interview is before she's even gotten an attorney. She's just speaking to them without an attorney. All of this, the initial interview, this is all done without an attorney. So there's nobody to duct tape her. There's nobody to do that. Right? JL for 2 says, you see Merchant won open record suit versus Fanny. I'll take a look at that. I haven't had a chance to look at much
Yeah,
outside of
she's
this.
just off a rocker right now.
Yeah, off a
I
rocker.
don't know what you want me to say, other than.
Lower than
it
39
was not
IQ.
Out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Guys, we got a double whammy. Words of the day.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough.
She loves him though.
I
She
never
loves
gave
him
up
though.
on him. Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him.
You're not.
I would do.
He's fucking dead. She's like, I'm not giving up on him, darling. He's fucking dead. I'm not giving up on him.
You gave up on him when you walked upstairs and went to sleep.
Yeah.
Wow.
what
I
the
don't
fuck
know.
is
This
that?
is kind of
Like-
kind of ridiculous that she's like still in the mindset that he's still alive. That is a plea for, that is a mode for insanity. Jesus.
Yeah, Yandere is fuck, right? Yeah, that's intense. That's fucking intense. Even when he's dead,
Anything for him. When you gave up checking.
you would do anything for him. Yeah.
Not let him out of the suitcase.
Oh gosh. Okay.
You know what? You did everything for
We're
him.
simply just trying to go.
You
through,
loved him to death.
You gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting
It
matter.
was fun.
Not by that
All
video.
day,
Not
all
by
day,
that video.
all day.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody will look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you know, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old
See, now she's.
son.
Do you see how the narcissist is making them trying to like put the burden on them when, you know, that the I can do nothing wrong. She's trying to shift that burden back to them when it's sort of like, wait, it's like who's asking who the questions here, right? This is the most difficult type of personality to deal with.
Like why,
I know some.
like, why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
When, because you should be more concerned about what you told us. It's because like you guys are like.
They are
the
literally
things that the video
mentally
shows that
and
are
physically
opposite of what you told
incapable
us,
as
and then what you
perceiving
know, like, what's that
themselves
say?
in a manner that
Well, you
puts
just
them
said it was
below
funny,
other people.
and you're the only one. We were playing before that. Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him, he's
I'm
begging to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way,
How
shape,
about
or
the truth?
form, that it's intentional. At all. Ever. Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails?
Honestly, if someone asked me for the truth, I
Alright, I'm
couldn't
gonna
help
get
but
that
respond, you can't handle the truth.
So this is about the end. So this is probably where we're going to wrap here because it's getting to the end. We're getting to the
No, but when
fingernail.
you come back and I ask about this. So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
wasn't.
understand how your story changes so much to the fact
How
that
is it changing? Please help me explain it, understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
You're
didn't think
answering.
so. Like, it just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
it's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
I was going to say it, I mean,
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was.
okay.
To find him. Horrific.
It didn't
Because
end
I don't
well
remember
when you got caught.
how horrific. I'm thinking he's
Why
in the
did she
bathroom.
say it like that?
I'm
It was
thinking he's
totally
down doing the
horrific. You
laptop.
guys wouldn't believe it. Oh my
I can't
god.
find him.
Save me.
So what's gonna happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have their wits about him when?
See, that's the thing too, but you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking stuff. You can clearly tell.
Back to drunk.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh, right,
Regularly.
right.
Dude, we have since I started playing this game, if this was a drinking game, I would need a doctor.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many
Oh
you
my
had?
person.
What are your questions?
Yep.
Can I help you?
Who's coming?
Did you have a finger?
Yeah, you said that we said.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know, so don't take that.
I don't have a problem.
Just make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
After that.
What about losing his laptop?
After that.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do our
fine.
due diligence that we go through everything.
Oh, this
See, and
means
that
time's up.
backfires on me now, too,
Time's up.
because
Time's up.
Now you all think that I had even more enclosed intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional. In that, is that correct?
And here it's like, you know, the saying, a lady doth protest too much. The reason that, which makes me actually believe that, you know, really listening to this testimony, and I will get into this after she finishes, we're about to finish here, but the more she says intent, the more I believe she indeed did have intent, and that was her intention. Right now, remember, they don't have to prove that. They do not have to prove intent. But the more she says it, the more it makes me believe she indeed actually had intent to kill him, and that her intention was to kill him the entire time. Because why are you going back to this? Like, they're not prompting her. Remember, she says that intentional stuff unprompted. That's her choice of words, not theirs. So to me, analyzing this video, this just looks like she indeed does have intent because she's fighting this so vigorously.
About your timing.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not gonna agree with what you're saying, I'm not, that you're.
So his person's not here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you'd like to call her, you can. Are you saying that he's on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought.
We're trying to get a
I didn't
conviction
know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling, we don't,
Everybody else.
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his boundary intervention.
Yeah,
Something else I should carry that. So, other than this,
So initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's gotta do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been of him being in the suitcase? Or y'all saying that I physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So.
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. I'm leaving it at that.
So she's saying she didn't touch him, but she admitted to flipping she admitted to flipping it, right?
What about the sex marks?
So I don't know if you all know how to do this so that's what I was gonna ask you already asked. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get final, whatever?
What does it matter what we tell his parents meaning?
Because
we're gonna talk to it with them.
Okay,
I have to.
But it's gonna come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise.
here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did you not meet yesterday?
The valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it. Perfect. So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
It's gonna be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're gonna do.
Our
body can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't.
I
want
will
to do something that
say,
I'm not
going
supposed
through 8 lawyers like this, I've never heard of it.
to. How do I go about getting
Yeah,
his
9 lawyers. It's crazy.
wedding ring, engagement ring?
If that's a medical examiner's office, it'll come to us eventually, and then.
It'll be released to
Oh,
the next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are gonna release it, we don't have any say in them.
So I won't.
They would need to provide, so unless she's listed as next to kin or there's other documents, right? This is why you gotta get your documents in order, right? She, and you see this is the big issue oftentimes with the girlfriend versus the family is the girlfriend thinks she's entitled to it, but legally you're not the next of kin unless there's documents that have papered that over, which is why, if you don't want it to go to your family, you need to paper that because otherwise it's going to your family, right? And by the way, the 9th lawyer is the current lawyer. The current lawyer is the 9th lawyer. Yes.
So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many?
Yeah, Mom was like, he died. I want his stuff. That looks great.
Pillow with stain, swab stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to the daily board of department of law enforcement, they do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Why would you guys, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the speed. And this is just his phone, my phone, and the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So what's next?
They're gonna come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run, like what do I need to like, do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you what to do.
You know what the
You're
answer is?
going to jail.
Chat, what's the answer? What you should be doing right now? Getting a lawyer, right? That's why but you know what? They can't say that. Like that would look horrible for them to say. So the police will never going to tell you. The police are never going to tell you to get a lawyer, right? But the answer to that question was getting a lawyer. Also, she shouldn't have been talking. It's already too late, right? The answer is shut the fuck up and call a lawyer. But literally, they're like, I can't tell you. But I bet they're laughing on the inside because they know they got her. They fucking got her, right? Better call Barnes. Oh no, goddamn.
I mean, like,
Yeah,
so,
this
like,
is a slam dunk.
like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys.
This is the
So
most.
bad.
This is, I mean, without like close of her straight up confessing, this is the closest to a confession you can get without a confession.
Like, because it makes it sound like to me, like I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up. So.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head and saying, yep.
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like?
That is fucking
Because
killing
I've
me.
done the whole court thing.
That's killing
I've done the whole attorney thing. I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional.
Do they
and-
do like she said attorney thing. Wait a minute. Wow.
Yeah, she said she knew about it.
We're hours in. We're hours in, and she finally mentions it.
That's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me.
Do I need to do an attorney thing? You said
That
that.
was not my intent.
That
But
is
it's trying to
absolutely wild.
So
Finally.
whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do stuff, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is, other than me getting my nails swabbed.
She's more worried about her fucking nails.
Tell you how to not be accused
Priorities.
of crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what.
I'm
Did
trying
she
to
just
compare myself
wait? Did
to
she just
whatever
say?
may need to be done,
I
so
thought I
can-
misheard that.
I gotta say that to
Wow.
myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
They're just like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you think you're gonna talk your way out of this? Like, they're look at this guy. He's fucking done. He's like, yeah, you're fucked. What you should do is you're like, you're fucked.
Bro,
Well, we
this
did
is
tell you
done.
yesterday
Like, do
that
they
one
have
person
timeshares in
was
jail?
why
Like,
it's listening to us. So I don't know why you think that's gonna change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up
What,
back
doesn't this
home.
also throw out the lawyers'
That's
defense
why-
what they had to begin with?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no, that's totally destroyed. Let's finish this because I know we're almost done here with this. So we'll finish this and get through it. I think.
He's so happy that I'm staying there with the
Let me
house,
just
so that,
double check here.
so happy.
Yeah.
And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long
Maybe
I
another
can
10 minutes
to
or
be
so,
over here
max.
because of whatever to blow over. And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're gonna tell him, like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're gonna tell the parents.
Oh, yeah, it is the fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're gonna go, I'm
I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have. But again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office as public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out. So it's just like, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot choose,
But we can't even, but, so technically, there's no concrete report yet, even.
right,
So it's,
you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them, let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs, I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
So,
That's what they're dealing with.
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is online. This should be there now.
I get it, look, I get it.
Gage has done.
What is this? I get it. It's like now you
That
get
was
it.
really bad.
So the bad cop left. So now she's like left in there with the woman, and we're like, oh, let's try to talk to good cop. Once again, interesting tactic there.
So that's what scares me.
Come on,
Like,
guys,
what do I
gal
need to plan
power.
on?
Let's do
Like,
it.
what do I need to plan on?
Yep, exactly. She's my friend. He's the mean guy. He's left. So and this is a tactic. He does that intentionally. That is a very intentional move. And mind you, they're watching the entire time because he's leaving the room and just walking to the other side where they got the fucking glass looking through there.
I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
As if any of these promises mean anything or going to sway law enforcement.
Mega base plug for Mark
I
of
don't know
Reality.
you.
If
I
you've ever
can't-
committed an heinous crime and all acts in the 6th Judicial Circuit in Florida, call Mark.
Yeah, I'll say it. If you've ever committed heinous criminal acts in the 6th Judicial Circuit of Florida, call Mark. There you go. Shout out to Mark. Appreciate you, brother.
I can't say I know anything about you, I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much that's how much it means.
See, now he comes in with the water, so we're like softening it up a little bit, you know?
I hope you take that to heart, please.
It's documented that you said that, yeah, I get it.
Oh, this interrogation room is cheap. I would at least wait for a donut.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
What do you say?
I just said, no, I mean, our digital forensics unit is, got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas's laptop. But you'll see all the games that he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their case other than how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of words.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping.
She was played so well that Del had to give a golden fiddle to that one kid from that song.
Wow, that was a good one.
Down in Georgia.
That was a good one.
So you will keep me posted, like updated.
Oh, you're gonna hear from them. Oh, you're gonna hear from them.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
With a knock, knock, knock.
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what? But you all have more information than I do, where it's like, yeah, you might want it, or yeah, you might want it. Like, we have more information on what? Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad.
He's trying to coax out, like, do I need a lawyer? But like, once again, this is like textbook what not to do. Like, don't rely on cops to tell you need a lawyer.
Like, which I swore my
She's
best
fishing.
life was unintentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself
I mean, you can lead a horse to water. I'm surprised
going forward with
the
it,
cops are giving her
Nonetheless,
this much
with his
of
family.
an
Even this much.
opportunity.
And are you all just showing up with Lucas now?
We've already both told you that we would be mindful in these situations.
Mindful does not mean they're going to respect them. And I'll answer the
So do you
super
guys
chats when we
expect
finish
us
here.
to
We're almost
come
done.
tomorrow? Or do we have to come back down here? I'll chat with you next time.
Next time, meaning they're going to have another
I have no idea
conversation.
what I'm gonna call you next. Isn't the report come out tomorrow? I'm just saying the report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then. Not talking about, like autopsy. She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but.
She's looking at him.
Yeah.
But she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So what they're saying is that, like, so she's trying to also with the publicness, she's trying to ask, oh, is this going to get out? Well, here's the fun fact, guys. In Florida, the reason why we have Florida Man is because as soon as this stuff happens, it goes out to all of the newspapers, all of the press outlets, because arrests, mug shots, stuff like that, that's all public. Now, not all the information, not the video. They don't automatically send the video, but they're sending arrest information. So blank was arrested for blank, right? So as soon as they see they're going to get the information, Sarah Boone was arrested for XYZ, then they can follow up and request other footage, etc., other stuff going on right there, right? That's sunshine laws. It's our transparency laws. That's why we have Florida Man and Florida Woman, right? So she's trying to ask, can I keep this secret? And you're like, no, you absolutely can't. If you're arrested in Florida, people are going to know. It's going to be out there.
I love Grady
So
Dread.
that is what? I'm done for now? How long does this stuff take to get back? The FDA results?
You won't get back the swabs and stuff. We'll say.
They don't know about it?
Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent.
She won't let it go.
I
She
know it's a
keeps
lot.
using the word intent. She's the one bringing up this statement. She's the one mentioning intent.
But my question.
This is where she's switching to acceptance.
Yeah, you know, at first I thought someone who knows a little something about law mentioned the importance of intent, and then I don't know. It's so frequent now. It's more like what you said. She's trying to convince herself it wasn't her intention, but it was in the moment.
Yep.
To somebody when you leave them in a position like that.
Yes, but you have to understand too, I know.
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why
Why
would I
did
do
you?
it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly has said why. No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay. Really? I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know. Fading and penning.
Oh my God, every time she doesn't ask for an attorney, a law student flunks out of the bar.
Seriously. Einhander for 5. It didn't end well. Sweetheart, as sure as fuck does, only gets worse from here. That's right. That's right. I'll get the rest in a second.
The fact that you guys would feel that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happens.
Like you said, you don't know me.
You don't know me. You don't know my life.
And she's getting her first thing and she's going to walk out.
You don't know me.
My story. How about my truth?
My story and my truth.
What time is it, please? 4:46.
Who mentioned Hawk Tua in the chat? I'm going to ban you. JoJo Snoop line. I'm going to ban you. Hawk Tua. Get out of here. How to not get away with murder? I like that. Lawyers out there earning only $30K a year, they see this, they're like, yeah, I'm not paying enough for this bullshit.
And so, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough.
Did she
It does
just
feel like
admit to it now?
Some of the facts of this case are so absurdly visible that it would be great as an example,
So that
as
right
a
there says
case study.
something. Not my intention.
Regret what I did, not my intention. I have to live with that. That's basically admitting to stuff.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now. Nonetheless. Punishment in itself.
There's like no remorse in that. I have to live without him now.
Yeah, you've got to abuse somebody else. I feel so bad for you.
I'm very wrong. It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Leah will know she's gonna be the one being abused by some poor girl named Bubba.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
It's ours too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
And he's trying to blame them now.
Are you
Ted
trying to
Cruz
make
would
it
rather
worse?
be in Cancun right now.
How I feel? She is fine. That was there yesterday. I think she took your photo.
Well, that's when. I mean, if there were ever a time for things to get real for her, forensics coming in like that, you'd think would do it.
So I'm just gonna take a swab and go around on one hand and then do separate for your other hand. Brittany?
As soon as they get this, probably got to throw the cuffs on her.
As Legal Mindset said, no one here is a medical professional, but narcissists are physically incapable of seeing where they've done wrong.
Yep, they actually can't.
It just makes me wonder why her boyfriend stayed with her so long if this is how she acts. It really brings up a lot of questions.
And then, based on the facts of the case, those are questions we'll probably never have answered. We need a W to chat for Legal Mindset. I can tell he's starting to get uncomfortable in that chair of his.
No, it's fine. Just shifting around here.
He's just waiting for the cuffs to come out.
Here they are. Yeah. I think they're good. I mean, they haven't done it yet. Oh, they're coming. It's coming, guys. It's coming.
So you think it's gonna be met with yelling and outrage?
I've never seen this. We're gonna see what happens here.
It's gonna get a hard This guy said. Going swell.
Yeah, Bad Cop's just sitting there waiting. He's like, come on, hurry up. I want to get the cups out. Come on, hurry up.
Getting those cuffs. I know it gets Chad excited when they see the cuffs.
So, you're not free to go. Okay. Do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember how I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so you raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which?
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct.
Why?
Apparently, why?
Why? Police.
That everything that we talked about is
True and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
That's your question.
To the best of my knowledge?
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Just had to add that little bit of alpha, by the way, but it was not intentional. That doesn't help her here. Like, she thinks saying that magic word is going to get her out of trouble. It's not.
Stand up.
The moment he's been waiting for.
Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about? Okay.
Why is this happening?
It's like,
why is this happening?
Cannot comprehend it.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
You're still there.
Well, we don't.
Someone needs to call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call.
So what happened is the demon just left her and she has no idea what's going on. Why is this happening? Where am I?
I'm here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were right, you're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. Still there. Your favorite. Have sheets.
Intentionally, chat. Intentionally, she just starts twitching.
Really?
So if I can show up. Why is this happening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave. That I was done after that.
we were done, yes. We were done. Absolutely.
So now.
we were done with questions. It's arrest in time. It's jail in time, right? It's like, yeah, we were done. We're done asking questions. You're not done going to jail, right?
We are done.
Right.
Yeah, I was not muted intentionally.
Not intentional.
I was still fucking muted.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you
Mom
all
is
to
not
come
coming
and
home.
figure out what's what and how many.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home.
And by the way, the dad has already gone on stand and been like, yeah, I already
I'm
assumed
sure it
she's
wasn't her
useless.
intention to get arrested.
Yeah, and she in one, yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, of course, nobody intends to get arrested, right? Nobody intends to do that. But yeah, the dad's already assumed that she's useless and not picking up the kids. The dad's like, yeah, I'm used to her not being around, so don't worry about it. So no one needs to do anything. This is all made up.
Home and see Lucas. Now he's just not gonna have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
Oh, you could have called a lawyer.
You'll be afforded a time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney, you'll be afforded.
The simple shakes of his head is the perfect. Oh wow, there we go,
What's
lawyer.
the time frame for that though?
I have no way of being able to tell you, you should make first.
5 years.
Tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I
have
don't
a
work in.
suspicion that it's gonna happen. And I need water like really bad too. You all check me down.
Absolutely not.
Well, at least she doesn't need to worry about a place to stay. Remember, she was worried about a place to sleep. She's got a place to sleep now. Huh?
I just got those.
That is true. It is important to look at the silver linings.
So I can't even figure out.
Like, I just got those. What are you doing?
And what am I supposed to do with my car?
So you find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones, you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get hooked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
But how
room.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby, it's a free phone call.
All I'm doing is bringing dinner, so I can see bringing on this.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I gonna be talking about those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. You'll be left there for a while.
Yes, won't be famous. They basically cooked
As long as
herself.
You go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and cursing, I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bang?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack with the little thing.
Thank you.
I have not.
So what am I gonna do with my purse? Okay.
At first it's gonna come, but the cigarettes are stuck in, so.
I put the locker up too, my bad.
Oh, that's all right, mine are not, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this.
Uh-huh.
Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen.
You did?
No, this is shocked elf.
Shocked elf, not blushing. Yeah.
We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out.
Unintentionally.
As if, she thinks like,
This is
okay.
blushing elf.
She's like, you know what? If I say unintentionally one more time, that's going to be the time they're going to believe me. Because I haven't said it 90 times already. But if I say it one more time, that's going to matter. If I say unintentionally one more time, it's going to change their mind.
I don't know if it's able to see or not. I have things in my car that I need to.
No one's been noticing it, but she's been making little movements with her finger every time. She's trying to Jedi mind trick them.
Medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's.
I like how
something
she
you
brought
have
up
to have
panic
right away,
attack and holding
It's
cell.
panic attack stuff.
Again, when you get checked in, you're gonna be seeing a nurse. and that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to.
This
take
is
care of
not
any
the
kind of that
suitcase
stuff.
you're looking
That
for.
protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And that you will be reported to see somebody. Got it?
Did she just say she could be pregnant?
All right. Yeah.
That was the evidence they wanted to finish with today.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
That was the bomb. All right, we're gonna. I'll fast forward here a couple seconds because I know this is gonna. Till they get back to testimony. Because they're just doing a bench conference right now.
I need to read to you at this time.
Here we go. Hold on. Okay, now
Members
it's
of our jury, I
Here
have
you
an
go.
instruction that I need to read to you at this time.
Yep.
You have heard and watched a recorded interview that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective Copsel to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
That's rule of completeness. So you
Ma'am,
include it all.
Did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Yes, they did.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres in a suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you
No,
please
that's
identify
not good.
that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes, she's at the defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
No further questions at this time.
There you go.
Members of the jury, it is
Suffer.
5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6.
Suffer.
We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m.
They've got
I'm gonna
more.
Give you another instruction similar
We're not
to
done
what
yet.
I've read you previously over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading
Okay,
newspapers,
prosecution did
watching
not finish.
television, or using
That would
a
have been pretty
computer,
strong to
cell
finish
phone,
on, but
the
yeah.
internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face,
So you can do
you must
anywhere
not
between
talk about this
22
case by
years to
using an
max life
electronic
in prison.
device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service.
So difficult.
Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, will be in recess for this evening. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, I thank you for your attention and your sacrifice in this matter.
Oh darn! What about my blog?
I was gonna say they still have redirect, don't they?
Oh no. There's no there's no redirect. No. Prosecution presents all their witnesses, right, and all their evidence. Then the defense prints all their evidence, and then the prosecution has a chance to come up again right? But within each witness, right? So that's the case in chief, right? Their entire presentation of evidence. But within each witness, you have direct, cross, and redirect. But in this case, they're not.
I meant cross.
State, anything else we need to
they're
discuss this evening?
Not even bothering with this one. I mean, it's nothing to cross
I
or.
received a motion from the defense that I guess they filed at 5:08 p.m. regarding the witness Pearl Walker to appear by Zoom.
Mhm.
It is not
Pearl.
agreed to, and I'm not sure if they're meeting for deposition or trial or both. It doesn't specify.
No, I talked to Miss Walker's daughter, who is her caregiver, and they're gonna have her down here at 6 o'clock at the state attorney's office for the deposition, and then they'll go from there. Kevin Beck's gonna be handling the deposition. But she's outside the courtroom, Judge.
Okay. Specifically referring to a motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit based on what we've just heard, she can appear in person because she has.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think.
Chaos Smash. I'm sorry you got let down, bro.
Those kind of questions.
The detective is likely married. Damn it. Yeah. Sorry to let you down, bro. Let you down easy,
I
bro.
understand their position.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D
Looks like defense attorney
requires
slid in
or
the last minute
allows the court to
deposition.
have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all
Last
parties
minute.
consent. And I'm not hearing consent on behalf of the state attorney's office. And in reviewing the other portions of that specific rule, it all follows if there's consent. So I can't allow your request based on the lack of consent between the parties. So for the record, the motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed today, October 21, 2024 is denied in accordance with Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116, Section D, Paragraph 1.
Judge, and the only other thing is we're trying to logistically get our witnesses here. We got to fly one in, and of course, Ms. Walker and the experts. I'm just asking for what their plan is for their case for tomorrow.
Judge, we covered it up at the bench. I thought this is our last witness. It's up
There
to
we
them
go.
on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m.
My understanding.
We're gonna get Boone
And my
tomorrow.
understanding was that Mr. that Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for Detective
Boone
Kepsel,
tomorrow.
and that we would
You see
tender
the
her for cross
way the
tomorrow
lawyer
morning at
looked?
9 a.m. Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45
Oh
minutes.
shit, we're
Taking
getting
the worst
Boone
case scenario,
tomorrow,
that
Jack.
would be 9:45.
Chat.
Built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury once the state
Is
rests.
she
We
being
will
caught
address
up in
any
prosecution?
motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that the start time, a good range, would be between 10 and 10:30. I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it
I'm
may
starting
allow
at the same
better
time tomorrow, guys.
efficiency in
We'll
moving
catch
our
up
panel
just
in.
like we did over
But
lunch.
as
I
soon
think it
as the
works
state
perfectly.
rests,
I think this
I
setup
intend on
works
moving the
perfectly.
motion, colloquing your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call your first witness.
Prior to Sarah Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase in the back.
Understood.
He wants to be intimate. with
Anything
that
else, State?
Suitcase.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
All right, 9 a.m. everybody tomorrow. We got it. So there we go. That's Sarah Boone day 2. We did it, boys. We did it.
Jesus.
Woo! I got a lot of super chats here and other stuff to get to. And also over here on Locals, had one from Repton for $1 who says she's really good at shooting herself in the foot. She is a professional at screwing herself over. That is very, very true about Sarah Boone. And certainly we saw that today. Let's get through some of these. I want to make sure I get everybody's questions before everybody gets out of here. Robin the Hood says, this reminds me of the animated Tarzan movie and how Clayton ultimately self-deleted. Ooh! Chaos said feminists have been real quiet with this one. That's actually interesting. So she said she got a lot of fan mail, and she even got fan mail from people abroad. And a lot of the folks that she got fan mail from were people who are kind of on the radical side of like believe, you know, all because she went with, okay, it's the narrative of domestic violence, battered wife syndrome, right? So people that are on the kind of extreme end of hashtag believe all women, hashtag to the point of, you're believing Amber Heard. But one thing I'll point out here, and I want to be very fair, especially in the Amber Heard trial, I think some of the first people to say that Amber Heard was full of shit were women, right? So I don't want to say it's like, oh, it's the guys versus the ladies. That's a bad paradigm, right? So I think really in this case, it's people that are like
I
saying
believe her with the facts of the case going in, and then what she testified, it was instantly she's lying out of her face.
Yeah, and that was true for a lot of people. A lot of people went in assuming that, oh yeah, Amber Heard's telling the truth here, and then they listen to her speak, and they're like, whoa, she's a fucking liar. What the fuck? My dog stepped on a bee, right? I got graped by a broken bottle, like thinking that was some sort of Lifetime movie story that was going to sell, right? It's like, I'm sorry to tell you here, but if you,
oh my god, my dog stepped on a bee.
it's ridiculous. Ministry of Wrong Thing says for $4.99 says saying you can't use your phone to a jury in 2024 sounds more like a cruel sentencing. Well, actually, it's not that you can't use your phone. You can use your phone. You just can't look up this case, right? LJ O'Rourke says, I feel like this case might be used as a classic example of having a bonehead client. Yes. I think this, when you look back and you say this woman had 9 attorneys, she got rid of, or 8 of them resigned. Yes, some of them had conflicts, but the point of the matter is that at the end of the day, attorneys aren't resigning because things are going swell and dandy and everything's okay, right? Yes, criminal defense attorneys are used to having tough clients. They are. They are. That's true. They don't give up because there's some tough evidence. They give up because their client is literally impossible to deal with, right? That there's no way forward and they're trying to press forward and you just can't do it. Michael for 5 says, is it true that if you ask for a lawyer and the police continue to interrogate you, anything they get is admissible? No. You have to shut up. That's the thing. See, that's where the misunderstanding is. People think that after people think after they say, I plead the fifth and I ask for a lawyer,
you
they
have a
can
right
speak.
to remain silent. So shut up. Stay silent.
Yeah, that's right.
You need to exercise that right by not speaking. That's the thing. You exercise the right by not speaking after you claim it. So you're saying, okay, I claim the fifth, and now I'm not going to speak. Right. So you have to do both. Einhander says, technically, I'll have to live with that. Only counts if the state doesn't have a death penalty. It's true. This is not a death penalty trial, though. Einhander for 5 says, intentions. Does this bitch think she's Hillary Clinton? It's good. Bad News Badge for 50 Danish krona says, I didn't intentionally shit my pants at the store, so I don't understand why people are complaining about the smell.
Disgusting.
Sigrun says, given the guy was 5'2" and 102 pounds, he was probably stuck with her because no one else was going to give him any attention. Oof. Yeah, Yeah. Mark for 2 says, happy 6:30. Yeah, made it way longer than I thought. So honestly, you're right, Mark. Mark, you win today. You win today, motherfucker. You win today. Okay, you definitely won. Anthony for $2 says, I'm disappointed how well she took being arrested.
You won the battle, but we will win the other battle
of showing up tomorrow. So I'm disappointed how well she took being arrested. It could have been crazier, but I mean, it was still a crazy video at large. Natasha says, I was late today. Did they show the suitcase video? Yes, that's been shown in court. So now the jury has seen that. And last but not least, this is one that's more thoughtful. So I wanted to explain this because this is actually a good comment by Scorpid. This says alcoholism leads to dead brain cells, lead to flipping memory, lead to reduced capacity, lead to no depraved state of mind, I think he meant couldn't have subconscious intent. So I want to speak to this real quick. There is a defense called diminished capacity or diminished responsibility that is a partial affirmative defense. However, it's not a affirmative defense to all types of crimes. It's only to certain types of intent. You actually can, and there are cases where people have been convicted for second-degree murder, even with diminished capacity. So even if they have diminished capacity, they have been convicted of second-degree murder. It would get you out of first-degree, premeditated, but it wouldn't get you out of second-degree necessarily, and it wouldn't definitely not get you out of manslaughter. Here's the problem with that. Number one, Sarah Boone's team has not alleged that. They needed to put forward they were going to raise this as an affirmative defense. They have not done that. So that's off the table, right? So that's completely off the table. And granted, if they've gone with that, maybe the team would have, on the prosecution side, would have switched up to, oh, we're going to use manslaughter. So we're definitely going to slam dunk this on manslaughter, right? Even if second degree might be dicey, although they still could convict of second degree. That's definitely possible, even with diminished capacity. So that's number one. Number two is if they argued that, they would need to back off of the battered wife syndrome and the self-defense. And because they're going self-defense and battered wife syndrome, that's going to completely throw out the diminished capacity. You can't argue both. So they had to pick a lane, and Sarah chose self-defense and battered wife syndrome. Chaos Smash says for 2, Ava, at one point, I thought you were Aaron's. Does she look like a dude? I mean, don't answer that. Chaos Smash 64 said, please forgive me. Barry's head and floorboards. You're not forgiven. Banned. You're gonna have to grovel at Ava's Ko-Fi for it to count. Grovel at a Ko-Fi. But speaking of groveling for Ava, guys, thank you for helping her get to 335. Actually, let me refresh this. So you guys have gotten her up there in the 300s through this. Yeah, 335 subs. So huge bump there for her. So thank you guys for supporting Ava and helping her out there on YouTube.
That is crazy. Thank you guys so much.
Yep.
I now have to actually start producing content.
Yes, you need to produce. You're not Nick. You can't stream for a month and get away with it.
Oh,
Sparky's Text Corner for 1.7K subs. Let's get Sparky up here to 2K by the end of this. He's been on for a couple days. He's a great guy. Look at this, so based. Kirsha and Pippa, girls of rock and roll. Who doesn't like that, guys? Get on there for some big love for the Kirsha and the Pipkins. Let's give him some love too. So appreciate that. Spread it around for all my good guests today. Also, I want to point this out. This is kind of funny. I found the defense attorney. I think he took this photo like ages ago. Look how much younger he looks here. I mean, obviously his wife is a lot younger than him, so that also like reflects on making him look younger, but he looks so much younger in this photo. Like looks much different in court. It's like expectation versus reality, right? This is the glossy version. Good photographer though. So anyways,
dude, he doesn't look like the soul has been sucked out of his body. Jeez.
He's gonna do a photo. It's like before Sarah Boone, after Sarah Boone, right? Before Sarah Boone, after Sarah Boone, right? It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Let's see here.
That's what's solely responsible for all of the aging we've seen between this photo.
Yeah. Someone says, I need my detective mommy time. She may be back. Well, she's going to be back tomorrow. She's going to be cross tomorrow. So you're going to get detective mommy tomorrow. Don't you guys worry. I know you guys are thirsty. And, we always provide. We always provide for you.
You guys degenerates.
Sure. And Sparky, I know you said in private, you was like, you have a question for self-defense. We're going to get to that in the trial. Maybe you should wait till she raises it because we don't even know how she's going to raise that question. I can't even answer how she's going to do it. I have no fucking clue. We have to see how they're going to present this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that whole what we just watched just blows that out of the water because she even says she didn't do anything and all that good stuff. So that just destroys all that.
Well, we'll see how they try to do it. Then that's what the prosecution was saying. The prosecution was saying before to the judge, or saying, Judge, we're not even sure how they're going to do this, right? So we'll see what they try. They're allowed to try, right? But we'll see what they try to pull for self-defense because they're going to try that as soon as Sarah starts testifying. So just so you guys know, I'm going to start tomorrow about the same time. So I'm going to start about my time, Bangkok time, 9:30 p.m. I may, if I get there early, I may start at 9, but don't count on it. I'm putting 9:30 as the time, which I think is 10:30 Eastern. So we're going to start after they've started, but it's going to, since there's a 2-hour lunch.
That'd be 7.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
go
that's 7:30 Western.
7:30 Western, right? So yeah. So I'm going to start a little later, but we're going to catch up during lunch because I think the lunch is like ridiculously long. And I think it helps to have, we don't need a 2-hour lunch and have a 2-hour break. It's so long. So I'm going to start a little later and then we'll catch up during lunch, right? So we'll get through that and then we'll get back on speed when it comes to the afternoon. So we'll be on par there. So really, it's been awesome, guys, with everybody here. Anthony sent 2, or maybe this case aged him like he's only 30. Oh, no. New Demon says, degenerate, guilty as hell. I knew it. One of my people. My man. That said, guys, I'm going to take it easy right here. Somebody asked, do you think she'll do an Amber Heard interview? No, she's going to be in jail afterwards. So if she's convicted, she's not going to get an opportunity to do a full Amber Heard press tour. That's not going to happen. She's going to be in jail. But there'll certainly be documentaries about this. I'm positive. But until next time, guys, please say thank you. Please go follow our guests, Ava and Sparky. And meanwhile, we're going to sit out there and watch the defense counsel just simply.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing.